Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. I hope everybody's having a great weekend, starting up their weekend. I was gonna do a show last night, but I was mad tired. I'm not gonna even lie. I was drained, like drained, and it was gonna be a late show, like probably like 3 or 4 in the morning. Um, yeah, I was super fucking drained, man. And the topic question I was gonna do was this one, but I just started thinking about the topic questions today and stuff. Is Myron Gaines and Nick Fuentes Cointel Pro? The reason why I throw that out here, sorry, I thought I was messing up my J's. The reason why I throw that out there, Myron, he give me Edward Hoover vibes. Reason why I said Edward Hoover vibes is Edward Hoover's he basically just dropped drugs in the communities and let niggas, get busy. While the Black Panther was basically, taking care of the community. So when we talk about good in the community, we also got to talk about the bad. So, um, I always say that. Um, like I never seen a person who was like fair skinned, and this is just me. A person who's fair skinned that is get against other fair skinned people. That only targets one person. That only has an issue with one type of people. Knowing that he's a fucking immigrant. His parents are immigrants and he was anchored over here. Give me a second, everyone. Yeah. So, give me a second, everyone. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something crazy, but who's that? Hey, salute can't see me. Salute. They're going to host. Yeah, you already had to start off with that one because just give me a second, everyone. Yeah, I had to start off with that one because just looking at how he maneuvers through through the not even the community, just through the white media and white nationalisms and stuff. So I think personally, hold on one second. Let me see if I can get this through my phone. I'm just trying to I'm trying to attach the stream to my big TV right here. But yeah, it's odd. It's weird and it's odd. The reason why I say the reason why I say it's weird and odd is because go to search my PS5. Right there. Give me one second. All right, there we go. Yeah, so all right, I see it. So I like to have it on this one because I used to have two screens. I'll let y'all know. I used to have two screens where um what this screen right here was for my PS5, gaming, and I took the desktop off and I just bought a TV and I put it up. So it's straight. But yeah, we have to talk about these type of questions. And salute can't see me, Cena. Salute. Um, we're gonna have a black show today, and it's gonna be more, but we're gonna do like 3 4 hours tonight. So we ain't gonna do the regular 2 hours. We're gonna watch a lot of videos. We're gonna watch interviews. So sometimes the interviews is like an hour. Sometimes it's like 30 minutes. But we got to look at these people like Nick Fuentes. We got to look at because Nick Fuentes is a Mexican. I was watching Marquette. I was watching Marquette probably like a few days ago on Nick Fuentes, and the way how he was thinking, I actually believe it. Cause and salute to Marquette. Marquette, he's a good guy, man. I have a different ideology as him, but I respect what most of the shit he most some of the stuff he be saying, because it's very powerful, and sometimes you just need to hear other people's mindsets. Um, know what we're gonna do actually? I don't know if we watched it. The pre-birthday celebration, because this one is gonna be the birthday celebration. It was yesterday, but yo, we're gonna get lit tonight. Not drink. I'm drinking fucking coffee right now, man. Oh man, I was all fucked up. Um, but we're gonna watch a few things where like Myron, he's a weird cat. Like all his is stats based. And people I don't think people understand when you do stats based, it doesn't mean everybody. And this is why I always tell people all the time. Sometimes I don't like hypotheticals. I have an issue with hypotheticals because at the end of the day, when you throw a hypothetical, that's why when we talk, I was like, I don't really do hypotheticals. When somebody throws something like just out of just a weird, way that they put it. It's I'd be like, yo, what the fuck is he talking about? Just in my head, it's like, yo, what the fuck is he talking about? I was like, that barely happens. But I was like, yo, let's do a hypothetical. But the hypotheticals that people do, it's a weird situation. I'm not trying to tell y'all not to do hypotheticals. It's just me. I just don't like them. I'm not a big fan of them. But I'll fuck with it with y'all when if somebody throws a hypotheticals. Kwame, the Nigerian, the Nigerian Jamaican guy. Oh, yo, he'll throw hypotheticals like a motherfucker. And salute if he's in there. Yeah, he'll come on later. He always watches, so I like Kwame. He's funny. Um, can't see me, Cena. You always support. Salute to you, man. I'm gonna say that. I didn't really promote this one because I totally forgot to promote it. I was like chilling with the kids all day. Um, and my kid had speech therapy, so yeah, so I was just hanging out with the kids. Oh, and I was watching Power Rise of Canaan. Oh man, that shit's going crazy right now. That Canaan stocks thing. I was gonna watch another one of those Chinese dramas and just tell y'all about it today, but nah, I didn't even watch it yet. But I'll tell you another story on what I seen. Um, and I'm gonna say this: most of these Chinese drama men are always giving up something. They always give up their careers for their wives so their wives can be happy. I was watching this one Chinese drama like probably a week ago. It was this guy. I think I kind of sort of told you it, but it was all mixed and mingled. So I'll tell you the story. There was this guy that it was his mother, his daughter, and his wife in the car, and I guess the mother didn't take her pills, so she started having, I guess, a heart attack or a stroke, and she's like, she told her son to do something, but the wife was like, yo, she started spazzing out on the mother, and the daughter started spazzing out too. So she went in her purse and got her pills, and the pills just dropping. She's like, oh my god. She's like, yo, can you stop the car for a second? And the wife was like, yo, why the fuck we gotta stop the car? We gotta go see, blah blah blah. And that was her childhood friend, and it was a dude. So the dude was like, yo, stop the car, stop the car. My mother needs help. No, she's gonna make us late. She's gonna make us late. And she started flipping out. Then she was like, oh, she told the other dude, that your mother always does this to us and stuff, like she's ungrateful. She's gonna make us late for where we needed to go. I forgot where she needed to go, but she was the what the fuck was she? She was a some type of some high level nurse, like some supervisor, manager, nurse, or some shit like that. And it was crazy. She pulled over. She's like, "Yo, you always make us late." And the mother fell to the floor outside, and she was like, somebody help, somebody help. And she started flipping out and freaking out. And she's like, yo, we gotta drive her to the hospital. She's like, I'm not driving your mother to no hospital. She's faking. I was like, oh shit. I was like, yo, this bitch is probably having a fucking heart attack, and the wife's being a bitch, and the daughter was no better either. Oh, grandma always do this. She's worthless, and they were saying some crazy shit. I think because they had money. So after that, what was that? What happened after? Oh, so the ambulance came. They brought her to the hospital and stuff. So the wife and the daughter ended up in the hospital because something happened to the friend or the daughter. Hold on one second. Oh shit, let me send this to Wiz Mason. I forgot to send this to Wiz Mason. Wiz Mason. Yeah, so after that, the dude, he was in the hospital with his mother. She's like, oh my god. He's like, yo, my mother needs help. Can somebody help my mother? They was like, oh yo, all the doctors is at your wife's friend's boy. She's like, yo, what happened to him? He's like, oh, he just sprained his arm and stuff. She's like, yo, what, so why do we need all the nurses and doctors there? Well, I was like, well, this is her call. She's the manager. She wanted him to make sure that he's all right. He's like, yo, but my mother's gonna die. And the mother started getting worse and stuff. She's like, yo, can somebody call? And the nurse was like, yo. The nurse was like, oh, yo, I'll try to get something. I'll try to make something happen. So she was like, oh, okay, whatever. She went to the mother, she went to the wife and said, yo, your husband's mother needs help. We need some of the doctors to go over there. This bitch is like, no, make sure he's fine first. She's old. So she was like, yo, she needs help. Like, she's dying. She's not dying, she's faking. And the daughter said some slick shit too. And this is his daughter. So the daughter was like, oh, yo, grandma's faking again. Grandma's gonna be all right. Just give us our pills or some shit like that. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on with these kids and this wife? I was like, yo, why is she treating her husband? I mean, why is she treating this nigga that likes her better than her husband? Like, she sped off on her husband. She left the nigga in the middle of the street with his mother. So I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on with these Chinese people? So the fucking Chinaman was like, oh, yo, mom, I'm gonna try to save you. I'm gonna try to save you. The mother was like, yo, don't worry. He was like, yo, I think this is what he said. Yo, I need you to get out that relationship. He's like, yo, she doesn't care. She's mistreating you. And he's like, yo, it's fucked up. And she died. She ended up dying. Then, because this is what happened. The doctors stayed too because the guy was like, my wrist, oh, it's getting worse. She's like, yo, somebody help me. She started freaking out. The girl started freaking out. So when he got there and his mother was dead, the daughter was like, oh, yo, let me massage your leg. And she started doing all that, the Chinese thing that they be doing with the, massaging and shit like that. I was like, oh, that's fucked up. And the son came in. I mean, the husband came in, and they over here. This bitch is feeding him some soup, some Chinese soup or something. It had some ale and all that shit in it. That shit looked good. And I was like, yo, I was like, yo, how the fuck they just let this fucking lady die? And they don't even know that she's dead. So what this nigga did, he was like, oh, these niggas don't care. After he seen that, he went to that house. Yo, he was like, yo, let me get these papers. This bitch signed these papers anyways. I'm about to divorce her. So what this nigga did, he signed his name and he take the divorce. So after that, damn, what happened? Because this was like a week ago I watched this. This nigga took all his stuff and she tried to call him. She tried to call him and stuff like that, and he didn't pick up. So when they got to the house, she was calling for her husband. He wasn't even there. So she texted her husband, yo, you're being a baby. Stop acting like that. Your mother's all right. It's not a big deal. She was saying some foul shit like that. It's not a big deal. So what he did was he packed up all his shit and left. So the daughter was like, "Yo, where's daddy at? I'm hungry." Cause this nigga was cooking, the mother was cleaning and stuff. Like this nigga gave up everything because they didn't know he was a big business guy. So um he called this place. He's like, "Yeah, man, I'm ready to go to business." He's like, "Yo, you've been gone for like 5 years." He's like, "Yeah, I know. I was trying to support my wife in her career, but I divorced her." So he's like, "Yo, I need a fresh start." So they were working on this thing where, well, yeah, he was working on this thing where, it helped with the medical thing situations and stuff like that. So there were, there's always gonna be a girl that oh yo, you need help, I'll help you and stuff like that. And she was like I wouldn't say a trainee, but she probably been there for probably like 6 to 8 months. Finally got her foot in the door and everything. So this nigga, she liked him and stuff, brand new. He's like, yo, you need anything? Dot 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 dot. Like she was there, and she was kind of like, damn, this nigga's cute or some shit like that. That's how the little China woman was thinking. So she was mad professional about it and all this other stuff, and I guess they've been working for like 2 months, and the father then came, and they started to notice the house was being fucking disgusting. Like them niggas didn't know how to wash clothes. Them niggas didn't know how to wash dishes. They didn't know how to cook, so they had to buy food and shit like that. And something happened. I guess he got put in a car crash. And I'm just speeding this shit up because like yo, this nigga was he worked for a medical building too. Like he was like out there. He did coding, I think. He was fucking around with the coding. But it was for the hospitals. And what happened was that I think oh, his wife pulled up on him with the girl. And I guess they started actually liking each other and stuff like that. So they he did this coding. They gave him this big ass nice contract of some $1 billion worth of some Chinese money. It was some Zen or some shit like that. And yo, she was like, "Yo, you getting paid, man?" Like, "Yo, they got you on this high pedestal and stuff like that." And he's like, "Yo, you're gonna be with me," He's like, "Yo, I'm not gonna let nobody hurt you," because they liked each other, but they didn't want to they wanted to start off slow and shit. Um, so after that, his wife and the daughter came like, "Yo, this bitch is a home wrecker. She's trying to steal my husband." And she was like, "Oh, I'm not trying to steal your husband." He said, "Yo, we're just friends. We work together." She's like, "Nuh-uh. I seen them together." And the daughter was like, "Yeah, she's trying to steal my daddy," and all that other stuff. So there was a guy who came up there and stabbed her father. This bitch was about to tell the doctors don't pick him up. And they was like, "Yo, do you know what the fuck you just did?" They locked the bitch up because they were protesting him. Because she called those people over there. She was protesting them. She was like, "Yo, do you know what the fuck you just did?" He's like, "Yo, he's like, "Yo, he's a high prestigious coding hospital coder." And she was like, "I know he's not. He's a fucking bum, and he's a home wrecker. He's trying to live off of you." No, this man got his own fucking money, and he was trying to tell her, "Don't tell her." She's like, "Don't tell him what he is. Don't tell him what he is." So actually, she didn't tell him that he's a coder. She just told him like, "Yo, he's very important. Bring him to the hospital." So when he was in the hospital, she was telling the doctors don't work on him at all. Then you started finding out with the lady who was trying to get the doctors for his mother. She was like, "Yo, she seen that the guy who they were fucking with, or she was trying to the guy who was trying to fuck his wife, paid him off. Like him and another doctor paid the dude off, gave him a credit card, an unlimited credit card where he could just buy anything because it's unlimited." And he was like, "Oh, thanks, thanks, thanks." And they was trying to do the same thing over and over. And they were thinking that the mother wasn't dead. The wife didn't know the mother was dead. And they was saying, yo, and she was like, yo, she's like, yo, you need to help him. You need to help him. He's very important. He's very important. He's gonna die if you don't help him. And the wife was like, I don't care. He was like, yo, I don't care. Don't nobody help him. I run this hospital. Cause she was run. I told you she was like some high level fucking nurse or like doctor. And he's like, everything I did for you, you wanna you trying to kill me in front of my daughter? He's like, yo, because the thing about it, he denounced his daughter because his daughter didn't have no type of respect for him. Because when they seen him the first time and he was with this girl, he's like, yo, who's this girl? He's like, mommy, who's that girl? He's like, oh, he's like, yo. She's like, because she asked daddy when she coming home. He's like, I'm not coming back home. He's like, yo, he's basically say, fuck you and that kid. He was like, yo, fuck. He's like, fuck that kid and fuck you. He's like, yo, I'm not coming back home. I was like, y'all ain't gonna mistreat me and stuff like that. He's like, well, where's your mother? He's like, my mother's dead because of you. Oh, she's not dead. She's not dead. She was faking. She's like, yeah, grandma was faking. And that's what she was saying. And I was like, yo, this is getting real fucked up. So push back to what I was saying when they're in the hospital when he got stabbed because, yo, he ditched them from the hotel. Because I wouldn't say she was an assistant, but she was like a level under him, where she was running the coding company. He was a coding researcher. That's what he was. But he was a high level coding researcher. Like when he graduated, it started going back when he graduated. I don't know if it was his mother or was it her mother. No, her father. It was her father. No, was it the father or was it the mother? I think it was the mother. The mother was like, yo. She's like, yo, I know the 5 years coming up. I know they have been treating you wrong. He's like, I'll pay you more money to stay with my daughter. I'll pay you anything. He's like, it's not about the money. I don't even want the money no more. He's like, yo, I can't live my life like this with this girl because, yo, she's mistreating me. She's disrespecting me. She don't love me. She loves that man that she's always helping. And we found out that was her fucking ex-boyfriend that dumped her. You know, then you have the little daughter talk about, oh, I want that to be my new daddy. So I was like, yo, what the fuck? She's like, yo, screw daddy. I want him to be my husband. Cause yo, you started seeing where like they had events and they were kissing with each other and stuff like that. Then when the father came, the daughter was giving mommy a heads up, talking about, oh, yo, daddy's coming. Yo, cut that shit out. Dad's coming. So, you know, like they kissed in front of him. He's like, yo, whatever. You do what you want to do, you know? Because he already made up his mind. He wanted to leave. He don't want to be with this girl or this child. So when he's in the hospital, he's dying and stuff. This little memory chip fell out of his car. He was like, yo, what is this? He's like, yo, what is that? Oh, you hiding evidence and stuff like that? Because they had the girl down and stuff, talk about, yo, cut her hair. And he was like, yo, no. He's like, so she's like, yo, beg. He's like, beg me to not cut her hair. So the guy got on his knees and touched, put his head on the ground, begging, talk about, please don't. He said, yo, you will beg, and she said, you will beg for her to be safe, but not beg for you to stay alive. He's like, yo, you love this girl. So she's like, you know what? Beat her up. So they started beating the girl up and stuff. So and he stopped her. He's like, yo, stop her. He's like, yo, y'all gonna regret what y'all doing. And the girl started telling, yo, y'all gonna regret what you doing. So the guy took the chip and tried to code break the password. Because they didn't know that. They thought, they was like, yo, what's in this stuff? He's like, no, it's probably evidence of saying that, they've been cheating. He said, we haven't been cheating. He's like, yo, I don't want to be with you. He's like, yo, you killed my mother. You was trying to save this nigga and who only had a wrist sprain. And my mother was sick. My mother was sick and you could have saved her life, but you didn't. He was like, yo, your mother's not dead. Your mother's not dead. She's like, yo, you got the death certificate in the hospital. And it's like, no, we don't. Both of the doctors said, no, we don't. And the girl just stood up. Yes, y'all do. Cause she hid the death certificate because they was trying to throw the shit away. They was trying to throw the death certificate away. So what she did, she hit it, and she's like, yes, she did, yes, she did. And they try to stop the girl. He's like, yo, get off of her. So she pulled it out. She went to go get it and pulled it out on her shoulder. She's like, see, you're the one reason why you killed my wife. So this motherfucker is like, yo, you know what? But he's cheating. He's cheating on you. He's having an affair with this girl, and we're gonna break this. We're gonna code break this chip. So they put it into the computer. He's like, yo, stop doing that. You're gonna erase it and you're gonna fuck shit up. So the new company that he worked for got an alert on it, and he rushed to the fucking hospital. He's like, oh shit. He's like, yo, don't do it no more. Don't do it no more. Yo, you're gonna fuck shit up that you don't know. Then he was like, he did it again. He's like, I'm telling you. He's like, yo, I'm telling you, you're gonna regret this shit. You're gonna regret doing this shit. So he did it again. Yo, these niggas came up there and they were about to lock this dude up who got stabbed. He's like, yo, let him go. And he was like, yo, who are y'all? He's like, who are you? He's like, I'm the owner of the hospital. I'm the researchers. We're the researchers. And you got one of my employees. He's a bum. He don't got no job. He don't got no degree. He's like, yes, he does. He has a degree. He just hid his identity from you. Nobody haven't found him. Nobody haven't noticed him for 5 years because he disappeared. And she's like, what the fuck is going on? She was like, yo. Why haven't you told me? He's like, yo, I wanted you to deal with your career. He said, I wanted you to be successful. He's like, that's how much love I had for you. But the way how you treated my mother and me, I was like, yo, we're divorced. You signed those papers. And she's like, no. I didn't sign no papers. And he showed her the papers. He pulled it out and showed it to her. He's like, yo, see, you signed the papers. You wasn't paying attention. You was talking to this motherfucker. You know? Throwing kissy faces, talk about when am I gonna see you again. Y'all had pictures going on with each other on Instagram and everything. So he was like, yo. She was like, I only love you. And she was like, Daddy, please come back home. He's like, no, I don't want you no more. He told the daughter, I don't want you anymore. You're not my daughter. I disowned you. The way how you treated me, the way how you disrespected me, I cooked, I cleaned. My mother washed the clothes. My mother did everything for you, and you mistreated all of us. Now she's dead because of you. And he was like, no, don't say that. Yes, she's like, Mommy didn't do it. She's like, you too. You got blood on your hands too. And the daughter started crying and she started hugging the door. Why would you say that to her? Because it's the truth. She's like, all the evil and disrespectful stuff that y'all have been doing to me. She's like, I'm not coming back to that house. I will never come back to that house. So when the guy came, he's like, yo, who's the one that who tried to crack the password? The guy was like, it's me. He's like, I work here. He's like, yo, you know what you just did? He said, you erased a lot of memory. He's like, what? What do you mean? He's like, yo, it was memory to the hospital. He's like, you? And he was like, yeah. And the doctor was like, yo, and these two right here was trying to hide evidence. They were in cahoots with each other. The dude who was trying to go out with his wife and the dude was in cahoots with each other where they were trying to kill him. So they fired all three of them. And the other dude got locked up. And he was like, yo. She was like, yo, please, just come back to me. We can fix this and that. He's like, I don't want to fix this. I'm done with you. He's like, I'm starting my life over, and I'm going to worry about me. He said, this girl right here, the way how you treated her, and the way how y'all disrespect her, beat her up, try to cut her hair. He's like, yo, I have a problem with that. He's like, I don't want nobody like that. So, like, a year and a half later, the roles has turned because they couldn't take care of that house because she didn't have no job. So she tried to get another job. She tried to get a job doing some other shit, and she was she worked in a fucking what do they call it? Hospitality. She had a hospitality job where she was just fucking up. She was like, oh yo, you say you was a manager of one of these hospitals and you suck at even doing hospitality. So she went up in his room and had her daughter, because they were poor. They were going house to house and shit. They found a house. Then after that, They were like dirty now. They didn't have the nice clothes. They were like fucking basically beggars. The daughters was beggars. They was making fun of her daughter, and they seen their father. But when they seen their father, the father was getting married to another girl, and she's like, "Daddy, daddy," and she tried, and the mother grabbed her and walked her away, and that was the end of it. The nigga got married to another girl. He got married to the girl that they tried to cut her hair and beat her up. You know, they pushed her. They pushed her. They pushed him into that woman's arms, man. That shit was fucking crazy, man. I was like, what the fuck is going on, man? That was that one of them Chinese drama shits I watched last week, man. I gotta remember those names so I can tell y'all niggas that, because that shit was crazy, man. And it always starts off like that, man. And there was another one I seen too. It was I think it was about two brothers, and what was it? One of them was an adopted. I think I told y'all that shit. The adopted son ended up going to jail because he was manipulating and having fucking bipolar. That one was crazy. That was a crazy one. He tried to marry the fake nigga, the nigga who was faking and having bipolar, or trying to be crazy. He ended up going to jail, and because he tried to marry the nigga's wife, the nigga's first love. He told the girl that he don't want to marry her no more, and he didn't want nothing to do with that girl, because that girl told him, he's like, "Yo, please go to jail for him and stuff. You'll be fine," and all this other shit. And he hasn't never been the same ever since. So he always had animosity against his family and that girl and his adopted brother, because they fucked his career up. This nigga was sick, and the brother killed him basically. So he hid his evidence, his identity when the father came. Oh, yo, it was a fucked up situation. I'll tell y'all that in the next podcast. But just remind me, those Chinese dramas, yo, those shits that you be seeing on Facebook, and you be seeing them, and they be having those shows. Those are the shits I be watching. I just be watching them for free on a illegal website. So I'll do this, all right? I'll send you the link, but y'all got to do the cash apps. You send the cash app, I'll send you the free links, but I'll have to email it to you. So yeah, I'll be watching everything on it. But yeah, man, it's just shit like that, man. Yo, I was like, yo, what the fuck is going on with these Chinese people, man? This Chinese dramas be off the hook, man. And like, that's what actually got me into, like, wanting to make short films. But what I want to do a 5 series short film. The reason why I want to do 5 series is I want to do a 5 series where it leads into a TV show. So that's my next idea after we get this money up. I'll do the promotions, and like, yo, it's crazy. It's about this dude named I started writing it actually too. Um, Let me see. Let me check my bag. Give me a second. Is it the black one? I think it's the black one. All right, so I have two names for it. I got a few names for it. The title of the show will be Marcel Heatley, or Major: The Rise of Boston. So I have two names for it, and it's about this dude who's very smart, who's about to go off to college, no, who's in college and stuff. He studies political science and stuff, and his family is in the black market. You know, that's how they make most of their money. But other family members had other things like, selling drugs, illegal stuff. Just like, yo, the everyday Boston thing. Like, that's why when you look at Tiana, was it Tatiana Fernandez Anderson? Niggas been doing that shit for years. It's just niggas haven't got caught. It's just you starting to see people get caught now. All these politicians. But everybody has some type of hustle. It's just like it's a hustle family, but they have black markets of guns, exotic stuff, gambling houses and stuff. So the father wants him to run the company. He wants his father wants him to run the company because he feels like he's great for it and he has the mindset for it. But the other brother wants it. The first son really doesn't want the company. He just want to go to college and like do something with it. He don't even know what his career wants to be. But he ends up falling in love with this girl. Um, her name is Floetry. They call her Flo, and like they met. They met like they met when he was about to go do something for his father, and like they never been this they always their lives has changed from there because at the end of the day they never really grew apart from each other. The father, I'll tell you a little bit of it. The father ended up dying, so the son is forced to have the company, even though the because they voted him in, even though he didn't put his name on it on the ballot of the family, but the family voted him in because he's much more smart. He's more smarter than the brother because the brother's just ruthless. He tried to take shit with force. Just everything, you know. But the brother wants that life, so the brother's gonna try to manipulate everything, and they're gonna end up going to war with each other. Um, the son he tells them that he only wants this until like he gets out of college, and he don't want this life. He's like he knows what this life turns into, you know. But people he starts to understand that like what the name that his father gave to him before he died is he understands that he can keep everybody safe. His father understood that Marcella that they call Major can keep everybody safe. Major can make everybody makes money. There's gonna be some people happy, but he knows how to take care of business when business is happening. It's never really nothing emotion until you make it personal with him. But he has to deal with his brother where his brother tries to manipulate everything. He tries to bring his brother involved, but his brother just tries to take everything. He thinks he's gonna win by divide and conquer. So this is what this show is about, and it's about a project too. It's about a project that people don't know. It's a black market. It's an undercover black market, and it's ran by his family. His family is really called the Black Royal Family. Most people don't think that. And the nigga lived in a fucking hotel. Ever since college, he just lives in a hotel. He pays monthly. He's like, yo, I'm gonna stay here this for a month. Boom, boom, boom. They give him food and everything. And like it's crazy that's the way how he lives. And he's like, yo. And his father always say, yo, you don't have to live in a hotel, or he'll stay at his father's house for a few days and just leave. It's a crazy story because it's kind of a Boston era story because most people don't know about Boston. Man, everybody think motherfuckers saying ya, ka, and fa, all that fucking Irish shit. Niggas ain't Irish over here, so I don't even think that there's not that many people that are Irish in Boston anymore. It hasn't been Irish since what the '70s, '60s, and '70s. I'm just being personally honest. You probably got like what the North End or something, but we don't say ka, fa. Hey, we're going to the bar. We don't do none of that bullshit. That shit is not. We're talking about black Boston culture. Yeah, I'm trying to do some shit like that. I'm trying to do a five short film series about this. So it'll be 45 minutes, then another 45 minutes and stuff like that. So it's dope. I've been taking a few days off of wrestling because of this. Because my life isn't just podcasting, it's just media. Then they'll get into other stuff where he has a plan. He ends up fulfilling a plan that he wants where everybody can win. Even him, he wants to go on. He want to do something with political science, and like you see how he talked with his father, where his father is into the drug gang and stuff like that. But his son don't like drugs. He probably drink a little bit, but he don't like weed. He don't like to mess with the cocaine and stuff like that. But You start to see and unravel how his family comes out and stuff like how like you'll start to see how like the family value everybody's going their separate ways but they come together as one. Like um there was a uncle that he came back from the war. He came back from doing. He did like 3 or 4 terms in Iraq. He went to Kuwait and shit like that. And he wants to do something. He's like, yo, I don't want to go back to the army. You'll see when he comes out. Once you see him, his name is Dare. He goes into the law enforcement, and you, like I said, you'll start to see how pieces going where all their lives will come together for this black market to run the black market. Like when the brother, I mean, when the uncle starts going to law enforcement, he runs the streets as well because at the end of the day, he's law enforcement. He police the police. He gives the heads up. People are getting cuts and stuff here and there. Everybody gets a piece of the pie. He cuts down on the violence. So he helps gets the drug supplies to where it needs to go. What else? Major has a club. He wants to start a gentleman's club. He starts a gentleman's club. But people don't know how he got into the gentleman's club, so they see it. And his the girl he falls in love with, Flo. Flo. So there's gonna be like a love triangle. But the love triangle is so crazy is that because they all are in love with each other. These two girls are in love with each other. They all love Major. So yeah, you start to you start to see that because I wouldn't say it's cheating, but at the end of the day, you could see how like yo, you know what? Even though like they're doing wrong, they always come back to each other. All of them, they all come to each other, and you could see that they fully are in love with each other. All of them, all three of them. The girl loves the other girl. The girl loves the other dude. The other girl loves the other dude. So it's crazy. So they're just trying to figure out how that work. Um, what else? There's that. There's you'll be surprised. But you'll be surprised how like Major, because his real name is Marcel, but they call him Major because his father was Major, and his father was explaining to him that like, yo, you need your own identity. He's like, yeah, it's all right to be little Marcel, but you need your own identity in these streets. He's like, I know. He's like, you're the only. He's like, as your father, I know that you're comfortable living under my name. Cause you know you'll never embarrass my name, but at the end of the day, you're gonna have kids one day, and you want your kids to, have their own identity. He's like, I don't want your identity to be my identity. He said, this is why I never wanted to like mold you to a different place. I want you to do what you wanted to do with your life, so you have no regrets of it. Like the guy is a good father, but his father's a fucking a con man, a two bit, basically con man. You know, he runs the projects, but it's just the other son. The other son, he always the other son is impatient. He's the total opposite of Major. Ungrateful, um, entitled, live under his father's name, very violent, animosity to the world, um, mama's boy, and you're gonna see how he's a mama's boy. And you can see the difference between the son that goes with the father and the son that goes with the mother. And you could kind of see that the mother was kind of manipulating him to do these harsh crimes and stuff. The son, because you're gonna see the reaction, I mean the interaction with the mother and the father, saying that like, yo, you held the other son so long that he feels like he's entitled to everything. Major left when he's by himself, but the reason why But the thing about it, Major don't talk to the mother. The Major don't want to deal with the mother because he knows the mother's manipulating. She's untrustworthy. She gets him in the situation where it doesn't have to, where everything goes left with her. So he been stopped messing with her. It's just the other son that's a mama's boy that is, oh, I gotta protect my mama. I ain't gonna let nothing happen to her. And he doesn't know that like that was his own. That's his own weakness. That was his weakness was his mother, and his mother is very. The mother is very. The mother's very educated. The mother is very. The mother's not street smart, but the mother's very manipulating. The mother tries to get every way she wants. The mother tries to make her look like, like it's Major. It's Major that's very disrespectful. It's Major that talk to her crazy and say all this crazy shit. And it's the father that's no good. The father's no good. So you're gonna start to see. You're gonna be like, damn, why Major's like that? Why is Major like this to his mother? He's like, yo, I cut her off years ago. I haven't seen her in like 8 years. Only time she want to see me is to make her look good, cause the son is doing political science and all this other cool stuff. So she pops up here and there. She's remarried to somebody else. So it's like. It's just the father just don't want to let go of the shit with the mother. It's like, yo, my nigga, you got you a nice girl and stuff like that, and the girl already knows that, like, yo, this situation, she deals with it. She knew it. She already knew what comes with it. So, when the father gets killed, because the father's gonna get killed. The father gets killed. Somebody has to take over his situation. Major was like, yo, give it to my brother. I don't want to deal with it. He's like, I'll help, but I don't want that job. I do what I do. He's like, yo, and all the families come together. All the black market families come together from like Roxbury, Dorchester, no, from Boston to Revere to like different cities and stuff. But they're called the black royalties. Cause these are royal families where even when you look on TV, you'll see them. Oh yeah, they're royal families. They did this for the community. They did that for the community. It's like, but this family right here, the Heatley family, they're all crooks. They always manipulating people and stuff like that. And Major's getting into the political field. He wants to. Major is even thinking about being into the political field and stuff like that, where he wants to be a governor or something. He wants to deal with something with politics and try to help his people. So you start to see what type of idea he comes up together, because you're gonna even know where he got his names from. His name is Lord Morpheus. He's like Morpheus, like off Matrix. But if you know what Morpheus is, he's the Sandman. He's the Lord of Dreams. The Sandman was always the Lord of Dreams. That's where Morpheus came from. So you're gonna start hearing how the name Morpheus became, a Boston legend. You know, because you'll never know what he's gonna do, but everything looks perfect where he is. Everybody makes money. Everybody's happy. All the children's is playing. All the children's getting education and stuff like that. And if they need help, oh yeah, Morpheus can help me with my homework if I don't understand that. People are going to college. People are not. People are more than just drug dealers. Where he is, people are getting resources. But you got to see the other side of it, because his brother wants to be king. His brother wants that life. He wants to be the ruler. But his brother has to understand sometimes you can't be the ruler at that time. You have to you have to take that back seat. I still don't have the name for the brother. I'm gonna try to see this because I'm gonna throw this in there. Did the Sandman have a brother? That's what I want to see. Hold on, let me look that up. The Sandman. Let me see if the Sandman had a brother. Everything I remember from Sandman. That would be crazy, you know. Dream of Dreams. Oh, he had a few siblings. Yo, do you know what the Sandman remind me of? So I do think I got a name. Destiny or Destruction. You know. Yo, that's gonna be super dope. Let me see. Hold on, siblings. Justin, the eldest. Cause I was thinking this. Should Marcel or Major be the little brother or the big brother? I did want to do the little brother, and the reason why I said I wanted to do him as the little brother because nah, big brother. I rather be more, and I think you know what? When I do this, I will play Major. I want to play Major. You know. Yeah, I would want to play Major. Hmm, let's see. Just like Drew. Desire often manipulated, teaser, confused. She find dreams and often feel like. I think I found it. Endless. His code name will be Endless. Yeah, I think I found it. So it's super dope. Hold on, is it Endless? I gotta figure that out. Yo, it's gonna be a dope story. Yeah, it's tracking the show Endless. But I do want to do that. It's gonna be crazy. The reason why I tell y'all about my projects and stuff is because this is why I always say, yo, donation joiners up here, this is where most of that go to, and that's what most of my paycheck goes to when I'm not paid for bills or anything. So it goes into like a piggy bank or something, or like an account. But my uncle gets out of jail Thursday. He did 10 years, so he's gonna help me with this because he's good with finances and stuff. So uh, like legally, like he's good with it. He practiced it and stuff. This man talk about when he come home, he wants like 6 screens, like boom, 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 boom. I told him if you're gonna get your joint, if you're gonna do that, cause he wants to have a rack for it. Cause that's what I'm gonna end up doing too. I'm gonna end up having to get like 6 screens and just have this one right here for my TV. But I'm gonna have to get it extensions. He said he wanted a damn a desktop. I told him I got a laptop, but he said, "Yo, I want a desktop." I was like, "Yeah, you could do a desktop, but I don't really mess with desktops." I was like, because I do business, so I always have to go somewhere, so I have to bring my laptop. So he was like, "Oh, okay, makes sense." But he's like, "Yo, but I'm gonna be in the house doing finances and shit." I'm like, "Oh, yeah." I was like, yo, when you get out, let me know. I'll come down to Boston and fuck and like, yo, you teach me the finances and everything, and I might have to get 6 screens myself. But yeah, it's yo, that finances shit is crazy because I might have to need two more screens. So I'm still waiting for my fucking free TV to come in. I probably got a few more months, but after that I'm gonna get rid of this, put that heavy boy bad boy on the wall. Yeah, that shit's gonna be dope. That shit got the scoring thing on the bottom. Yo, that shit is fun. Yo, if y'all want a free TV, it's gonna take a man long time, like 8 9 months, but it's free. It's go download this app called Telly. 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 Put fill it out and you get a free TV. It just takes man long. It just takes like 8 to 9 months, maybe even a year, but you'll get it and it's lit. So definitely do that. You get a free TV, as I said. But yeah, I'm still thinking of these names. I wanted I wanted it to have more siblings. I wanted it to be like three siblings, but I think two brothers is good. Um, I was gonna do Kane. I was gonna call him Kane. Like Cain and Abel. But then after that, I was like, oh, I don't want to be too biblical. Um, but it's nuts. It's nuts. It's nuts. But yo, let's get into the topic question. We've been talking for an hour. Well, I've been talking for an hour. So the question is, hold on one second, everyone. Is Myron Gaines and Nick Fuentes the new Cointel Pro? So if you don't know what Cointel Pro is, we'll watch something on it before we get into all the the good stuff. Uh, so the Cointel Pro, they went to war with the black community years ago. They've been doing that shit for ever since the early 1900s. From the Black Panther, they put drugs into the communities. And this is why I always tell people all the time. I think Pan Africanism is a part of the COINTELPRO. I think they gave us what is that? Pan Africanism, and I'm not saying everybody who does Pan Africanism is a part of the COINTELPRO, but I think the ideology of the COINTELPRO, telling everybody that they're African and basically trying to erase their ancestries, is disrespectful and then very dangerous. You know, because don't forget, Pan Africanism was funded by CIA. CIA is part of the COINTEL organization. They work hand in hand together. Um, like J. Edgar Hoover, he was a president or what was he? He was a FBI director. FBI was started to basically keep track of foundational black Americans in the black communities. Whenever like why would we you gotta look at it. Why would we need the FBI for black Americans and they just got out of slavery? Like 50, 60 years ago. Hold on. These are the questions that we should be asking. Like, yo, why do we need the FBI for Black Americans? That's why the FBI was created, to keep tabs on us, to have people be in that company where we know what these fools is doing. You know, like, and I always tell people all the time, we have a bad relationship with the law enforcement and the FBI and the CIA. They have never ever been great to us. So when we verbally attack them and say like, "Yo, y'all ain't shit," we don't want to work with y'all. It's like, "Yo, y'all have never been good to the black community. Every time y'all touch the black community, chaos happens." So and this is what we have to say. This is why I want to make this 5 series short film. So it is a short film. It's like an hour long, probably, but it's an hour every series long. So there's like 5 series to this. So my idea was about doing this is put in every month. Excuse me, every month or every 2 to 3 weeks, I put out another one. Ever since the fifth series, so when I do put it out, I do want to hear y'all give y'all like, yo, this is what it's trying to say, and this is what it's trying to do, and this is say all of that shit, man. Do your little conspiracy theories to it, you know. See how like politics and fucking criminal activity goes hand in hand with each other. Like FBI is criminals; they're criminals too, you know. They go by another law. They're another gang. They're another organizations. Gang members is an organization, just like the Italians, just like the triads, just like all of them. The cartels, those are all organizations. It's just the FBI, the CIA is the biggest one. You know, it's just a part of that, and that's why I always tell people all the time is they can't have everybody come together because if they have everybody come together, the government doesn't run the country no more. Like look at England. Like if these white Irish and British people wanted to get out of fucking here, they can because their government is scared of them. Like yeah, some niggas will end up come up dead and stuff, but you can't go against a whole bunch of fucking hooligans. I'm just being personally honest. Those fucking hooligans get crazy. This is why we need the Myron Gaines. This is why the world the government and the FBI and the CIA and Cointel Pro needs the Myron Gaines, the Richard Spencers, the the Tates, the Andrew and Tristan Tates. This is why I asked you, I was like, do you think that these motherfuckers is a new Cointel Pro? They sell all this propaganda about the black community, shit that's not true, shit that they never been in. How the fuck you know the black community is all fucked up and you never been into the black community? You always lived in a modest community. These are the questions that you have to ask people who never been in those situations. It's like me talking about, oh, yo, Kuwait, what? Yo, that shit is crazy. Niggas be shooting each other. Niggas be cutting off heads and shit. And I've never been in fucking Kuwait a day in my fucking life. You're gonna like, yo, this nigga's fucking crazy. What the fuck is this nigga smoking? Is this nigga doing fucking crack or something? That's the first thing that you're gonna say. Is this nigga doing crack? So we listening to the Myron Gaines, a nigga who never lived, a nigga's father who fled a fucking third world fucking country, mother and father who fled a third world country. He probably married this nigga's mother when she was 13. We don't know because this nigga is Arab. We know how some of these niggas get down, and we can't be acting like, oh, you know what, these Arab niggas don't be doing that shit. Wrong, nigga. These niggas do that shit. So, hold on one second. Yeah, and these niggas do that shit. So we can't say that, oh, these niggas don't do it. So I'm not saying that she did do it, but I'm just saying, like, yo, nigga, we could speculate like you are speculating. You know? I'm not saying Arab niggas do that because I know some modest, very classy, civilized Arab people. But that's what type of, ignorance bring when you talk about black Americans. How we the most fucked up in how are we the most fucked up and fucking violent people and we help these niggas come to this country? Why? Cause we defend ourselves? Why? Cause we don't take no shit from you? This is what the Myron Gaines, the Nick Fuentes want them to do to us. They want us to be them old Martin Luther King type of niggas, the John Lewises and stuff, and get beat the fuck up and say, please help us, white man. No, nigga, we're gonna fight back. Our great grandparents been whooping ass for years. Our grandparents was whooping ass for years. James Brown, Papa don't take no mess. But they want us to get beat the fuck up. This is why niggas is attacking police officers. Niggas is a hold up, nigga. Let me check my family tree. Oh, my Uncle Red used to fuck the white supremacies up. He used to put hands on the police officer because they try to get out of line. Oh, this nigga shot 2 or 3 police officers. Nigga, I have a cousin. This nigga doing 3 life sentences. This nigga killed 3 people. Did try to kill a police officer. They gave him 3 life sentences plus 15. The reason why they didn't give him the chair, nigga, and I don't even think they do the chair in Alabama. The reason why they didn't give this nigga the chair is because he pleaded. He pleaded guilty. But yeah, they were trying to send him off to God already. You know what I told? My auntie? Oh, my son, he did wrong. I was like, nah, man, he did God's work. I told my auntie, nah, he did what he was supposed to do. He did God's work. That's not funny. That's not funny. My son in jail for life. No, he's in like jail for 3 life sentences, not just 1, but 3. So he took advantage of the 3 life sentences. So the fuck, nigga. I don't feel bad for my cousin. Was it my cousin or my uncle? Because some of my cousins I call uncle because they're like 20 years older than me. Nah, that was a cousin. Yeah, he was a cousin. That nigga's in jail right now. He love it. He don't. What was it? I was talking to him like 2 years ago too. I was like, yo, do you regret what you did? He's like, hell no. Nah. These crackers better stop playing with me. That's what he said. They think they can disrespect me. I was like, yo, you know, nowadays they call you sensitive for that. Nigga, I don't give a fuck, nigga. He's like, yo, I'm a dumb out. He's like, yo, I'm not gonna have nobody disrespect me. He's like, yo, I'm one of them old school niggas. And I had to understand. I had to put 2 and 2 together because at the end of the day, I was like, because I always used to think, yo, that shit's sensitive. But you gotta understand when it comes to certain people, we could talk about masculine and feminine all we want. But we can't have these people who already been doing fucking fuckery to us keep on doing the same thing but just in a different way. Nigga, if you put your hands on these niggas, you put your hands on these niggas. These niggas gotta stop talking to you like that. And like people think, oh, it's all right to talk to people all in your type of way. Then when a person acts a certain way, you get mad. You can't get mad at a person the way how they respond. It's like you call me a fuck nigga, you bitch ass nigga. I hope your kids die. You say that shit to me, and I punch you in the face, and I take a hammer and slam the hammer on your hands and stuff like that, and I say talk that shit and spit in your face, nigga. You can't get mad at me because how I took it. Like this is the shit that we were talking about last time. These white people want to be Batman. Batman was a visual anti. He wasn't even a fucking hero. He was a visual anti. And he beat up on weak niggas. Because he had money. So at the end of the day, like, yo, nigga, you got what you dished out. It's just you didn't expect this nigga to stab you. And this is where I say Austin Metcalf fucked up at. This nigga was in the house watching Batman, had his little guns, posing with his guns after he went hunting. Nigga, we don't give a fuck that you went hunting. We're tripping over that you have guns and you was on that gangster shit. This is how we are looking at it now. You're on that gangster shit now. You posing with guns. Carmelo Anthony did the same thing. Niggas called him a thug. We can't have these white supremacists change the narrative of this. We just watched 4 months ago a fucking retired Army vet, probably who had PTSD, choke out and kill a fucking hungry, mental disabled kid. Instead of calling the fucking police, he killed them. But people get mad at me because I said Daniel Penny is a fucking murderer. He's a killer. He is a thug. He is a fucking thug. Then I'm the fucking bad guy. No, he's an American hero. Okay. We go. Okay, I say so. This is how we playing. I told y'all white people all the time. These white supremacists. This is how we playing now, right? What do you mean? He is American hero. He saved everybody on that fucking train. Okay, we're gonna play. Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf. You know what I said? He's a fucking American hero. How is he American hero? He killed an innocent 17-year-old. No, we're not gonna do that. You know why? Because he followed the rules. He followed the American rules. His constitution is he could bear arms and he stood his ground. Texas laws, he stood his ground. Ain't no American than that than following the fucking American rules. Niggas looked at me crazy. Niggas call me everything except a child of God. Then people get mad at me when I say, yo, if you don't like the laws, if you don't like the rules, leave the country. Don't y'all white people talk about, oh, y'all niggas got passports and shit? You can leave the fucking country and never come back. Y'all got a place to go. Y'all got Caucasus Mountain of Georgia, Russia, in them fucking caves is where your ancestors is from. I'm fucking wrong. Now we got these non-white white nationalists. I'm gonna repeat it again. Non-white white nationalists. Talking about black people are violent. Black people are fragile. We're fragile because we defended ourselves, because we acted away, and you don't accept the way how we act because you think it's okay to just disrespect me. Let's look at England. Let's look at European history. When niggas used to disrespect niggas' girls, what did niggas used to do? They used to take their gloves, slap the nigga in the face with it. Whap! I challenge you to a gunfight. I accept your gunfight. European history, white history. Again, nigga, you talk to a man's girl or you say something fucked up to this man, a man ain't gonna laugh. He's gonna take his glove, whack, slap you in the face with it. Or just take his full hand, whack, slap you in the face like a bitch. I challenge you to a gunfight or a sword fight. Is that savagery? Is that civil? Because what a man said, European culture. And they're trying to tell us what civil is, they're going to tell us what's fragile. This shit don't make no fucking sense. And this is why I say all the time, why are we listening to people who are fucking brutes? People who are ignorant. People who don't have respect for nobody. Not even fucking women. And I'm not going to say, oh, I'm a feminist. No, we're going to say this. If these girls want to do what they want to do, let them do what they want to do. But at the end of the day, we just got to say, yo, you chose to do what you wanted to do. We ain't going to be, oh, you're fucking whores and all this other shit. Nigga, we don't give a fuck. Them bitches going to get married anyway. Some dumb nigga's going to marry them. So what the fuck what are we saying? This is why I don't get it. I was like, yo, I don't get it where people get mad at what other people do. This nigga Carmelo Anthony defend himself from two big corn-fed booger bear niggas, white boys. He's fucking wrong. But this Daniel Penny nigga, tall, slinky, has military training, killed Michael Jackson impersonator. George Zimmerman killed a 14-year-old kid because he got the best of him in a fight. This out of shape polar bear looking motherfucker George Zimmerman killed a 14-year-old kid. And I'm going to say this. And I said this last time. Trayvon Martin's father is a fucking punk. Trayvon Martin's father is a fucking punk. And I'm sorry to disrespect Trayvon Martin, but the lineage he left for his own fucking son's fallen is fucking despicable. Anybody ever kill any of my kids? I'm dumbing out. I'm killing that nigga's whole family. I'm gonna look for revenge, just as a human's supposed to do. These Europeans can talk about all this crazy shit, all these niggas is uncivilized, these niggas is violent. Y'all, and we know this, the white race is the most violent race ever. Why? For the past, 40 to 60 years, they haven't hung a lot of people yet? Y'all still out here hanging niggas? Like, come on. Saying that a nigga committed suicide. Are we gonna play that game? Are we gonna act like y'all are not the same as before? All these white nationalists is exposing y'all. Twitter is exposing y'all. Y'all gotta think, let me tell you something. All those people I've been telling you that are they Cointel Pro. Let's look at what's his name? Elon Musk. You don't think Elon Musk is a Cointel Pro? It's so bad that the ADL is scared of him. Hold on, everyone. Yeah, man. My S.A. Rio's brother-in-law. This nigga talk about come downstairs because he don't got the key. But I'm gonna put on this video so we can know what Cointel Pro is one-on-one. I gotta open the door for him. The nigga don't got his key. His girl locked him out.
Seeing hollowed out, these kinds of things that are military issue being given to these guardians of the Oglala Nation. They call themselves the Goon Squad.
The emblematic case to come out of the FBI campaign, the counterinsurgency campaign against the American Indian movement during the 70s, is of course that of Leonard Peltier. And that's an individual who was part of an armed security team on Pine Ridge that was willing to go toe-to-toe with the FBI and its surrogates, the death squad surrogates that were mustered out of the Bureau of Indian Affairs police there in order to break the back of the movement, make an example of it as to the cost and consequence of actually trying to stand on your rights as an American Indian.
We started our own programs too. The American Indian movement, we started, but we patterned them after the Black Panthers organizations. We had free breakfasts, we built schools, we have our own clinics. We went into, of course, communications. A lot of the things that the Panthers did, we patterned our ideas off of.
The women from Pine Ridge begged the AIM people to send a sizable group of people who could be there to protect them in their, these very isolated little compounds of these full-blood Indians, elder people. They were getting harassed all the time by the goons. And these two FBI agents drove right in at high speed, freaked everyone out, and so, there was a firefight, and those two FBI agents ended up dead.
Peltier was convicted of killing 2 FBI agents in a firefight in June of '75 on Pine Ridge. The upshot, however, is that there's no one, including even his prosecutors at trial, that have been able to say, or willing to say, at any point in the last 25 years, as it stands right now, that they actually know that he did what he was convicted of doing. In most cases, they're not even willing to say they believe he did what he was convicted of doing.
Of course, a big movement built up, and Leonard has become not only a symbol, but a true spiritual leader, of the whole movement. And AIM, is weakened beyond really existing, but the American Indian movement, without the dots, without the acronym, has largely survived.
What you can say is that Leonard Peltier is not serving time, although his sentence is 2 consecutive life terms in prison. He's not in prison at this point for anything resulting from a valid conviction. He is in prison as a symbol of the arbitrary ability of the federal government to visit these kinds of consequences on American Indians first and foremost, because that's what he represents, Indian resistance, pursuit of Indian rights. But more broadly, he's a symbol of the cost and consequence the government wants you to believe it can impose for your standing, no matter who you are, what group you represent. Attempting to stand on your rights can put you in a cage next to Leonard Peltier. Think about it.
Much of the Southwest, including Texas, California, Colorado, and other states, were part of Mexico until the Mexican-American War in the late 1840s, when the U.S. military stole the land from Mexico. This history of conquest, the idea of an occupied land, and a culture of resistance have played a central role in the ongoing struggles of Chicano-Mexicano people. In the 1960s, amidst demands in the farm worker fields for immigrant rights, on campuses and in city barrios, the movement gathered strength and gave birth to dynamic leaders. Less well known than some of the other crimes of COINTELPRO are those committed against the Chicano-Mexicano movements.
COINTELPRO probably just didn't hit us in Colorado. It hit us in Nuevo Mexico. It hit us in California.
The Mexican people have always resisted. There was a war, it was between unequals, and there was a conquest. And that's the root of the relations between the Mexican people in the United States and the federal government.
I would suggest that anybody who is an active organizer in the community that's making social change would quickly become a target of the United States government.
You go into New Mexico and you have Linda Montoya at Escuela Aslan, an alternative school that's created. She's killed by the police in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And then you go into the assassination of Rito Canales and Antonio Cordova of the Black Berets that were set up by the police. And these guys were brittle. They were shot like 30-some times, on the pretext that they were trying to steal dynamite.
back, everyone.
Widespread attacks on the Chicano movement in the Southwest continued.
So we're gonna
In
start over a
1970
little bit. I'm sorry,
Some
I was gone for
involving
a
ways
minute.
of getting information, some involving plots. Now, basically, to frame.
So this is what I'm gonna do. Since you already watched most of this, go into live and just start talking about it. Tell me what y'all think about it. I just want to know what y'all think, and I'll stop it from here and there just to figure it out what I like. And drinking Gordon's second floor gave me this, so yeah.
People for crimes, and some involving outright murder.
It was secret at the time because it was by and large illegal.
Really what COINTELPRO is, you know, a militarization of criminal justice.
It was a code word that was used by the FBI's actual war against the entire left movement.
To eliminate, intimidate.
So let me ask y'all a question. When he said the entire left movement, is he talking about like the black community, the brown community, just the minorities? Or is he just talking about like, because you know how nowadays niggas say the woke left? When niggas would used to be like, yo, the left, we talk about black people like the Black Panthers and all that other shit. Right now, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I will never want to be considered woke now because woke is technically a black word. It's a black word. It's like us staying on code us staying on code with each other when we're in a whole room of white people. So you get that nod like, yeah, that nigga's woke. He's woke over there. That means that nigga's staying on code with you. That's how we knew who was foundational black Americans. When you like this, and he give you the same nod, but a certain way. Yeah, that nigga's on code. But now we have to, you know, make a new code because the staying woke, the LGBTIA, they hijacked that whole shit. They hijack our whole lingo. So now we had to start over. And this is why we have to get them out of our business. You know? LGBTQIA community is for themselves. And I'm sorry to say that even the black LGBTQIAs, they're not, some will be for black communities because there's certain gays and lesbians that don't like the LGBTQIA. So shout out to those who stays on code with us, but the LGBTQIA community, they don't really fuck with us like that. It's like, yo, what can they get out of us? You know? And like I always tell niggas all the time, yeah, I'll be for you. Yeah, you do your thing and stuff, but I always tell them like, yo, when it comes to when it comes to the shit that I do, because this shit's gonna, I'm always gonna start saying like, yo, I'm the best podcaster in Boston. I'm gonna start saying that sooner or later. And I'm gonna thank all of y'all for it. You, even Kwame, even the white supremacists, even fucking Can't See Me Cena. What's my man's name? Uncle E? Eric, was it? Let me see my phone. Hold on. I'm sorry, everybody. What's my man who always be online? Yeah, nigga be throwing dough and everything. Uncle be always throwing cheddar. Uncle Croxton, Uncle Eric Croxton, y'all gonna make me the best of Boston, and I can't say, oh yeah, Orochi did it by himself. No, nigga, y'all niggas help me, nigga. What? It's like this. It's like Malcolm X saying that he did it by himself. The nigga can't say he did it by himself. It was a back. He was the front face of it, but there was a whole team behind him. It was a whole fucking team behind him. That's how, and I'm going to say this, Mayweather damn near became the greatest boxer of all time, the arguably greatest boxer of all time, because he had a whole team. The Money Mayweather, was it MTM? With the Money team? Yeah, they were all behind him. So like what are we doing here? We can't say, yo, I did this by myself. That's why I be looking at all these foreigners. Like even academics. Oh, I did this all by myself. No, nigga, you had a team behind you. Yeah, you started from the basement, but you had a team is all these niggas who was watching you from the beginning. All these niggas who was already lit with you. All these niggas who was like, oh, yo, he's gonna be good. All these niggas, when niggas was judging you, they was like, nah, he's the truth. He said, yo, he has dope documentaries. Now you gotta look at it. Trap Boy, what's the British nigga? Trap Lord Ross. He's doing what academics did, making documentaries. Chirac is what fucking Trap Lord Ross is doing now. And before Trap Lord Ross, it was Tariq Nasheed. He was making documentaries. But he didn't get into the podcasting until like a few years ago. Well, we could say this. He was the first podcaster. He was one of the first podcasters. He was the one who was lit out here. So all y'all niggas will be doing that Pan-African stuff. Everything was under the Tariq Nasheed tree. We can say that. He been writing books. He been doing podcasts. He been doing interviews. He been doing documentaries. Tariq Nasheed could have made 3 times more money than he was doing than what he's doing in their eyes. That's what y'all gotta understand.
Incarcerate and terrorize a people.
It was a covert war strategy, and it was done because the government thought there was a war going on.
Locked up. Not everybody's locked up. That you can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution.
Yo, the next podcast we do, I'm gonna do this. It's foundational Black Americans, the new revolution from the Black Panther Party. Are we getting these niggas out of here? Are they? What are we doing? This is what we're doing now. You got people like me now. You got people like Florida Boy J. You got Tariq Nasheed. You got elites, Afro elites. We got I think Sir Majors. We got a lot of Miss Vicky, Miss Nikki the God. Yo, we got there's a lot of us now. There's a lot of us. It's just not little sprinkles that's here. We got the heralds with the aluminum foil. Nah, nigga, it's no conspiracy anymore. You can't switch our words around. This is why I say, yo, we gotta dig deep into this, where this Cointel Pro shit come from. What is a Cointel Pro?
In the 1950s, the U.S. government launched attacks against mass movements for social justice. This program was called Cointel Pro. It was spearheaded by J. Edgar Hoover's FBI with the support of military and police agencies nationwide. The goal of Cointel Pro, without pretense of legality, was to destroy leaders and organizations, to sow division and distrust. Of course, repression against peoples of color, poor and working people, and progressive organizations in the U.S. goes back hundreds of years, beginning with genocide against Native Americans and African slavery, as well as a war of conquest against Mexico and the colonization of Puerto Rico. Earlier in the 20th century, anarchists and socialists were imprisoned and deported. Later, there was intense repression and infiltration against the Communist Party and progressive trade unions. As the civil rights movement brought millions of people into new social consciousness, COINTELPRO unleashed wider and more murderous onslaughts against the growing unity of movements for social change.
You were carrying out what you thought was official governmental policy, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And you thought you were doing what the President of the United States wanted you to do.
Despite congressional investigations, many of COINTELPRO's crimes are not fully known. Activists who experienced it firsthand hold important lessons for the present and future.
COINTELPRO was most active at a time when peoples around the world were fighting against U.S. imperialism. You had the war in Vietnam. You had countries in Africa struggling against colonialism and demanding independence. In Latin America as well. And then you also had within the borders of this country, people of color also struggling against white supremacy and for empowerment in their own communities.
COINTELPRO's attacks on left-wing organizations and against the civil rights and black liberation movements have received some attention, but it's less well known that one of COINTELPRO's first targets was the movement for Puerto Rican independence. In 1897, Puerto Rico was granted autonomy by the Spanish Empire, only to be invaded by the United States in 1898. Since then, Puerto Ricans have struggled against U.S. colonialism, led by activists like Pedro Albizu Campos. By the mid-1950s, as movements for independence surged around the world, the Puerto Rican National Liberation Movement had reached a new and impressive strength. In 1950, the Nationalist Party attempted to assassinate.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be talking to my Puerto Rican subscribers and just people. Y'all niggas should want independence, my nigga. Y'all should. And I used to joke with my homie always saying, why you always want to go back to Puerto Rico, my nigga? You ain't going back. But at the end of the day, I can see why they should go back. Them niggas is trying to colonize your country, my nigga. In 2025, that imperialism and all that shit, y'all niggas want to come to America? These white people, these white Americans, these Europeans is trying to take Puerto Rico now. So if I was a Puerto Rican, I would try to buy all the land I can. All jokes aside. All the land, all the resources, because these niggas is going to come in there and start taking it. Why you think they giving Logan Paul a hard time? I'm just being personally honest. They're giving Logan Paul a hard time about Puerto Rico. The niggas doing something janky there. And this is why when I said, when has Europeans ever been fucking civil? When have they never been a savage? So let's talk about it again. When I started to say, when you disrespect somebody that was a European, what did them niggas do? They'll take their gloves off and slap you in the face with it. Whap! Nigga, I challenge you to a sword fight or a gunfight. Niggas got busy. Them white boys got busy. And it was to death. Because it's a disrespect. Now all of a sudden these niggas is too good for their own fucking culture, nigga. Like them niggas forgot that them niggas used to kill each other. Over some words. Like, let's talk about it. White people used to kill white people over words all the time. Now all of a sudden is, black people are fragile because that word. Nah, nigga. You talk about a nigga's white boy's wife. Nigga will slap you in the face with his glove. Talk about, I challenge you to a gunfight or a sword fight. The fuck? Like nigga, Andrew Jackson killed somebody in the fucking White House, nigga. Are we serious? This is what we doing? Are we lying about this shit now? We can't lie, and this is why I say, just hearing about this COINTELPRO and what they did to how they target Puerto Rico, nigga. Oh no, we gotta talk about that. These FBI niggas, these American imperialists, target Puerto Rico. Now we gotta see what's popping.
Assassinate President Harry Truman. And in 1954, 4 nationalists attacked the U.S. Congress.
One of the first documents that the FBI issues, that J. Edgar Hoover issues, that constitutes what could be called a COINTELPRO document, was really issued against the Puerto Rican independence movement. In this missive that J. Edgar Hoover sends out to the San Juan office,
President Harris,
disruption and the destruction of the movement. In this missive that J. Edgar Hoover sends out to the San Juan office is that everything has to be done, that you should gather all pertinent information, including personal information, on the independence leaders to expose them, that would lead to divisions, that would lead to disruption and the destruction of the movement. In 1978, it's revealed that there are files on 165,000 adults in Puerto Rico. While in Puerto Rico, in order to get a job, you had to have a certificate of good conduct. Who issued a certificate of good conduct? The Puerto Rican police. But if you had a file, you didn't have a certificate of good conduct. What did this mean? It meant that Puerto Ricans who were in any way associated with the Puerto Rican independence movement or were supportive of the Puerto Rican independence movement had a file on them, and it was very difficult for them to get jobs in Puerto Rico. It was all driven by the FBI, and it was part of the FBI's COINTELPRO program that these files were kept.
Not only were files kept, but organizers and activists were targeted in other ways by the U.S. government. The COINTELPRO activities of police agencies led to the setup and murder of Puerto Rican independence fighters Carlos Soto Arivi and Arnaldo Dario Rosado in Cerro Maravilla in 1978. In the United States, the COINTELPRO program reacted to the growing organization and militance of the Puerto Rican community. An FBI informant in Chicago infiltrated an activist family, spread vicious rumors, and was responsible for the imprisonment of leaders.
We had an FBI informant, Rafael Marrero, that married my sister. He was totally involved in the political work. He really knew how to do political work, and he wasn't lazy. But I remember talking to my sister about this because he never had a job, even though he did political work. My sister fed him, my sister clothed him, my sister was raising their daughter.
The destructive personal and political
You see that shit right there, man? You see that shit right there? This nigga never had a fucking job a day in his life. This is why I had to this is why I had to rewind it. This is this is COINTELPRO 101. We're figuring out what fucking COINTELPRO means. So let's listen to what this lady said again.
Puerto Rican independence fighters in the United States reacted to the growing An FBI informant in Chicago infiltrated an activist family, spread vicious rumors, and was responsible for the imprisonment of leaders.
Now let's talk about it. We're about to listen to a guy who spread lies, rumors about Puerto Ricans. Now let's fast forward that to 2025 now. Who are these people spreading lies, rumors about foundational Black Americans? Richard Spencer, Tristan Tates, Andrew Tates, fucking Nick Fuentes. What's my man's name? Not my man's. Let me not say that. Myron Gaines, Walter Wheats. Walter Wheats, I don't think he's a part of it. I think he's just there for the money. He's just getting slutted out for some money. I'm gonna be personally honest. But these niggas is out here selling their pussy for this shit. These niggas is sacrificing themselves for it. Nigga, we can even throw Kai Cenat up in there. And the reason why I'm throwing Kai Cenat up in there, just bust it. Let's hear me out. Salute Bobby. That's Bobby. The freak that nigga took my name. That's how we met. I'ma say this. Kai Cenat. All that shit he says about black Americans. All that fuck shit he said about black Americans. Look what his boy just did to him. His boy just exposed him talking about, he found God, nigga. He said, I'm going back to New York. Then I think Agent Zero just left. And I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to give y'all a hypothetical. Because I know y'all love hypotheticals. I think Kai Cenat tried to sacrifice one of those niggas. And I think Duke should be careful. Duke Dennis should be careful. That nigga, I think Kai Cenat is going to try to sacrifice one of those niggas. And I'm sorry I'm going conspiracy, but he's going to give one of them niggas up. It might even be the Chinaman. Homie got the fuck out of there like that was what's his name? What's the nigga who did like 12 years in jail for trying to sell heroin in the Middle East? I forgot old boy's name, but let's keep on going.
We had an FBI informant, Rafael Marrero, that married my sister. He was totally involved in the political work. He really knew how to do political work. And he wasn't lazy. But I remember talking to my sister about this because he never had a job, even though he did political work. My sister fed him, my sister clothed him, my sister was raising their daughter.
The destructive personal and political betrayals of FBI infiltrator Marrero took place at a time when both of his wife's sisters, Lucy and Alicia Rodriguez, were political prisoners.
He was just a leech, and personally, and then a leech in the movement, and then he leaves, and then all these awful things that he did to against people that I knew were giving of their life and their essence to the struggle.
A prominent activist imprisoned due to his actions was Jose Solis, a professor of education in Chicago who was charged in connection with an attempted bombing of a military recruiter that had in fact been set up by Marrero.
That's what Rafael Marrero, who was the agent stationed here, was supposed to do. Actually did carry out a bombing, and he tried to then put the blame on Puerto Rican activists and people who promoted Puerto Rican independence.
Jose Solis spent many years in prison, and his marriage broke up and his children suffered.
The FBI takes no responsibility, yet in the case of Rafael Marrero, we know that he was paid several $1 million to carry out what he did. He was wine and dine in the best hotels. We had all the evidence that was revealed through the discovery documents of Jose Solis' case. And yet the FBI assumes no responsibility for that.
The U.S. government continues to target the Puerto Rican independence movement and to imprison Puerto Rican activists.
The FBI, in its own words, saw a real threat in what I would term the efforts towards self-determination and community empowerment. And not only in the Black Panther Party, but certainly the Young Lords in the Puerto Rican movement and other organizations.
The story of Native American resistance extends back more than 500 years. It's a struggle that has never ceased. In the 1960s, it underwent a resurgence highlighted by the occupations of Alcatraz Island and San Francisco Bay, and of Wounded Knee and the Pine Ridge Reservation. one of the many areas where, in 1890, the U.S. Army committed genocide. There were numerous other demonstrations and occupations demanding sovereignty and upholding treaty rights. In the wake of the uprising at Wounded Knee, FBI and Bureau of Indian Affairs supported goon squads, attacked people who fought for human rights and sovereignty. Many local Native activists were killed or imprisoned, and some leaders, such as Leonard Peltier of AIM, the American Indian Movement, were framed and to this day remain in prison.
The early 1970s, the American Indian Movement began asserting treaty rights within the rubric of national liberation movements to restore active sovereignty to Native nations. So you have basically the FBI, that is a law enforcement agency as it's chartered within the United States, fulfilling a counterinsurgency function on American Indian reservations, particularly the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota, but others as well, during the mid-1970s.
I was based here in San Francisco and on the AIM Council for the San Francisco Bay Area. So we were getting reports from everywhere. You know, Pine Ridge was just one place we were dealing with after Wounded Knee. I think they cared more about the grassroots leaders, getting rid of them, than about the, the national spokespeople. But these local leaders, incarcerating them and, just, they were destroyed. They were destroyed by it. They created these, what we would later learn from Central Americans were death squads, to just kill leaders, to terrorize people, break into houses and start shooting people, and just a free reign of weapons being provided, and especially ammunition, really armor-piercing, hollowed out, these kinds of things that are military issue, being given to these guardians of the Oglala Nation. They call themselves the Goon Squad.
The emblematic case to come out of the FBI campaign, the counterinsurgency campaign against the American Indian Movement during the 70s, is of course that of Leonard Peltier. And that's an individual who was part of an armed security team on Pine Ridge that was willing to go toe-to-toe with the FBI and its surrogates, the death squad surrogates that were mustered out of the Bureau of Indian Affairs police there in order to break the back of the movement, make an example of it as to the cost and consequence of actually trying to stand on your rights as an American Indian.
We started our...
Did y'all see that? Hold up. I'm sorry.
There in order to, the Bureau of Indian Affairs police there in order to break the back of the movement, make an example of it as to the cost and consequence of actually trying to stand on your rights as an American Indian.
We started our own programs too. The American Indian Movement, we started, but we patterned them after the Black Panthers organizations. We had free breakfasts, we built schools, we have our own clinics. We patterned
Indian.
After the Black Panthers organizations. We had free breakfasts, we built schools, we have our own clinics. We went into, of course, communications. A lot of the things that the Panthers did, we patterned our ideas off of.
The women from Pine Ridge.
You hear that? They had, everybody's patterning their stuff after the Black Panther Party. Educating their people. Fighting for their people and stuff like that. That man didn't do nothing wrong. He I'm going to say this. You're in jail probably for life, but my nigga, you did God's work. You doing God's work, my nigga. And you probably had some native, I hate calling y'all native Reds. But some of your people probably sold you out, my nigga. We just looked at Puerto Rico. There was this nigga, infiltrating his own people in Puerto Rico. Then he gave the nigga the bomb in I think Chicago. Then called the police. That nigga wasn't thinking about his motherfucking family. They said the FBI paid that niggas millions. This is why I had to do this. This is why I had to do the Cointel Pro 101. Because I know nothing about Cointel Pro. I know it's a secret. It's like the FBI, but an organization or operation.
Begged the AIM people to send a sizable group of people who could be there to protect them in their, these very isolated little compounds of these full-blood Indians, elder people. They were getting harassed all the time by the goons. And these two FBI agents drove right in at high speed, freaked everyone out, and so, there was a firefight, and those two FBI agents ended up dead.
Peltier was convicted of killing 2 FBI agents in a firefight in June of '75 on Pine Ridge. The upshot, however, is that there's no one, including even his prosecutors at trial, that have been able to say, or willing to say, at any point in the last 25 years, as it stands right now, that they actually know that he did what he was convicted of doing. In most cases, they're not even willing to say they believe he did what he was convicted of doing.
Of course, a big movement built up, and Leonard has become not only a symbol, but a true spiritual leader, of the whole movement. And AIM, is weakened beyond really existing, but the American Indian movement, without the dots, without the acronym, has largely survived.
What you can say is that Leonard Peltier is not serving time, although his sentence is 2 consecutive life terms in prison. He's not in prison at this point for anything resulting from a valid conviction. He is in prison as a symbol of the arbitrary ability of the federal government to visit these kinds of consequences on American Indians first and foremost, because that's what he represents, Indian resistance, pursuit of Indian rights, but more broadly.
So I'm going to say this. I'm going to jump out he's the Fred Hampton of Native Americans. Fred Hampton was killed. This nigga's in prison, but he's the symbol of it. Fred Hampton was a symbol. He was only like 20, 21, Fred Hampton, giving powerful speeches, he even brought fucking white supremacists together with the black community and say like, yo, my nigga, we don't want to fight with you. We just wanted to separate from y'all. It's just, yo, when these niggas get out of control, yo, nigga, this is when we can form like Voltron, my nigga. We team Voltron. We had this ideology, or we had this like, I don't even want to say ideology. Shout out to you, Bobby. We had this understanding with the white trailer park races. When these niggas come together, this is when we form like Voltron. Because these niggas is trying to, these niggas is trying to fuck with you. These niggas is trying to fuck with you. We was your first allies. Trailer park niggas, we were your first allies. And y'all don't even know that. Y'all want to do this white nationalist shit. Oh, yeah, we want to do with the good old boys. That was the rich people. None of y'all, 90% of y'all white people are not going to be rich. It is what it is. Y'all niggas ain't going to have nothing over $100,000. And I'm just being personally honest. And I'm talking about yearly. But at the end of the day, we had y'all back when y'all niggas was going through that shit which y'all was going through. Fred Hampton, nigga, y'all had something that, we had something together where, yeah, we don't like each other, but at the end of the day, when shit hits the fan, we're gonna reunite. That's why they killed Fred Hampton. He was fucking around with y'all. He gave up his life for y'all niggas. And now we're in 2025, y'all on that bullshit again? where y'all with the enemy who don't even like you, the FBI, is it the FBI dude who's there now? He don't give a fuck about y'all. We know the history of the FBI. Now all of a sudden y'all niggas is buddy. Come on, man.
He's a symbol of the cost and consequence the government wants you to believe it can impose for your standing, no matter who you are, what group you represent. Attempting to stand in your rights can put you in a cage next to Leonard Peltier. Think about it.
Much of the Southwest, including Texas, California, Colorado, and other states, were part of Mexico until the Mexican-American War in the late 1840s, when the U.S. military stole the land from Mexico. This history of conquest, the idea of an occupied land, and a culture of resistance have played a central role in the ongoing struggles of Chicano-Mexicano people. In the 1960s, amidst demands in the farm worker fields for immigrant rights on campuses and in city barrios, the movement gathered strength and gave birth to dynamic leaders. Less well known than some of the other crimes of COINTELPRO are those committed against the Chicano-Mexicano movements.
COINTELPRO probably just didn't hit us in Colorado. It hit us in Nuevo Mexico. It hit us in California.
You know, the Mexican people have always resisted. There was a war, it was between unequals, and there was a conquest. And that's the root of relations between the Mexican people in the United States and the federal government.
I would suggest that anybody who is an active organizer in the community that's making social change would quickly become a target of the United States government.
You go into New Mexico and you have Linda Montoya at Escuela Aslan, an alternative school that's created. She's killed by the police in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And then you go into the assassination of Rito Canales and Antonio Cordova, of the Black Berets that were set up by the police. And these guys were brittle. They were shot like 30-some times, you know, on the pretext that they were trying to steal dynamite.
Widespread attacks on the Chicano movement in the Southwest continued. In 1974, in Boulder, Colorado, during an upsurge in the Chicano student movement, 6 young activists were killed in 2 separate car bombings. They are called Los Seis de Boulder and are honored to this day.
We lost a lot of leadership and we lost a lot of potential. And beyond the individuals who died, the spirit kind of died there.
Although COINTELPRO was a federal program, the FBI and other federal agencies worked in close coordination with local police and encouraged right-wing vigilantes, launching joint attacks, infiltrations, and surveillance. One example of this use of right-wing groups is the assassination of Ricardo Falcón, a promising young Chicano leader who sought to build greater unity.
He could move the people in the prisons. He could move the people in the barrios, and he could move the students. So to me, he was a real example of what was coming.
In 1972, a right-wing vigilante named Perry Brunson shot and killed 22-year-old Ricardo Falcón. Falcón was riding in a car with other activists to a Chicano political party convention in El Paso, Texas. When the car overheated, they stopped at a gas station in Oro Grande, New Mexico.
The owner of the gas station comes out and he says to the group, "You Chicano motherfuckers are all alike," and he walks back into the station. So Ricardo says to the group, "I'm going to go in and see what's going on with this guy and pay for the water." As he walks into the gas station, he opens the door. Perry Brunson's inside the counter, inside and in front of him is a counter, and he reaches into the counter and pulls out a .38 and shoots Ricardo 5 times. And so then Ricardo attempts to reach over and pull the gun from him. One of the gentlemen that's out in the car hears the gunshots. He runs in, and he then wrestles Perry Brunson to the ground for the gun. Ricardo has turned around and walked out of the gas station and then collapses, and he bleeds to death.
The man who assassinated Ricardo Falcón was an organizer for the American Independent Party. In his gas station, the day of Ricardo Falcón's murder, he had a petition there for people who wanted to sign to have George Wallace's name put on the ballot in New Mexico in November of 19...
This is the shit I'm telling you. Who's this guy remind you of? Just doing bullshit like this. Myron Gaines, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna jump out the window and say, I'm like, yo, Myron Gaines is gonna end up shooting and killing somebody. He's gonna shoot and kill somebody because he want a body, because he's not getting his way. This is what's gonna happen. Myron ain't gonna fight nobody. Musty Myron right now is selling wolf tickets. He ain't gonna fight nobody. He ain't gonna run down on nobody. He ain't built that way. I personally think he didn't cut it in the Homeland Security, so they kicked him out and said, yo, we're gonna give you a job, my nigga. You're gonna infiltrate fucking the black community. Cause you're a fair-skinned person from Africa. This is what Myron did. I don't think he was cutting it as a Homeland Security person. He's not built that way. He wasn't. We got to tell the truth about these certain situations with these non-white white nationalists. Nick Fuentes. He's a Mexican. We just heard what happened about this guy. We just heard the Fred Hampton of fucking Mexicans. What they did to this nigga. This man pulled out a 38, shot this nigga 5 times for no reason. Because they didn't like him because he was a Mexican. We've been telling y'all niggas this shit forever. The older niggas who was in college or who was like probably first or second generation at the time, they were fucking with us. We were going through the same oppression. It wasn't, oh, your oppression was bigger than our oppression. We all stuck together. But now it's different. It's different because at the end of the day, everybody's trying to hustle us. They're using us as the gravy train. And I'm sorry to say it like that, but they're using the foundational black American as the gravy train. Even the Africans and the Caribbeans. They're using us as the gravy train. ADL already used us as the gravy train. Oh, we are all the same. I created the ADL because they were doing what they were doing to black people. Wrong. There was a history with that guy. And that's if we're being honest. But if we don't want to be honest, it's cool. We can use him as the spokesperson, but at the end of the day, I know that story.
'72.
Brunson was acquitted by an all-white jury and never spent a day in jail. Supporters have attempted to obtain Cointel Pro documents about Ricardo Falcón.
I think that the activities that Ricardo Falcón was involved in, the organizing of students in Boulder, the bringing of the community together, the empowering of people in northern Colorado, I think are some of the key factors that led to his assassination in Oro Grande.
I participated in the trial. I saw some of the evidence, and I'm convinced that Ricardo Falcón, it was no coincidence that he was killed in Oro Grande.
Throughout all these years, I filed for his Freedom of Information files, and I have yet to receive one document from the government. They refuse to release any of the records concerning his Freedom of Information file.
today, here we are looking at it some 30 years ago, 35 years ago, 40 years ago almost. And some of these things say, oh my God, how can you believe that those things could have ever happened? Well, I'll tell you what, the federal government thought they could have happened because they wouldn't have done some of the things that they did.
COINTELPRO targeted many movements and damaged people and organizations, from the Puerto Rican, Native American, and Chicano movements to the mostly white left, the huge anti-war movement, and student groups like Students for a Democratic Society. In many ways, these movements grew out of the energy and inspiration of the civil rights movement, first in the South and then throughout the country. It was the leaders of the civil rights and black liberation movements who J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI thought represented the greatest threat, had the most potential to bring unity to and transform the many movements into a force united and powerful enough to overthrow the established order. That was why COINTELPRO infamously included a list of black leaders to be neutralized. It was within this context that the assassinations of Malcolm X and then Martin Luther King Jr. took place. Massive rebellions took place in African American communities in many cities. As repression intensified, a more militant black liberation movement.
See that? We wasn't out there just, watch that man fight back. Let's watch that.
As repression intensified, a more militant black liberation.
Those are our uncles. And that's why I say, yo, stop spewing that bullshit talking about, oh yeah, niggas was getting beat the fuck up. No, niggas was fighting back. Niggas was swinging on the cops. I don't know about this era now. Y'all niggas are scared to fight. Y'all scared of the revolution that's gonna come. Because there's gonna be a revolution. There's gonna be a revolt.
Movement emerged. Vicious tactics, trumped-up charges, and calculated assassinations were unleashed against SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, against the Black Panther Party, and against RAM, the Revolutionary Action Movement.
This is the important
magazine put out in June, I think, of 1966, the plot to get Whitey. All right, and in it is stated that I was head of 1,000 blood brothers across the country that was planning to wage guerrilla warfare.
Of course, the Black Liberation Movement is a priority at that time because the Black Liberation Movement and the quote-unquote Black Rebellion in the country at that time was gaining some significant momentum.
COINTELPRO was a governmental conspiracy to liquidate the revolutionary leadership of Black America because we were impacting upon the whole country. And the leadership had to be liquidated even up to Dr. King, because Dr. King had changed.
People don't...
This is what, remember what I told y'all last time we got here. Niggas always talk that Martin Luther King bullshit. But I said Martin Luther King became, people looked at him as a fucking domestic terrorist. People looked at him as a threat because his visions changed on the community. I've been saying that shit for like 6 months. This I have a dream bullshit. Throw that shit out the window. Burn that shit. Burn that bullshit.
Talk about it in those terms right now. We kind of equate and collapse everything into civil rights. But there was a more militant movement, a movement that was reaching out to global politics in terms of anti-imperialism at that particular moment, and it had tremendous potential.
The Black Panther Party was only a small manifestation of what this infrastructure wanted to do. I'm talking about SNCC. Came up with these brilliant ideas, you know, that had nothing to do with a Huey Newton or a Bobby Seale. We were organizing in the South, in the West, in the East, the symbol of the Panther from the Mississippi Freedom and Democratic Party. Fannie Lou Hamer, all these people I knew I'm growing up with and we see.
If you're right, you have to stand on that principle, and if it's necessary to die on the principle, because I am sick of the racist war in Vietnam when we don't have justice in the United States.
The militant aspects it's already there from the deacons on. This is what you did. We grew up in a black nation, a nation that had to protect itself.
We are concerned about the survival of black people in this country, and that we cannot survive if we go fight some yellow man in Vietnam who ain't never called us nigger.
The government saw it as a black Marxist movement growing in the North. We were independent of the Communist Party. We were independent of the Socialist Workers' Party. We were independent of all left groups that they had already infiltrated. It was growing.
But you also had the Chicano movement developing, Asian American, anti-imperialist, national liberation consciousness type movement. In the Puerto Rican community, you had the development of that, as well as with white students and white youth in the formation of SDS and other radical white organizations in that moment. So, you know, in terms of the development of a different type of politics, it scared the hell out of the United States government at that particular moment. And that's why counterinsurgency was developed at that level.
In the past, the poor neighborhoods have been exploited by persons persons who have been less than American. There's so many of these anti-American, pink, even red organizations.
The FBI and the Department of Justice would learn everything about people in a particular organization. And they did that through wiretaps of telephones, of planting bugs in offices, and using informants.
The Red Squad, there are those units within the police department or any law enforcement unit that have as their function the investigating and looking into organizations that perhaps are a little on the suspect side or have revealed themselves in such a way as to be a little bit questionable.
The FBI broke into our houses, and you would know this because you would come home and you could tell your house had been broken into. Door was locked, nothing was taken except for maybe some papers, but things were rearranged.
The FBI had a way of classifying people who were in the Black Panther Party in many categories, one of which was called the Key Agitator Index. Those were the people who they targeted to be neutralized.
Constitutional rights were not a consideration. They were, in fact, secretly and unilaterally suspended by the FBI, with at least the tacit approval of high officials in the federal government for purposes of neutralizing. That's the term that was used within the program itself by those FBI officials who were responsible, neutralize the political activities that were considered objectionable on the part of the Bureau, undertaken by U.S. citizens.
Gee, why don't I just have one of my informants in another organization go out and shoot this guy and make it look like some kind of a mixed up drug operation and, you know, have him assassinated. That'll neutralize him for sure.
At approximately 2:45 p.m. this afternoon, 2 men were murdered at the UCLA campus.
At UCLA, you had Bunchy Carter, Alprentice Carter, who was basically the head of the Los Angeles chapter of the Black Panther Party, along with another Panther named John Huggins, who was a key organizer down there, killed by federal undercover personnel, basically, in a classroom at the University of California, Los Angeles. This was in Campbell Hall. And, you know, it was just cold. They were eliminated. The FBI took credit for that result in its internal memoranda.
One agent first told me about the agents, the assassination of Carter and Huggins in Los Angeles, and I'm thinking, oh, yeah, sure. But I found out later that he wasn't just joking with me, it was true, from looking into files.
Had to do with a disinformation campaign in order to set two political organizations, both of which had been infiltrated, at odds with one another, creating a context in which instance certain of the infiltrators could eliminate bona fide activists on the other side. You then have the FBI agent in charge, a guy by the name of Richard Wallace Held, who now runs security for the Visa Corporation. Agent Held talked about how successful the operation had been, and on that basis sought approval for it to be continued. The approval was given. You then have 2 more Panthers who were killed in San Diego.
And I said, those aren't the only 2 assassinations. I said, we had 2 in Chicago.
Most famously, perhaps, and best documentedly, have the Hampton-Clark assassinations. Fred Hampton, deputy chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party.
If we didn't talk about a Breakfast with Children program, we've got one. We're not going to tell you how many kids we intend to free and speed in Chicago. We're feeding 3,000 to 4,000 every week already, and I don't know how many all around the country.
And Mark Clark, who was defense captain for a downstate chapter in Peoria, who was staying in the apartment rented by Mr. Hampton on the 4th of December 1969 when the FBI caused a police arms raid to be executed on the premises, result of which, and this is the cleanest version of it, is that Mr. Hampton and Mr. Clark were shot to death by the police.
And the cops lied about it, and State's Attorney Edward Hanrahan lied about it, and he was clearly in on it. It came out, the family proved it. They did that to decapitate the movement.
We said even before this happened, and we're going to say it after this, and after I'm locked up, and after everybody's locked up, that you can jail revolutionaries, but you can't jail a revolution. Right. You might run a liberator like Harris Cleave out the country, but you can't run liberation out the country. You might murder a freedom fighter like Bobby Hutton, but you can't murder freedom fighting, and if you do, you come up with answers that don't answer, explanations that don't explain, you come up with conclusions that don't conclude. Nothing's more important than stopping fascism, because fascism will stop us all.
The government wanted to wipe out the Panthers and the Young Lords later and the American Indian movement and Weatherman and other parts of the white progressive movements because they saw that there was something that was in flames and they wanted to put it out. And the easiest way to put it out was counterinsurgency. In the United States, the government isn't supposed to use counterinsurgency against its own citizens.
Pigs' lives have become so extremely outlandish that they were forced to resort to their ultimate weapon, force, organized force, murder, and brutality against black people, and the attacks against the Black Panther Party escalated. The very night, January 17th, 1969, that I was being tortured, Bunchy Carter and John Huggins was shot by the flunkies of this government.
There were numerous false arrests and prosecutions where people spent long time in prison on trumped-up charges.
On April 2nd of 1969, I was rearrested along with 21 other members of the Black Panther Party on charges of conspiracy to murder some pigs, and attacks against our party still escalated.
For example, there was the Panther 21 case in New York where the leadership was basically arrested, spent 2 years in jail before they were acquitted on all charges, but as a result, the New York chapter was virtually decimated.
It was 4 days after they murdered Fred Hampton in his bed. In Chicago, they shot at me in the bed and tried to do the same thing.
One of the key agitators and one of the targets to be neutralized that was very important to them was a young Vietnam vet who had come to Los Angeles to study. He went to college at UCLA on the GI Bill. His name was Elmer Geronimo Pratt, and he seemed to have been targeted very, very early on.
I mean, the FBI had gotten rid of Bunchy Carter and John Huggins, and now they got Geronimo Pratt, who took their place. And they got to get rid of him.
COINTELPRO had an intense interest in the Los Angeles Black Panthers, and at a certain point, the LAPD SWAT team attacked the office front on, just cleared the streets and started shooting. Geronimo had taught people how to fortify the office, and they tried to bomb the office, and it had been sandbagged, and so that didn't work. And eventually, people surrendered. Then they really hated Geronimo because they felt that he had frustrated their desire to destroy the office.
Geronimo was not a violent person. He definitely was not. That was the thing that bugged the FBI. Since they had already worked, 2 assassinations, the third one might have been a charm, and they might have been discovered. So they worked out something else, which was just as effective. They got him in jail for 25 years.
They put a murder on me that they were able to manipulate in such a way that it stuck. A murder that would keep me a life sentence.
I was on the squad. I know he was framed.
FBI documents later revealed that their own surveillance placed Geronimo in Oakland at the time of the murders, not in Los Angeles.
I don't think there's any doubt that the decision would have been different if we had the amount of information that is available now. We had no...
That's the legendary Johnny Cochran. Johnny Cochran was one of the people who got O.J. Simpson out of prison. So he's a legend. In Diddy the first time. So yeah, Diddy was in jail. Johnny Cochran got him out.
No clue as to what the government could do or what they did do. Even though Vietnam was going on, you couldn't believe that your government was doing that at home to one of its own citizens. Not only one of its own citizens, one of its own veterans.
And they really put that together in such a way that anything that we did to try to bring out the truth was already preempted, So this is what they used to keep me in prison for 27 years and to criminalize our revolutionary positions.
The whole basis of his political activity, the activity that disturbed the government, that disturbed the status quo, had been essentially neutralized. He was unable to do that, so the mission was accomplished. That was a successful operation.
In the investigation.
So this is what you got to understand about the Cointel Pro. One of their tricks is to keep you in jail forever and to liquidate all the money that you do have. So when you do have money, so when you do win the case or whatnot ever happen, you have no money left to start the revolution again. All that money went into getting you out of jail. This is why it's so this is why they were so dangerous. The second trick that they had was to make up lies, manipulate the system, and this is what they did to Puerto Rico. What they did to Puerto Rico was basically made them look crazy. Oh yeah, they're trying to start a war, this and that, and give them and have the person who's basically infiltrating all the information or who's the mole or the spy, tell him, yeah, go over there, get this, and that. And then he could just make up anything. Oh, yeah, these niggas was going to get fucking supplies to blow up a school or some shit like that. The third one is to kill your leaders, to kill your king, to cut the head off the leader. I mean, to cut the head off the family. Fred Hampton. They got Fred Hampton. They said, who's it? They got Fred Hampton and they got the other guy. They shot him over 30 fucking times. Overkill. And now the question I'm saying, when has white America ever been fucking civil? Look what they did to their own people. The left. They were killing the left. This is why when I'm looking at this shit that's going on now with this new left, they're infiltrating the system too. They're part of that FBI movement. They joined forces. When Black Lives was going on, they should have worried about black people. And what did they do? That shit wasn't even about black people no more. That shit wasn't about fucking George Floyd. What? Because you gave him a fucking monument? You did the same shit to Martin Luther King. You killed him because the nigga started changing what he was talking about. And y'all said, this nigga gotta go. And let's ask this question. What person did this in modern day history? King Flex himself, Tariq Nasheed, he did it twice. First time he wrote about relationships. Arta Mackin, all this other cool shit that he was doing. Then he changed his way. He was like, yo, I don't want to do what these people want me to do. So you know what? I'm going to put my money into documentaries about the black diaspora. Then once it changed his ways again, it started talking about his people. Everybody got a fucking problem. They trying to take this nigga out. They're trying to say, this is what they're going to end up trying to make Tariq Nasheed is. They're going to try to make Tariq Nasheed a fucking domestic terrorist. A cult leader like Jim Jones. This is why when you use these fucking words like cult, fucking, was it, divisive? You're trying to make this nigga a domestic terrorist. This is why people are trying to say, yo, we can't trust fucking immigrants right now. Or tethers. Not even just immigrants, tethers. Because I got to mean what I say, and I mean tethers. Niggas who undermine black American struggles and progress. And who's the face of undermining black Americans? Fucking Myron Gaines. Myron fucking Gaines. Amuru. This nigga changed his name to Myron Gaines is his Cointel Pro name. That's his Cointel Pro name. I'm going there with it. That shit, we got to stop beating behind the bush. This nigga don't give a fuck about no motherfucking America. I think personally he still works for the Federal Bureau. Ain't no way in hell his boy's going broke and he's not. Ain't enough fucking real estate can help his fucking career. And I'm just being personally honest.
Conducted by the United States Senate Committee on Intelligence with respect to governmental operations. Short term is the Church Committee. They said, I think it was 235 separate actions of COINTELPRO were targeted against the Black Panther Party. So, you know, every chapter that was of any substance was subjected to this, and there are people who've lost their lives, there are people who've lost their mind, there are people who were completely hostile to anything to do with the Black Panthers because they were abused.
The only reason why I'm here is I disappeared for 4 years, all right? You know, many of my comrades have fallen, you know, apartments broken into, some had security apartments and been found handcuffed to the chair and shot in the back of the head. So it's a continuum of disruption, or what they call destabilization. Just like they destabilize nations, they're destabilizing the entire radical movement one way or another.
COINTELPRO was a highly secret program, and its crimes might not have been exposed were it not for a group of anti-war activists in Pennsylvania.
April of 1971, some anti-war activists broke into the FBI field office in Media, Pennsylvania, which also housed the offices of the Selective Service Administration. And this was a time when there was still a draft. And the goal of these activists was to break in, open the drawers, and burn Selective Service records, draft cards, to keep people from getting drafted. So they broke into this office, started opening up the file cabinets, and lo and behold, it was an FBI office, and they saw documents entitled Counterintelligence Program, Black Nationalist Hate Groups. And they started reading these documents, took them, didn't burn them, thank goodness, and gave them to the press.
In addition,
I'm going to say this. Is Wikipedia part of a Cointel Pro program? This is the shit that we need to be thinking about. I gotta be personally honest. This is the shit that we need to be thinking about right now. You know? Give me a second, everyone.
at least 3 domestic subversive targets were the subject of numerous entries from October 1952 to June 1966.
Members of the press did their own investigations, which ultimately then led to, in the mid-1970s, an investigation by Senator Frank Church, which became known as the Church Committee, which conducted an investigation into all aspects of government misconduct and surveillance of political organizations in the 50s, 60s, and the 70s.
We're dealing also with the FBI, a law enforcement agency in this country. And if the law enforcement agencies that are charged with enforcing the law don't themselves obey the law, then who will? Our problem with the CIA has not had to do with its foreign operations, but has had to do with violations of the law, which says that the CIA stays out of the domestic affairs of the United States. There was a real purpose for that. The purpose was trying to preserve a free society and not let an intelligence agency, in the name of national security, begin to erode away the foundations of freedom in our own land.
What you see is the government taking it upon itself the supervision of what is allowed politically and what is not allowed politically. And when those decisions are made by essentially an organization that's a political police force, such as the FBI, or intelligence agencies like the CIA or the Department of Defense Intelligence, when those kind of people are making decisions of what is politically appropriate for the citizens to do, then we don't have a democracy. Then we have essentially a police state, because the police are deciding what can happen. And so that's the fundamental crime of the COINTELPRO programs.
Whether there's stress or turbulence doesn't really excuse agencies, law enforcement agencies of the government, or the president himself from rising above the law and proceeding in lawless fashion.
The FBI admitted to the Congress of the United States that they had over 1 million documents on the Puerto Rican independence movement. 1 million documents on a movement of a very small island. And it speaks to how important the COINTELPRO program has been vis-a-vis the Puerto Rican independence movement.
They actually intensified with a lot of money their attacks, which largely are comprised of illegal tactics to make the criminal the victim and the victim the criminal, to turn everything around. So we couldn't win the hearts and minds of the people if we wanted. So we will begin to be looked upon as the enemies of the people instead of what we were, freedom fighters fighting for people.
So they're using mind games, manipulation, deceit to create confusion, dissension, and end up destroying the leadership. I was in the middle of that, and I would say that the repercussions of that kind of COINTELPRO operation are still present.
Whether the death of Ricardo Falcón was an assassination or not, it had a very chilling effect on social movements, on communities not only in Colorado, not only in the community that he was born in, but in communities across the United States, across the Southwest. It said to people, If you dare to go out into community and begin to make social change, then you are going to have to pay a heavy price for that.
No one was ever punished for the illegal activities of government agencies under the COINTELPRO programs. Some people paid a high price for fighting back or resisting this government-led war against progressive movements. George Jackson was one of the black movement leaders targeted by COINTELPRO.
George Jackson, they used to call him Conrad. He is probably the blueprint of the, what you call BGF, the Black Guerrilla Family Gang. Give me a second. The Soul Brother. Got a book right here called The Solid Brother, if I'm saying it right. But George Jackson, he's one of my idols. Not even idols, he's one of my inspiration and influence to everything I talk about, everything, the way how I talk, the way who I deal with. The reason why I fight for foundational black Americans first is because of George Jackson. And that's why I always say, you know what? Shout out to Travis. If you know, you know.
Back or resisting this government-led war against progressive movements. George Jackson was one of the black movement leaders targeted by COINTELPRO for assassination in prison. And some people are still paying a high price. Those who are political prisoners, those who remain locked up some 20, 30, and 40 years later. This is Mumia Abu-Jamal, a former Black Panther who continues to write and broadcast radio commentaries after decades of unjust imprisonment.
Many of us have been part of national liberation movements, revolutionary political parties, anti-racist communes, or, in the case of people like the Cuban Five, anti-terrorism activists. We've been tried in tribunals where our politics have been our crime, and our political associations our felonies. We need a movement of millions to bring freedom to the brothers and sisters of the Move 9, to bring freedom to Sundiata Acoli, to bring freedom to Mutulu Shakur, and hundreds of other political prisoners.
I think that's Tupac's stepfather. Stepfather. Mulu Shakur. I think that's him. He went to jail for, I think, like 25, 30 years. He was like a bank robber or some shit like that. I think that's him.
To bring freedom to Mutulu Shakur and hundreds of other political prisoners. We need a movement of millions to make common cause with oppressed people the world over.
COINTELPRO is happening today on many different levels and is a lot more sophisticated. And in fact, it doesn't need to be a secret anymore.
I believe that it is our ability to transform that.
Now listen to what this guy said. Hold up. Listen to what he said.
COINTELPRO is happening today on many different levels and is a lot more sophisticated. And in fact, it doesn't need to be a secret anymore.
I believe that it is our...
So the reason why I had you listen to that, this documentary, I think, is 2010. Yeah, film was from 2010. He's saying COINTELPRO is on some other shit. They don't need the FBI to send people in that's from. They could just send somebody who's in with the fair skin that looks like us, acts like us, or was probably like can train somebody to fit in our system. So, and the reason why I said that is because look at Sneeko. Sneeko grifted off multiple times. Why was he doing this stuff? First he went for the red pill, now he's Muslim, now he's We don't know what this motherfucker is. I'm not saying he's an enigma or anything. I'm just saying, like, yo, we should be watching this motherfucker. That's the person that we should be watching is Sneeko. Myron. Myron came out of nowhere. Talk about, oh yeah, I've been doing this, and that, and all of a sudden, him and Walter Weeks is getting busy, making money from what's his name? Doing Kevin Samuels talking points. Now let's personally be honest. I'm gonna say this. This is when I thought some shit was fishy. Him and Hannah. So when I say Hannah, y'all know her as Pearl. And this is where I said, like, okay, hold on. Some shit's getting fishy. Kevin Samuel he's probably very blunt when it came to certain things. When it came to the black community. And even women didn't like it, but we always had to respect it because he was down to talk to anybody. You show him respect, he shows you respect. This is why we always call him the Godfather. But out of that Kevin Samuel tree, I think there was Cointel Pro. There was secret agents in his circle. And the reason why I said in his circle, you had the Myrons talking like him. You had the Andrew Tates, Hannah. All of these people talking like him. All of a sudden, Myron gets into an argument, says some foul shit about him, call this nigga out his name, say that he was a homo, all of this. And all of a sudden, this nigga just died after he defends himself, probably a week or a few months later. Them niggas got into it. All of a sudden, this nigga just died from a fucking heart attack? Fucking a girl on some Red Bull, nigga? Come on, let's personally be honest. My grandfather and I hope he don't get mad. This nigga got the thing in his heart. One of those, the heart joints. You know? And the nigga be on the Blue Chew pills, nigga. The nigga be on the pills to make his wee-wee up, my nigga. And that nigga never died, never went in the hospital. The nigga's over 85. If not 85. And the nigga never died. Or nigga never been in a heart attack. Nigga got dementia, he got everything. All of a sudden, Kevin Samuels fucking with the Spanish girl. Thick, some thick little, heavy-set Spanish girls, because Kevin Samuel, let me tell you something. Kevin Samuel was talking from a talking point where if these bitches want some rich niggas, they gotta be skinny. Them niggas like skinny bitches. But there's niggas that like thick chicks. There's niggas that like heavy-set chicks. Kevin Samuel wasn't no dummy. He knows those heavy-set chicks got some good pussy. And I'm not trying to discourage anything, but we got to say this. This nigga all of a sudden just fucking dies? And I'm going to play conspiracy today with y'all, my niggas. I'm playing conspiracy today because at the end of the day, I just been watching Myron and I'm like, yo, hold up. I don't know if this shit is a show or if this is... Because the thing about it, since we're going to talk about that, Charleston White, he's another one. All of a sudden, you talking about, oh, yeah, I'm an activist, I do this, and that, and you just turn on black people? Nigga, somebody been paying you. You using these talking points to make us look crazy? Just like the Puerto Rican nigga who was doing all that shit to Puerto Rico? Manipulating the system, making lies about them, talking about, yeah, these Puerto Ricans is out here killing niggas and shit like that. Nigga, that's what Charleston White was doing. We got to talk about this shit. We got to really be like, oh, okay, you know what? what this nigga Charleston White been into. He got to been into some shit to get caught. He got probably, me tell you something, Charleston White probably got caught up on some heavy, heavy shit. And he's like, yo, I'll be the spy, my nigga. These niggas gonna know. Nigga, out of all those years, this nigga talking about, oh yeah, he snitches on niggas and stuff like that. Niggas is finally seeing the tape in 2025. Niggas is finally showing that tape. A, I'm gonna say this. A, Charleston White probably fucked up and did something and tried to change his way. Or B, they about to get Charleston White. Charleston White's about to get out of here. Charleston White did some shit. They don't all of a sudden just put out a snitch tape, my nigga. And they been had this shit for over like 30 years, 30, 40 years.
Our ability to transform that repression into meaningful discussion, because it's not just about us saying, well, we need to take the state head on. It is also to engage people in reflections in their homes, in everywhere, to think about not what historically has been done because of COINTELPRO, what is being done right now? How is COINTELPRO really the rubric for the Patriot Act and many aspects of Homeland Security?
If it was COINTELPRO then, it's probably COINTELPRO now. Maybe a different version or a different name. The same practice is to eliminate, intimidate, incarcerate, and terrorize a people.
Certain kinds of searches that were illegal or unconstitutional now under Patriot Act, they can be done.
If you're involved in radical politics, if you're involved in certain forms of even civil disobedience, that you might be charged as a terrorist in this particular country.
In Puerto Rico, there is, I believe...
What did I just say? What did I just say? They're going to try to get Tariq Nasheed, and I'm going to be personally honest, they're going to try to get Tariq Nasheed on some domestic terrorist shit. If they didn't already try to get him. You don't think niggas went up to Tariq Nasheed be like, oh, yo, you got to calm down on that shit. You don't think niggas came up to Tariq Nasheed and said that shit? You don't think they went to 19 Keys and said that shit? Probably even Miss Nikki the God. Miss Vicky. Afro Elite. And the reason why I'm doing conspiracy theories today, because at the end of the day, look at what these Africans is pushing nowadays. Look at what these Jamaicans people are xenophobic. Divisive, domestic terrorists. But if we was talking about some nigga shit, we fine, we good. But once we talk about building our communities, making our communities better, trying to live life as we're supposed to be living. Get what we deserve. Get what we are owed. Oh, no, this nigga's being divisive. Saying that like, yo, we got to delineate from y'all niggas if y'all ain't going to help. We have to delineate from y'all. Oh, y'all niggas is African. Nigga, everybody's African. That's not our lineage. When a nigga tell you that's not our lineage, and we go against your grain, going against the grain, this is what's going on. Going against the grain and going against truth. Who's gonna win? Tariq Nasheed is pulling out the evidence and saying that, like, yo, foundational black Americans who have been here since lineage, you can't use that slave shit with us anymore. You can't say we all was fucking slaves and we came from Africa. And let me tell you something, Salute to Star, man. I'm gonna say this, and I apologize. I got super mad at Star one time, man. The reason why I got mad at him, because he was like, oh, yo, not everybody came from Africa. We can't use the slave shit. Everybody came from Africa because only less than 400,000 people came over here. He said, look at the PBS thing. I didn't even want to watch it because I was so mad at him because he said that. Because I was like, yo, he's trying to say niggas ain't even African. And this nigga was being fucking sincere. And I'm sorry, Star. I'm going to be person. Mr. Terrain, I'm very sorry. I'm super sorry. You know, and one day I'm just gonna send him like $50. I'm like, yo, I just want to say I apologize for some shit I got mad at. I'm gonna be personally watch. In 2 weeks I'm gonna do it. Watch before I go to New Jersey, and he's gonna be like, yo, watch when he sees it. He's gonna be surprised, like, yo, I'd never been on here ever a day in my life, but I want to apologize. One day I got mad at you, like super, super mad at you. And he ain't gonna remember. This nigga's like 80 years old. No, let me not guess. He's like 60, probably 60, 61. His birthday's in May, like my birthday was in May. My birthday was yesterday, but, you know, his is like, what, a few days ago, you know? So I got super, super mad. I feel stupid now about it because, no, I'm being honest. I felt super stupid. Hold on a second. Them niggas is both rats. It's just I had a whole I had a whole problem with that shit, but I was like, oh, now I starting to understand. Cause let me tell you something. When he said that, I started understanding. Yo, I had to do my own research on it. I was like, yo, that FBA shit, man. I'm starting to understand now why Star said that shit. He was like, only less than 400,000 Africans came to America. Then, and let me tell you something. Then me and Kwame got into it about that shit too. I was like, yo, Kwame, not all of us came from Africa. I was like, yo, Kwame, you're more African than I am. You got more African roots than I do. I say, and the reason why is because you was really technically part of that slave trade. Like, even when this nigga was talking, one of those niggas was talking on this, they were saying like, okay, yo, Europeans sent natives to the West Indian countries, but we couldn't see them. We don't know where they were. They should have some type of like ethnogenesis or some type of genetics or some type of tribe. So that's where that part was fishy.
A growing movement to really understand.
So listen to what they said again.
Under Patriot Act, they can be done.
If you involved in radical politics, if you're involved in certain forms of even civil.
So the African American studies, that's his degree, but there's an African American studies in societies that also helped with the Pan-Africanism too. It's a culture. Is it African American culture in society? It's some other shit. They help fund the Pan-Africanism.
Disobedience that you might be charged as a terrorist in this particular country.
In Puerto Rico, there is, I believe, a growing movement to really understand the role of the FBI, particularly with the assassination of Filiberto Ojeda Rios.
The FBI pursued Rios, an independence movement leader, for 15 years after he failed to appear for sentencing on robbery charges. On September 23, 2005, the FBI murdered him during an assault on his home in Puerto Rico.
That led many people to really question the role of the FBI.
What they call this great green scare of the last few years, the radical environmental movement, for lack of a better term, this was showcased as being an example of so-called domestic terrorism, although I don't know that it's ever been shown that they hurt anyone. Now the people who are the most serious, most principled activists are in a position of being made into examples of the cost and consequence. Disproportionately harsh, ridiculous sentences, if you want to think about it, under the rubric of terrorism.
Now, under the Patriot Act, there doesn't even have to be any crime. People can just be investigated. And guess what? They get investigated because of their politics. They get put on lists. They get under surveillance. There's all kinds of things that happen to people. They can be whisked off into prisons that no one even knows where they are. They can be tortured. They can be brutalized. These are the things that were being done under COINTELPRO as well. But the government said they weren't happening because they were illegal. They could have been charged for violating the law. But now, that is the law.
There are young people looking for answers. And there are enough victims of COINTELPRO around from the 60s and 70s in every community to warn young people of the traps.
There are yet people who have raw wounds walking around from those years. And as long as those wounds don't heal, and as long as society doesn't let them heal, there will be another generation who sees those wounds and will take those wounds personally and will make the future revolutionaries who will, we hope, link up someday to people from the other continents who are also oppressed and maybe make for a little improvement.
This is what I was saying. It's like, yo, we've been trying to do that shit for over fucking 30 years. What he said, we've been trying to do that with the Mexicans. We have been trying to do that with the natives. We have been trying to do that with the African diaspora, the Caribbean diaspora, the black diaspora, Latinos. They all turned on us for some reason. Everybody always thought they were bigger than the fucking system. And this is where the problems is. This is why on my birthday, I showed you that Myron Gaines and Tariq Nasheed shit. Tariq Nasheed embarrassed that whole system. You gotta understand, he embarrassed that whole fucking system. And they're mad. This wasn't like, oh, yo, you know what, we gotta get another shot. Tariq Nasheed's like, no, we're not doing this again. You're gonna have to pay now. You're gonna have to pay to have you have to pay to have the fight with the king.
Organized resistance and claims for social and human justice, for political democracy, for economic democracy have to go into the forefront, and we have to have broader and broader coalitions and stronger movements, and it has to make a political impact. And so we cannot just say, well, because it's hard, we can't do it. No, it has to be done. It is a long and protracted struggle, but you cannot abandon it, and you have to recognize, as James Foreman always said, we will win without a doubt.
The quest for freedom, the quest for equality, and the quest for community. And I think that that's something that systems of greed and oppression try to deny, and I think we have a right, but more important, a responsibility to take those things head on and to be part of building movements of resistance.
Ultimately, the only safety that we will be able to secure and pass along to our coming generations is not only to confront the nature of the reality reflected in COINTELPRO, and comparable sorts of operations from Homeland Security or whoever, but to dismantle the system that gives rise to them and replace it with something that would actually reflect our interests, that would reflect concern with our well-being, and reflect a certain sort of respect for the dignity of our communities, our traditions, and us as individuals.
So the reason why we watched that is because we gotta know what Cointel Pro is. We gotta know what Cointel Pro is. Now we gotta start pointing these fingers at people and say, hold on, what is your real agenda? White nationalism? That shit don't make no fucking sense. It doesn't make no fucking sense. Why do you need white nationalism? You already control most of the fucking economy in the land. There's got to be a reason why you're doing this. It just, let me tell you something. Everybody jumped out the window when niggas disowned fucking Pan-Africanism. And niggas started to say like, yo, you're not going to make me a non-continental African. You're going to make me a foundational Black American. But we got to say this. Claude Anderson warned us years ago about this. Claude Anderson already said that, like, yo, we're going to watch some Claude Anderson stuff.
That's no accident. Black folk have never been permitted to be any more or any less. Definitely years. That's no accident. Black folk have never been permitted to be any more or any less than what white folk wanted them to be. You see, the whole point of history was that when white Europeans came to this country, they came here as freeloaders. And see, when you all don't call them that, that's exactly what they are. They knew they were coming as freeloaders, but they entered out all the prisons, all the poorhouses, all the mental institutions, and put them on boats and sent them over here to the United States. And the first thing they did was build form a new state called Georgia, and to build a filter to stop the slaves from running away from South Carolina into Florida. But that whole thing was built and designed to keep black folk contained. And the reason they don't try to do that, because you see, because black slaves were, I call native blacks, because they're not African blacks, they're natives. These blacks are born in the United States, are born on ships after they were cattle.
So this foundational Black Americans ideology came from the legendary Claude Anderson. You just heard what he said, native blacks. Native blacks. Not native Indians, not Native American, but native blacks. What is this? Let me tell you something. Dr. Claude Anderson, when his legacy is over, like when he's just gone, what him and Tariq Nasheed just started up, Dr. Claude Anderson is the blueprint of everything right now. He's a blueprint of this modern era right now. And I'm giving him his fucking flowers. All the shit he did in the 70s, all the shit he did in the 60s and helped people, and all the knowledge he gave people on Breakfast Club interviews, just wisdom, just talking to people. It all trickles down to us, foundational Black Americans. He said these motherfuckers from England came over here freeloading. They let the crazies and the degenerates out and sent them to America. They didn't even send the civilized people over. Now I wonder why don't the British like Americans? It's not because we're snobby. Because they sent the degenerates over. They sent the uncivilized people over. Why did they send them to America? Niggas talk about he letting out people from prisons and all this other crazy shit. Nigga, let's listen.
To keep black folk contained, and reason they're gonna try to do that because you see, because black slaves were I call native blacks, because they're not African blacks, they're natives. These blacks are born in the United States, are born on ships after they were kidnapped out of Africa, so they're not Africans. They were raised totally independently, either on those boats or on, and after they arrived in America for the last 400 some years, they are natives. Plus, in addition to that, we had blacks in this country as Folsom people way before the American Indians ever came to this country, were ever formed, and came out of Asia across the Perkins Straits. And so the Indians trying to get ahead of blacks by saying, we are natives. You're not any natives either. You came across the Perkins Straits after blacks. That everybody on the earth came to the earth and followed black folk. The only natives you got on the earth are black people. They were the original natives. Everybody else came here. They were followers. They came here and were raised in either in Asia or European, on the European continent, or in the Pacific Islanders as freeloaders. They got some of the free benefits of what the historical blacks were creating on the earth. Blacks were the original people on the earth. And so whether you call them Native Americans or original people, that's what blacks are entitled to, which makes them very special people.
So that was the clip. I definitely share. Thinking about bringing back the panel soon.
Salute to you, my man. That beard is crazy though. I'm gonna be honest. Yo, my nigga, that beard is crazy. Yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah, you gotta be personally honest. Let me put this on. Yeah, I like to see my Young Dolph poster. Like he said what he said, yo, we're native black of Americas. It wasn't the Native Americans. It wasn't, oh yeah, them niggas came freeloading too. You know? We all had an ethnogenesis. We all had, we were all mating with each other. We were all breeding with each other. That's our ethnogenesis. Even, let me tell you something, even if we did came from Africa, let's say we did come from Africa, we still had an ethnogenesis. Because we would look like niggas from Nigeria. We don't look like niggas from Nigeria. Our skins are different. Our skin don't burn. Our feet don't look crazy like theirs look, man. Like, yo, you ever seen an African person's feet? Oh my God. I'm like, nigga, what happened to your feet, nigga? He's like, what? I'm like, bro, you look like you got third-degree burns on your feet, my man. The fuck? Niggas is like, yo, the fuck? This is why I say, yo, niggas who's like, yo, in their 20s, late 20s, and early 40s, mid 40s, like, yo, niggas is really fighting now. This is what we doing. This is what we have to do. This is what we have to do. Claude Anderson already told us about this. Claude Anderson warned us about this. Hold on. Oh, is that Miss Vicky? Oh, Miss Vicky, I would I would, but I'm not right now, Miss Vicky. But you know, hold on a second. All right, I'm gonna get one more with Claude Anderson, and we're already on the 3-hour joint right now. You know. And like, yo, I like Claude Anderson. No, say. Oh, niggas is going crazy right now. Yo, I'm gonna be personally honest. The YouTube streets is going crazy right now. They just going crazy. Niggas is disrespecting niggas, dead ones, and everything. I personally try to stay out the that shit, the dead one, the dead relatives and kids and shit. Stay away from niggas' kids and shit. I think it's just like, if I have to dumb out, I'll dumb out, but I try to stay away from that shit. I think that shit is very dangerous. And I would, cause I don't want nobody making fun of my kids. My kids is lit right now. They living the best life right now. I'm just being personally honest. Oh shit. My shit pops up like that? Oh shit. Niggas is living life. Hold on a second. Miss Vicky, I'm trying to stay away from your lovely sites. Give me a second. I actually got an idea. Hey, yo, 19 Keys. I got a question. I don't know if you watch my show. I don't even know if you fuck with my shit. But have you ever interviewed Claude Anderson? That shit would be super dope. All jokes aside. You know what? We're gonna go into Myron Gaines right now. We're gonna watch what he said with Mark Lamont Hill and just the crazy bullshit he talking about. Even with the meth head looking girl. We're gonna actually watch a lot of this shit. Let's fuck with it.
Watch this.
Let's watch it. Let's fuck with it.
What it seems is that for the rest of Shiloh's life, evidence was getting destroyed at her. Beam and viral take 100,000 having social media. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony is a black teenager charged with stabbing a white boy to death at a school track meeting in April. More than $600,000 in donations have poured in, not for the victim's grieving family, but for his alleged killer. Last week, Shiloh Hendricks went viral after a video showed the young mother racially abusing a 5-year-old, allegedly for stealing from her young child.
Call him a child?
What the fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you.
Okay. Alright, that's what you say.
You'll go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him
Yeah.
the little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old.
Well, as you can see, Hendricks doesn't deny using the slur. In fact, she repeats it many.
Now, I want y'all to do this. We're going to pay attention to these people right now. All three of them, all two of those people are going to stay on code. Just listen.
Many times, that's all the stuff that's bleeped out, when a bystander in the park follows her with his smartphone. Hendricks set up a fundraiser on the same website as Carmelo Anthony's supporters, on which she wrote, "I called the kid out for what he was." Incredibly, that campaign has now raised more money than the first one, surpassing $655,000 at the time of taping the show. Well, the boss of the website, Give, Send, Go, is accused of facilitating brazen racism on a platform whose motto is "Money is temporary, Jesus is eternal. He will join me later." Liberals say this is exactly what they've been warning about, that the post-BLM backlash and the crushing of DEI has provided a fig leaf for outright bigotry. Conservatives were similarly outraged by the support for Carmelo Anthony, an alleged murderer who's been glorified by some as a victim of a racist system.
See, this is the shit with Piers Morgan. And this is why he's a fucking scumbag. Alleged murderer? The nigga didn't even have his day in court yet. The nigga ain't even fucking convicted and you said alleged murderer. This is how evil these people are, man. This is why I always tell people all the time, you gotta watch out for them.
Here to debate all this is the host of the Fresh and Fit podcast, Myron Gaines, the host of Night School on YouTube, Mark Lamont Hill, Lily Gaddis, a social media commentator whose video defense of the N-word mother has so far been viewed millions of times on X, and the New York Post columnist and author Ricky Schlott. Well, welcome to all of you. Ricky, look, my take on this is a stain on all their houses, right? I just don't know what is happening to society when you have such vast sums of money being raised for what seems to me to be deliberate, racially charged, motivational reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're fighting ugly with ugly right now. And I think this level of racial tribalism and hostility is just simply not sustainable in such a diverse democracy like America. I think it's, one is really a reaction to the other. I think both campaigns are really hideous. And I think we're showing our ugliest colors. I mean, in the scheme of things, these are small sums relative to the population.
You might have to watch out for her too. The reason why I say you might have to watch out for her too, Carmelo Anthony was defending himself. This is Texas laws. American Texas laws. If a motherfucker opposed with threats and aggressiveness, you have the right to defend yourself. Why is it always a problem when other people have to use the law, but this nigga fucking Daniel Pennies can choke niggas out and can become a fucking American hero? Let me tell you I'm gonna tell you how my brain works right now. I'm gonna close my eyes when I talk to y'all. So how my brain is worked, we seen the Daniel Penny first. We had a mental illness, a mental ill kid that probably was going through something. He probably didn't have his pills in a few days. He gets choked out, harmless, probably making threats and stuff because that's what niggas in New York do. Gets killed out here. Guy's a fucking hero. Now we got Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny defends himself. I mean, not Daniel Penny. We got Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony defends himself over two big fucking corn-fed grizzly bear white boys. Give me a second, everyone. All right, just it could be any size. It could be a little small joint. All right, Dad. All right, Dad. Later. Hey, yo, I gotta tell yo. So my father was like, yo. He just called me. I was like, yo, Dad, I'm streaming right now. So I was like, he's like, yo, how big is your kitchen? I was like, it's big. He's like, yo, I'm gonna get you a kitchen set for your birthday. I was like, nigga, that ain't for me. That's for everybody. He's like, yo. That nigga, yo, he could have just got me some sneakers, nigga. Like, yo. This nigga crazy. I'm like, nigga, you gotta get me something for my birthday. You don't get everybody something for my birthday, my nigga. You get me something. Like, damn, my nigga. Like, yo, what type of shit is he on? Wait till I tell my shorty, my nigga. This nigga crazy. His nigga was like, yo, I'm gonna get you a kitchen set for your birthday. Like I'm a fucking housewife or some shit. This nigga's crazy. Oh my God, nigga. Yo, my father is funny, my nigga. Yo, my father be having me laughing. That's why I was like, yo, Dad, I'm streaming right now. He's like, oh, yo, I just had a quick question for you. I was like, yo, okay, just tell me what the question is. Yeah, but let's get back into this shit, man.
Of America, but you do see, I think, a really tremendous explosion of ugliness and racial hostility that I think that we should all be ashamed and embarrassed of.
Yeah, I mean, you described it, I think, in one of your posts as genuinely, is this a psyop? This would be the best $1 million invested by a foreign adversary to start a race war in America. And I knew exactly what you're getting at, because many of the comments, I think the comments have now been suspended actually on both of these funding pages, because people were quite obviously...
Niggas ain't gonna start no race war. There'll be a civil war before there'll be a race war. And the reason why I say that, and like, she's going too far. Let me tell you about what white people, when white people never been in these type of... Let me tell you something. White people are so used to black people being in these type of situations. You know, and I'm just being personally honest, being fucking victimized. And when I use victimized, I mean, like, yo, when niggas be putting their hands on us, killing us and shit like that, they're okay with that. They're comfortable when shit like that happens to us. But when niggas defend themselves, and we know it's self-defense, niggas get mad about it. Like, fucking Carmelo Anthony's family didn't even use the fucking money yet. This nigga comes from a 2-household family. This nigga's a straight A student. Like, he's on the football team. He's a captain of the football team. The nigga's lit. He's living the best life right now. It's just, let's personally be honest. White people don't like to be on. White people don't want to be the second best of black people, even though that they are. And the reason why I said even though that they are, because at the end of the day, black people's story is way different. White people always had guy handouts. White people always fucking freeloaded. It's just, that's history. They always freeloaded. When fucking Europeans from fucking Europe came over here, they got free land. Freeloading. They already got resources. Freeloading. Niggas was buying slaves. Freeloading. Niggas sent other people from other countries over here without, through their, not having, against their will. Freeloaders. Beggars. Fucking savages. And I'm just going by history. I'm not just saying that on no emotional shit. I'm just saying that because it's the truth. It's just people like Myron Gaines that don't know the fucking history. He knows shit from probably the 1960s. Let me tell you what Myron Gaines and like the Candace Owens be doing. They will use, oh yeah, black people were succeeding without, the civil rights. And once they started fucking with the civil rights, that's when they started, that's when they started having problems. No, my nigga, we really never had problems. We had started having problems because of drugs. Fucking y'all using our system against us after we created a system not through the government, but through our people. And just having foreigners come over here that were not foundational Black Americans.
Deliberately misusing them to post race baiting commentary.
Absolutely. I mean, if you go through some of the comments on either of them, you have White Lives Matter on one side and like suggestions that the teenage boy who was stabbed was somehow like a manifestation of white supremacy, and it seems to be just a fight at a track meet that has nothing to do with racial hostility in the first place. And the poor father of this young man who died too said, please don't make this into a racial issue. And yet on his own Give, Send, Go campaign, there are comments after comment saying this is White Lives Matter, we're avenging against Carmelo Anthony's family. I mean, on all ends, this is ugly. I think that it's really co-opting the charity and giving community. I mean, I feel bad for the fundraising platforms because I don't think this was the intention originally. But unfortunately, I think that people are really starting to take over good intents and the charity industrial complex to make it into a victim industrial complex. And it's really sad to see.
Well, we're going to have one of the founders of the Give, Send, Go site a little later in the program. But Mark Lamont Hill, you were shaking your head there. I mean, what's your take on this?
There are a couple of things that were said that I think are really interesting and important. One, there is an outside audience of people who are watching all of this and opportunistically using it for their own agendas and projects. You know, I have an investment in believing X, so I'm going to jump in the comments.
But you gotta understand. But I'm gonna say this about Mark Lamont Hill. He didn't say shit about the BLM when niggas was using the Black Lives Matter for like Black Trans Matter, the LGBTQIA, fucking other fucking organizations when niggas was pimping out Black Americans. Niggas didn't say shit. All of a sudden now it's a problem. That's like, this is why I always have a problem with Mark Lamont Hill. He always say it when it's not the right time. That has always been my issue with him. It's not that I don't like him. It's not saying that the nigga's not smart. The nigga's a fucking nigga. You could tell he worked for what he has. But the shit that he says about the Black community, it seems like he's not from the Black community. This is why I always say, yo, I personally think he's a immigrant. I mean, he comes from an immigrant background. That's why when people talk about Black American problems and they come from an immigrant background, that's why niggas be saying, yo, you're not even qualified to be even answering these questions.
To this GoFundMe, etc. I have an investment in Y. I'm going to do the same thing. But what I don't want to do is compare these two things as if they're opposite sides of the same coin. For me, the intention of the campaign matters. In the case of this woman who is using the N-word, the woman isn't disputing using the N-word. The woman isn't disputing being racist. And the comments that are being...
Is that gunfire I'm hearing? Well, it ain't popcorn. You think I blew
left on the site before they were suspended, and the attitudes behind it weren't saying she's being railroaded, she's being misrepresented. They were simply saying, we support racism. And I think that's disgusting, no matter who's doing it. On the other hand, the people who are fundraising for Carmelo Anthony, the argument here isn't, yeah, we did something and we don't care, like the other woman. The argument is, we're being misrepresented here. We're being railroaded. This was a self-defense claim. This is not an act of violence. This isn't first-degree murder. I'm saying what they're saying. This isn't my argument. They're saying this is a first-degree murder claim that is wrong. This is actually self-defense, and we need the money to make sure that we get a fair trial. I think, and so whether you agree with his argument or not, I think raising money for a fair trial is different than raising money for a racist.
I mean, I think the common theme between the two, and this is not to pass any view about it at this stage, although I have strong views about it, I guess the common theme is that both of them say that as a result of all the publicity, they've been doxxed and had all their personal details put everywhere on social media, which is, of course, the modern scourge which gets involved. And as a result, they've had death threats and they have security issues and they have to move home and so on. You know, I understand that part of the argument. You know, when you're at the center of a firestorm in America and you're not used to public attention, then the levels of intimidation, threats, and so on that can come your way can be extremely intimidating, if not outright dangerous. So it's different, really, to taking a view about either of the cases, to simply say that the commonality is that they both, I think, have said in defending the amounts that have been raised is, well, we have to defend ourselves. Either, as you're putting it, through the courts, but also in his case, the alleged killer, that he has also, I think, had direct threats against him. And in the case of the mother using the M-word in that despicable manner, she has said she's had a lot of threats too.
My quick response to that would just be, let's assume everybody's telling the truth. Let's assume she's telling the truth, and let's assume he's...
Let's say this. Now, before he starts talking, there's something I didn't like with how he says. He's trying to make her as a fucking victim. She would not be a fucking victim if she would have never said what she said. She called a little black autistic kid a nigger. First question I'm going to say, where the fuck was his fucking parents? Where the fuck is his parents? Because I'm going to say this. Nigga, you call my kid a nigger. Yeah. I'm going to say, I'm talking crazy about you. I'm talking crazy about you, your kid, your mother, your ancestors, your father, your aunties. When they go low, I'm bringing you to fucking hell, my nigga. I'm on some shit like that. I'm bringing you to fucking hell and I'm leaving, nigga. After I give you the problems. I'm on that type of time, my nigga. I always tell niggas I'm on that type of time. Niggas be saying, oh, yo, Roshi be crashing out too much and he don't have to go like that. Nigga. It's all fair game after you do that shit. That's why, yo, I told you all the time, when y'all niggas get crazy in the live chat and y'all be like, oh, yeah, you don't know no better. You need to, debate this person. Nigga, I don't need to debate whoever. I debate who the fuck I want to debate. I say what the fuck I want to say. Oh, talk about the Jews. Nigga, fuck all of y'all. Oh, fuck all of y'all. Y'all niggas is all white, nigga. What you mean? Why am I going to separate all of y'all and y'all doing the same fucking thing to black people? Are you serious, nigga? We got Andrew Schultz talking crazy about black people. Talk about fucking black men. We got Milo talking crazy. Talking about sexually assaulting people. Like, nigga, are you serious? This is what we doing and they all doing the same fucking thing? Oh, no. It's Neanderthals and all this other. No, nigga, y'all from the same fucking country, but in probably a different fucking cave, nigga. And I'm sorry I have to talk like that. And God forgive me, and I hope my people's my European people, you forgive me for what I'm saying, but I gotta dumb out right now. Niggas be tired of all this shit, my nigga. Every time a nigga defend himself, every time a nigga say something, we always gotta hear from y'all. Nigga, why the fuck do I have to hear from you? You can't even build a country by your fucking self. Russia, built by Moors. Europe, built by Moors. America, built by foundational black Americans. Australia, built by the native fucking Australians. The Polynesians, basically. Samoans, or some shit. What the fuck have y'all built? This is what we're saying. Spain was built by Moors. Like, what the fuck is going on? How the fuck are y'all talking crazy like Y'all built some shit. Like, y'all created some shit. All y'all did was steal, freeload, and just put a statue of yourselves. General Lee. Y'all niggas got mad y'all took him off and the niggas are treasonous. Niggas got mad at niggas pouring paint on fucking Christopher Columbus. He never been to fucking Boston. Y'all niggas get mad at me when I called a nigga a pedophile. Christopher Columbus is a fucking pedophile. Nigga, what am I saying that's wrong? Oh, well, you trying to destroy American history? Nigga never been to North America. What the fuck are you talking about? Thomas Edison was a pedophile, nigga. I mean, Thomas Jefferson was a pedophile, nigga. He liked young black women. He liked minor black women. The fuck? What am I saying that's wrong? Oh, he was one of the presidents. Yeah, that was a pedophile, nigga. The fuck? Then we got this Cointel Pro nigga, Myron Gaines. He's ready to talk stupid. But when I talk stupid, oh, you going too far. Nigga, you know how many emails I got? It's like, oh, yo, you going too far with these people. You should have never said that, nigga. Eat a dick, nigga. Eat four bags of baby dicks, nigga. The fuck? You think I'm gonna apologize for what I say? Only time I apologize is when I mean it, nigga. I don't mean shit right now.
He's telling the truth. If he's telling the truth and he was doing self-defense and he's getting harassed and doxxed, and of course we already know lies have been told about his GoFundMe campaign saying they were spending it on mansions and cars, all the kind of racist tropes. If that's true, he's being mistreated, and I think that's a sort of very easy case to make. When it comes to her, however, let's assume she's also telling the truth, that she used the word. She thinks the kid was acting like one. She feels like she has the right to use that word against that small baby because of whatever age-appropriate thing the kid did. If she's telling the truth and she's getting doxxed and harassed, I don't know if I want to reward her behavior with $500,000. I don't think she should be doxxed. I don't think she should be harassed. I think she has been mistreated to the extent that no one should be. You have a right to be racist. You have a right to free speech in this country. But I'm not donating money for it, and I feel a lot worse about her GoFundMe than the one for the person who's been railroaded.
Yeah. Well, Lily Gaddis, you posted a defense of Shiloh on X. It's been viewed 2.5 million times, in which it was entitled, "White People Are Finally Fighting Back. Stand with Shiloh Hendricks." What did you mean by that? Tax day has passed, but for millions of net financial pressure to stop all
racism in the United States.
Let tax.
Here's the thing. White people have been under attack for years. It's been systematic racism. As much as black people and people of color want to talk about systematic racism in the United States, it's quite the opposite. They get preferential treatment when it comes to getting a job, when it comes to getting into colleges. White people, on the other hand, have been getting attacked relentlessly. Look at 2016 and BLM and all the riots. We just had to sit back and watch people burn down our cities and do nothing about it. So the way to...
Bitch, these niggas did not go to the suburbs and burn down your own fucking cities, my nigga. Your people who disguise themselves as black people with masks went to these cities, broke windows, and was degenerates. Yes, we had niggas stealing and all this other stuff. Nigga, Rodney King, the niggas did the same thing. They stole. But we ain't gonna be like, oh, yo, they went to our cities and destroyed our cities. Y'all niggas would not let that shit happen. Why this meth head cave bitch doing that shit? Like, come on. I know I'm disrespecting her. I don't give a fuck, nigga. She's a piece of shit anyways. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have never said that. That's foul. I was being a degenerate. No, my nigga, I'm crashing out tonight, my nigga. I'm crashing out tonight. We getting busy, nigga. You want to talk this crazy lie shit? She probably Cointel too. Look at her crib. She's nice. She lost her fucking job and she's living life like this? Who's funding her? Who's funding her? Those are the questions that you need to ask. Because last time we seen when Myron got demonetized, he cried like a little bitch and ran. Like nigga stole his fucking milk money, nigga. Now all of a sudden, Myron's the toughest guy. He's the most knowledgeable guy. No, my nigga, somebody's paying Myron. He's getting a nice check from the Cointel operations. That's why the nigga stays getting packed out. Because the thing about it, he doesn't pick his battles. He think he's going to battle everybody because he's getting a nice paycheck. So he feels like he can't get checked. Fucking Walter, he left, nigga. He's like, yo, I'll be here part-time, my nigga, but fuck that. I can't do it. These niggas is going to kill me. Nigga, he's like, yo, I fuck with black people. I have to hang around these niggas. And when you talk crazy, my nigga, people got to understand, there's going to be a lot of niggas that don't understand that bullshit that y'all niggas be saying. You know how many people who came up to me is like, yo, that bullshit, I don't understand what you be saying. You be crashing out half the time. I was like, yeah, I do be crashing out. I was like, what you don't understand? Like, I'm gonna tell y'all a story. All right. I was sneaker shopping. I was at the Nike outlet. That's some nice place. Actually, let me show you the Nikes I got on right now. The Jordan, the Nike outlets. I got these on. I got these from the Nike outlet. Actually, I was getting these from the Nike outlet, and a nigga was like, yo, I seen your show. I was like, yo, you watch my show? He was like, yeah, I watch your show, my nigga. So I was like, oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. He's like, yo, you be crashing out on us, nigga. I was like, he didn't say nigga, but I'm just, clarifying in my lingo. I was like, yeah, I be crashing out. He's like, yo, it'd be dope, man, but I know why you be crashing out on us so much? I was like, yo, you got to understand. And I had to explain to him. I was like, you got to understand. You're already one up in the world. So whatever I say, niggas gonna think I'm crazy as it is. But I said, what am I wrong about? White people hating black people. I was like, nigga. I was like, look at the system. I said, let's use the system. Do we get the same books? Do we get the same education? Do we get the same treatment by the police? He said, honestly, no. I said, why? I said, when Boston, I said, we couldn't even use mine. I haven't been in school in like almost 20 years, but like in Boston, we get all old books that y'all had probably like 5 or 6 years ago. And they get donated to us. Instead of them getting us new books and we spend all this tax money on it, why not give us new books? Yeah, you right. I know, man. I was like, so why would you get mad at the truth then? Hey, yo, it's just how you say it. I was like, yo, if I say it without crashing out, would you still be mad? Yeah, I'll still be mad because you're saying it. Like, so what the fuck, my nigga? I'm telling the truth. The fuck? Nigga, if I said it in a different language, you still gonna take it the way you want it, cause yo, you just caught up in your feelings, my nigga. You know?
To fight back against essentially this anti-white hatred that's been systemically, ingrained in U.S. society is with white unity. We don't see white unity on our side.
Hang on. Okay, but hang on. Sorry, just to be clear, this has got nothing to do with anything you've just said. This is a disgusting racist woman who repeats.
Yo, Piers Morgan is crazy. Yo, I just peeped what this nigga did. He's like, yo, that shit got nothing to do with what we talking about. Yo, she thought she was gonna, yo, I'm gonna tell you what Lily did. Yo, watch. And watch her eyes too. Yo, her eyes lied on her too. She was like, yo, the nigga laughed. He was like, yo, this is white unity and stuff like that. So she think white nationalism, white supremacy is white unity. This is why people always say white power is bad. But when you say black power, Latino power, Asian power, it's different because the way how they started off white power, white power is always white supremacy. There's no such thing as black supremacy. Because black people don't run anything. I'm just being personally honest. There's no gatekeepers for black people.
Hang on. Okay, but hang on. Sorry, just to be clear, this has got nothing to do with anything you've just said. This is a disgusting, racist woman who repeatedly spews the M-word, first at a young child, and then at the person taking the video of her, does it with complete impunity, does it numerous times. We are talking about a bona fide, unquestionable racist. And so I don't understand why what you've just said to me bears any relation to white unity or anything that you've just said. She's just a racist. Isn't she? You wouldn't dispute that.
It's not about her. It's not about her. It's about
it is about her.
Coming together and supporting another white person. And it doesn't matter.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have.
And I'm gonna say this too, this is why I gotta tell white America something. This is why we can't fuck with y'all. And I'm just gonna be politically, we can't fuck with white people. Black people, we always police our people. White people, this girl is not policing her people. When they fuck up, they fuck up. But when we fuck up, we always police them like, my nigga, what are you doing? You making us look crazy. That's what we do. They don't like to police our people. This is why we delineated from Africans and West Indian people. They didn't want to police their own people. They doing that this white people shit right now with that y'all doing. And it's fucked up because at the end of the day, not all white people are like this, and she's fucking it up for her. Because at the end of the day, nobody's not saying anything. I'm just being personally honest. Nobody's not saying shit. Even when even the whole South African nigga, you know I had to take that video down because I got a copy strike for that shit. The South African girl who was holding a cotton up and shit like that. And this is why I always tell people all the time, I don't fuck with South African. I don't fuck with Africans like that. I fuck with some Africans, but I don't fuck with a lot of Africans like that because they're very tribalistic. Just because over a Zulu parade where there was fucking Zulu South Africans there, like a few years ago. So what the fuck are we doing?
Free speech in a country.
Yeah, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. Would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
Mm-hmm. I do, quite frankly.
You use the M-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the M-word repeatedly, you are a racist then, are you? Are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her.
Let me tell y'all something. Shiloh Hendricks is she's Jewish, actually. So all these white supremacists, and let me tell you, this is how so crazy the Cointel Pro is. They know that she's Jewish. She's from Ukraine. She's a Ukrainian. She's Jewish. White nationalism is against Jewish people, but they're giving this Jewish girl over almost $1 million. Almost something close to $1 million. So shout out to the Jewish people, because y'all just go, y'all won up $1 million because of dumb trailer park, trailer trash, fucking meth head, fucking cave people. Degenerates. Fucking uncivilized savages. So Big up to the Jewish people because of that shit. Big ups to y'all. Y'all deserve that $1 million. Even though even though she called an autistic black kid a nigger. Y'all, that bitch just haven't ran into a nigga like me yet. I'm just being personally honest, because I would have found where she lived at. Yeah, we would have had problems. I would have been there at like 3 o'clock in the morning. With questions, nigga. I have questions for you. I'm just being personally honest.
Trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different
Sorry, but just to
kind
be
of
clear,
thing.
you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context?
Right.
Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word?
Black people.
When would it be appropriate?
Anytime.
She don't use it around black people. If y'all want to if y'all really want to dig deep into it, because we're almost on the 4-hour mark, we could dig deep into it and I could show you. Shout out to Captain Tazariot that she would not use that shit around black people. And we could come back to this. You know what? We're going to do that. Fuck it. Shout out to Cap. Shout out to Cap, because right here.
Let your own be on welfare. At the detriment, if that can mean we can get destroyed too. Like there ain't nobody more racist than you.
Crackheads on, but per capita, there's more white people.
Say that around me in this job. It's like maybe 2007 or something like that. And I'm riding in the car. I'm working. I'm out in Ohio working with 2 white guys, Ryan and Blair. And so we had to stay out there about a week. We working together, and we laughing and chopping it up and shit like that. And we coming from the restaurant and Blair in the back seat, and he just yells out, "My nigga," like that.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right. Ron, the driver, Ron is driving. He just put his head down like that. And I immediately said, we'll never be that cool where you can say that to me, because I don't even at least have that type of relationship with him.
But could you?
I would first have to have that type of
some black guys that would be cool with me saying that around them. And I grew up with some that wouldn't be cool with me saying that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I've never been that cool with white people for them to say that around me.
I wonder why.
I'll give another example. So when I had this job in corporate America, they found my videos when I'm talking about Jewish people and stuff like that. And the president of the company was Jewish. He pulls me in the office and he says, we saw your videos. And he says, but you don't say that here. And I said, I never would say it here because this is work. This is what I do outside of work. And he was fine. So I don't think I would ever be cool with the white person in front of me in a normal setting saying
not
that
at work.
word.
I mean, just like a friend of yours.
Listen, so online, if you were to say it, I probably would. It doesn't affect me when white people say anything online because it's just online. I think it's just meant to get a reaction. So to Lily, if you would have said that around if a bunch of people like me would have heard you say that, I don't think we would have had this get it fired type of vibe. But everybody's not like me. You got some people that are not from that generation that are going to hear that, or that mindset, that are going to hear that and say, she shouldn't say that. And I think that's where.
How do you think they would respond if I went up to a group of black people and said nigger?
It depends. You said you grew up, you said you're around black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you say it around them, right?
Not around them, no.
Why don't you?
Hold on. What did she say? Hold on.
And you said you say it around them, right?
Not around them, no.
Why don't you say it around them?
Because I don't want them to get violent and beat me
You don't
up.
want them to fuck you up. That's what.
So now we gotta go back.
Appropriate to use the N word. When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
So the question I gotta ask you, yo, did Lily have that energy? Did little Lily have that energy when Captain Tazariot just said, would you say that around black women? And she said, yo, whenever I feel like it. Hold up. Let's see what she said.
When would it be appropriate to use the N word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
Okay, okay. Since you say anytime you want to say it, hold up. Salute to you, girl. Come on, salute to you. You use it anytime you want to use it, right? You use it anytime you want to.
That nigger.
Now let's see.
It depends. You said you grew up. You said you're around black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you say it around them, right?
Not around them, no.
Why don't you say it around them?
Because I don't want them to get violent and beat me
You
up.
don't want them to fuck you up. That's what.
There we go, got him.
That would probably be a bad idea.
You said
yeah.
they don't jump to violence. I was
You
just
just-
saying, you
wait.
yourself just admitted they would jump to violence if I said that.
Because I said they would fuck you up. Well, that's what you think.
And that's what I was trying to say.
Captain,
and
now
you were
what-
saying
no,
that
I'm
was
not-
lying.
Would they not though? Let me ask you this. That might be very well
Well,
might
that's why I
happen.
was the reason why I asked
Right?
where she
You
lived
would
at
admit
because
that. Wait, let me ask you.
If-
No, hold on, wait. Let me
Right.
ask you. That very well might happen though, if she went up and said that.
in your ass whip because I said they would fuck you up. Well, that's what you think.
And that's what I was trying to say.
Captain,
and
now
you were
what-
saying
No,
that
I'm
was
not-
lying.
Would they not though? Let me ask you this. That might be very well
Well,
might
that's why I
happen.
was the reason why I asked
Right?
where she
You
lived
would
at
admit
because
that. Wait, let me ask you.
If-
No, hold on, wait. Let me
Right.
ask you. That very well might happen though, if she went up and said that.
yeah,
right?
that is an option, right?
Yeah,
That-
it's
you
an
getting
option.
your ass whipped is
It's an option.
definitely an option. But that's why I was asking you because initially you said in your town there's black people, so I thought maybe you had an experience of saying the word around it, but you don't have that experience. So it really just depends who you say it around. These generations.
Don't say it about round black people because they immediately jump to violence, which you seem to not.
I wouldn't
think
say
is
it
true.
wouldn't be
But
violent.
yeah, you yourself just said they
No,
would
no,
fuck
it
me
wouldn't
up.
be. It wouldn't be violent. It was funny to say that they would fuck you up, but it wouldn't. I don't think it would be
very well
violence
might.
right away. It wouldn't be
It
violence
would.
right.
In fact,
no,
I should
here-
test this actually.
Don't
Yeah, I
test
want-
it. I would,
No, I
don't
want you to. I was gonna tell you to test it and then let
Don't
me
do-
know.
don't
Message
test
me on Twitter and let me know
No,
how that went.
no.
Like send me the video.
Don't
But
test it.
what I was gonna say was
Don't
the
do it.
violent part probably wouldn't happen right away, but a checking would probably happen away.
What exactly is
away.
checking?
A checker would be like, let's say you say the word, they were like, bitch, what you say? Or they might say, excuse you, like something like that is gonna happen. And then again, it depends
That's
on
Yeah, I guess.
right, especially if they don't know you. So you like a stranger coming up to random black people and then just saying, hey, what's up, nigga? You're going to get something said to you. And then now, depending on how you explain it, will depend on if an ass whipping is coming or if they're gonna be like, oh, she just, this white girl.
You're not
like,
helping your cause any. You said depending on how I explain it. So say I
Right.
just down and I'm like, no, I said nigger. So now you think they're justified to beat my ass?
No, I'm not saying nobody is justified.
But you think they would beat my ass if I didn't
Yeah,
explain?
this ain't about justification at all. The
I know.
scenario
Well, would they be? If she's asking a question, would they be?
No,
just-
they would. No.
You think they would
Nobody,
beat my ass?
nobody is justified. Nobody is justified to hit anybody over words.
I think
There
we
ain't-
all agree on that.
Right,
Mike,
we agree on that. But let me finish giving you the scenario.
All right, yeah, that's
So-
fine. Go ahead.
Right. So now let's say you a random white woman. You walk up to, let's say, 3 black people. They could be boy, girl, however you say it. And you just walk up to them and just call them niggas. First of all, it's going to depend on what you say. Because you might say it in a cool, jovial way. And they might laugh you off because, see, you like just this lily white girl. You might not get nothing. Then you might get the kind that might say, bitch, what you say, XYZ or whatever. And then it depends on how the conversation goes. And it depends on the character. Because now if you go up to some like corporate or coon type of black people, it might not mean nothing. But if you go into a black neighborhood with some element of black men or black women that don't tolerate that, it might get some. So it all depends on how you do it. But in no way.
In that case, you're just saying there's a likelihood. I'm going to say if I said nigger to some black people, I'm going to say 85% chance.
No, I would say 50-50.
Get my ass whooped.
Nope, I would say 50-50. It's 50-50 shot. I think you should test it in your city tomorrow.
Don't test it.
Tomorrow you got like 3 or 4 brothers, right?
And what
So tomorrow, have your brothers like tomorrow. What you should do is you should take your brother. You should go into the local towns, find some niggas, have your brothers like sit in the car or some shit so they don't see them, and you should test it, video it, see what happened.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I think all it would do is prove my point.
We're gonna see.
No, we're not gonna see because I don't want to see Lily get hurt.
This is the shit I'm talking about. Yo, she's talking different, man. Yo, Lily's talking different now. Lily's talking different. Let's listen to her.
Isn't she? You wouldn't dispute that.
It's not about her. It's not about her. It's about
Well, it's about
people
her.
coming together and supporting another white person. And it doesn't matter.
Well, let's see. Are they different? Nah, they the same. They the same. She's Cointel. She's Cointel Pro. Yeah, I think she's Cointel Pro. We gotta say this. She's Cointel Pro.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in the country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. She is. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would.
I do quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently.
Super cap right now. We just seen the video, Lily. Lily, we just seen the video. You say you wouldn't say that around black people. Also, you around white people. And this is why, yo, vibes change when they're around white people. This is the shit that I'm talking about.
Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Because me, I be on my bullshit. Thank God. Pierce, I'm going to say this. Thank God I wasn't on your fucking show. And I'm going to be personally honest. I would have exposed her. I was like, hold on. You didn't say that around Cap's show. You said you would be scared to say that around black women. Because they'll put their hands on you. They'll put their paws and feet on you. This is what you would say. You just said it. I'm a nigga that will embarrass you. I'm sorry. I have to embarrass you. Especially, yo, you on some bullshit like that? Oh, yeah, I'm embarrassing you. I'm that nigga. I do nigga shit. I'm going to be personally, I sometimes do nigga shit. I'll kick you while you're down.
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
She's capping.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist. And you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Well, shame on white people for allowing themselves to be systematically discriminated against in the United States. This is our country. This is a country that should be.
What do you mean your country?
Because I'm white and my
Well, there are no black people in American history. Is that what you're saying? That they've all just landed in America, invading your white country? Is that your position?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, they were brought here technically.
My God, do you understand how dumb you sound?
This is stupid. This is stupid and racist. And at some point, we have to ask ourselves, do we want to reward this kind of disgusting behavior by platforming it?
I don't disagree, Mark. Listen, I didn't know she was going to say that. I don't disagree with you.
No. Yeah. I'm with you. I don't think you knew ahead of time. I'm saying at this moment, someone who's saying technically black people brought up. No, technically Africans were stolen, enslaved, and they built this country. And the idea that you can justify calling a baby the N-word by saying that white people are losing the country is absurd. It's morally bankrupt, and it's honestly besides the point. I mean, all these are just distractions from the fact that she wants to justify dehumanizing.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster?
I'm gonna say this. This shit's getting crazy.
Normalizing a small black child. It's disgusting.
What is it?
Yeah, I never said that. I never said that.
No, but you may as well have done because you're just an unashamed.
That's the implication of your
racist. Let me bring in Myron Gaines because you've been smirking and laughing. What's funny about any of this?
Well, I mean, I find it interesting that you guys want to virtue signal and wag the finger and say she's a racist and everything else like this.
No, she admitted she's a racist.
Well, let me
I'm not wagging a finger.
This nigga Myron, he's always deflecting. This nigga he's the god of deflecting, my nigga. I gotta be personally honest. This is why I say he's Cointel Pro. We're gonna listen to the Cointel Pro quotes and shit. What's going?
Finger at anybody.
She's self-identified as a racist.
But Myron, with respect, Myron, I don't need to wag a finger when somebody says, "Yeah, I'm racist. I use the N-word against black people. I don't care." That's a racist. I'm not wagging any finger. I'm not accusing anybody. She is admitting it proudly.
Yeah, he's right. This meth head bitch is a racist. She's a pump faker. I'm gonna be personally honest. Lily, you's a pump faker. You talk crazy like, you be around white people. Doing the gorilla talk. Because those are your ancestors. I could tell she her ancestor, one of the Neanderthals was fucking a gorilla. Looked like a silverback, if you ask me. Like, bitch, you talking crazy right now. Like, you talking crazy like we just didn't just show the video of Captain Tazariot saying, would you say that shit around black people? So you picking and choosing. Oh, I don't want them to get violent with me. Nigga, you get to say whatever you want. So this nigga, a female, a whole bunch of black female can't, take it the way they want to take it. This is the shit that we gotta talk about.
Even you can't defend that, surely.
Of course he's gonna try.
Everybody is racist to some degree. The reality is, it depends.
Cat, I prejudge niggas. I prejudge. So I'm like a borderline. They say prejudice. I prejudge everybody. I prejudge Myron. I think he drinks camel pee. I'm just being personally honest. I think Myron Gaines drink camel pee and eat hyena meat, and also his favorite meal is monkey knuckle soup. And I also think his father was fucking with 13-year-old girls when he was in fucking Sudan. That's how you got your mama.
On a lot of people want to be politically correct. A lot of people want to sit there and say, I'm not racist at all. We all have biases. We all have stereotypes. We all make jokes. We all are.
That's not racist.
Racist to some degree. Now, how racist you are is a whole other situation, but everyone is racist. That's number one. Next thing I want to say.
Super cat.
See, I think this Shiloh Hendricks and Metcalf situation is a microcosm of a much bigger problem. And that bigger problem is what I call systemic organized. And what I mean by this is for decades, we've had black people literally running around with black supremacy, committing crimes, not getting accountability for their actions, and then they blame the system for it. For example, George Floyd, criminal. Ferguson, criminals. Freddie Gray, criminal. A lot of these people are criminals, and what ends up happening is they challenge a police officer, they get into a physical altercation, things go left, they die, something happens,
Let me tell you something. If a nigga pays his debt to society, the nigga, you still gotta respect the nigga as a citizen. The nigga still has rights because he paid his debt to society. Let me ask you a question. Would you talk to Martha Stewart that way? How about Robert Lee? How about Robert Downey Jr.? No, we wouldn't. And the reason why we wouldn't talk to them like that, because y'all look at them niggas as celebrities. So that's how y'all take it.
The force is utilized, and then they want to cry about the result. When in reality, it's not the police killing black people, it's black people killing black people. And if you want to talk about black on white violence, black people kill white people 2 times as much. And on top of that, most of the shootings in America, a lot of the times, are white cops killing other unarmed white men. So this whole systemic racism or police brutality or, oh, it's all so messed up. The reality is this. Black people have been able to get away with a ridiculous amount of privilege in America for a very long time. They're able to be racist, white cops killing other unarmed white men. So
this is the shit I remember we was talking about the Cointel Pro. With these false narratives, let's listen to it again. Watch, listen.
They challenge a police officer, they get into a physical altercation, things go left.
No, niggas usually run. These young niggas run. My generation, they'll fight you. I'm 40. Niggas will fight you. Niggas will fight you, nigga. I will fight you. Nigga, you know how many times Nigga, I got tased, nigga. I've been tased before, nigga. What the fuck? You know, fighting over an ex-girlfriend. Like, yo, they grabbed my ex-girlfriend. I swung, and them niggas pulled out the taser and shit and stunned me. I was like this. I was doing the what you call it? The Michael Jackson Thriller. They caught me on the floor like this, nigga. I was like, oh, shit. That shit hurt, my nigga. I was only 150 pounds at the time.
They die, something happens, use of force is utilized, and then they want to cry about the result. When in reality, it's not the police killing black people, it's black people killing black people. And if you want to talk about black on white violence, black people kill white people 2 times as much. And on top of that, most of the shootings in America, a lot of the times, are white cops killing other unarmed white men. So this whole systemic racism or police brutality or, oh, it's all so messed up. The reality is this. Black people have been able to get away with a ridiculous amount of privilege in America for a very long time. They're able to be racist with impunity. They're able to call white people crackers without being challenged back.
That's not a racial term. Cracker is not a racial term. So cracker means when you call a white person a cracker, that's like calling them, yo, use a slave master that was whipping niggas. So when they used to have the whip, when they hit whip, crack. That's where you got the word cracker from. Honky is when the rich people and the senators and the mayors would come. They used to honk the horn, whoop, 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 whoop. You know, just to say that they're there so they could get some pussy. That's where the word honkies come from. So those aren't derogatory terms. Technically, those aren't derogatory terms. So this is why, yo, you talking to these niggas? Nah, they're not historians. They don't know shit. That's why you be like, yo, my nigga, and I'll be like, yo, drinking. I'll be like, yo, if I was on there, I was like, yo, my nigga, can I say something? Nigga, you know where the word cracker came from, right? You know where honky came from? You gotta ask these niggas these questions. That's why he's Cointel Pro. You see this shit? False narratives. The word cracker is not a fucking derogatory term for a white person. There is no derogatory term for a white person if you call them a fucking inbred or a fucking, cave bitch or a cave dweller or some shit like that. Those are derogatory terms. Because you're calling them, You're calling them a fucking degenerate. And that's still not even a derogatory term. Maybe cave dweller, because you saying them niggas is underdeveloped or some shit like that, but other than that, nah.
And quite frankly, white America's had enough of it, and the chickens have come to roost. Now, look, am I saying that's awesome? Am I saying that's great? No, but for literally the better part of almost 2 decades since the Obama era, we've had to have BLM and liberalism shoved down our throats, and quite frankly, we're all tired of it.
Right, but just to be clear, you would have no problem with one member of this panel openly saying she uses the N-word at black people.
He's Arab. He's not fucking... This is why I fucking hate This is why I hate Pierce Morgan. The niggas are African. The nigga's black like fucking Elon Musk. He's a fucking Arab. Like, can we stop saying that the nigga's African or he's black? He's not even fucking qualified. Like, even, I get offended even when, this is why I don't listen to French Montana. Because he uses the word, and he's a fucking Arab. He's not black, he's a fucking Arab. When I first seen him, I thought he was fucking Puerto Rican or Dominican. The fuck?
With impunity and is proud of being a racist. You have no problem with that?
My worldview on the protection of the First Amendment and freedom of speech overrides my personal feelings. She has the right to say
That's fine.
it.
You can support the First Amendment, but you can also have a personal view about what she said.
My feelings are irrelevant. The Constitution is the Constitution. That's what matters.
Oh, that's fascinating. Hold on. So when it comes to chastising black Americans about their behavior, about calling white people crackers, as you say, about their moral claims about the racist system, you can levy a judgment against black Americans for all the things they do. But when it comes to this woman saying the N-word, and this other woman endorsing it and saying that she herself uses the N-word, now all of a sudden we can only talk about the Constitution and the legal right. We can't offer any moral judgment against it. That's disingenuous. and it's as the only...
Yo, Mark Lamar came at his neck, my nigga. Yo, Mark Lamar, he's sneaky too. Watch this.
When it comes to chastising black Americans about their behavior, about calling white people crackers, as you say, about their moral claims about the racist system, you can levy a judgment against black Americans for all the things they do. But when it comes to this woman saying the N-word, and this other woman endorsing it and saying that she herself...
That nigga hanging around Joe Budden too much. Yo, this is why, Myron's mad. Watch. She's mad
uses
right
the N-word. Now all of a sudden we can only talk about the Constitution and the legal right. We can't offer any moral judgment against it. That's disingenuous. And it's as the only black American up here, that's quite frustrating to hear.
Here's the thing. If you want to be soft and get offended by that, that's your fucking problem, not mine.
Yo, he's mad. The nigga's lit. Yo, he's bad right now. He couldn't answer it. Watch this.
Now all of a sudden we can only talk about the Constitution and the legal right. We can't offer any moral judgment against it. That's disingenuous. And it's as the only black American up here, that's quite frustrating to hear.
Here's the thing. If you want to be soft and get offended by that, that's your fucking problem, not mine.
Let me ask Ricky.
We're not even.
Let me ask Ricky.
This isn't about being soft any more than when you were desperately saving these white people.
Hold on. This sensitive nature that you have is precisely why we have this problem.
It's not about being sensitive. It's about I didn't articulate. Hold on. Let me finish, Myron. Let me speak and then I'll let you respond. Myron, sure. I didn't articulate any sensitivity here. What I said, in the same way that you levied a judgment against black people, I'm levying one against the claims you're making. I'm no more sensitive than you were when you made your claim. I'm simply saying I disagree with you. And to immediately jump to you're being sensitive is just a distraction. I'm making an argument. Just respond to my argument.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might...
Yo, this nigga Mark Lamar came at the nigga's neck, nigga. Yo. Yo, that's why he did the monkey noises, nigga. Yo, I'm gonna be personal. Yo, that's why that nigga did the monkey noises. The Cointel ain't happy about Mark Lamar. Yo, nigga, that's why you got fired from CNN, man. Mark Lamar, you got fired from CNN because of that shit, my nigga. Yo, you gotta be personally honest. Yo, he has no defense for that shit. I'm just being personally honest. He doesn't
want to try Beam's Dream Powder. Beam is proudly founded in America and run by people who value hard work, integrity, and delivering results. It's a healthy nighttime blend packed with science-backed ingredients to improve your sleep, so you can wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day. Dream is a powerful blend of all natural ingredients: reishi, apigenin, L-theanine, melatonin, and magnesium. It's designed to help you fall asleep and just stay asleep. We've teamed up to give you a massive discount of up to 40% for a limited time. So go to shopbeam.com/peers, P-I-E-R-S, and use promo code PEERS at the checkout. That's shopbeam.com/peers. Use promo code PEERS for up to 40% off. Sleep better, wake up stronger, and show up ready for your family, your work, and your country too.
Now, and my argument to respond to that is this. Political correctness, liberalism, and making sure that we are politically correct and don't use certain words to offend people is precisely why we're in the situation that we're in. For decades, we've had to literally tiptoe around saying certain things around certain people while the other group of people has been able to have impunity.
This nigga said we, nigga. This nigga really think he white out here. Yo, the Cointel Pro, nigga, FBI. Y'all really got this nigga talking crazy out here. We, nigga, you not white, nigga. What's this shit?
Political correctness, liberalism.
Stronger, and show up ready for your family, your work, and your country too.
Now, and my argument to respond to that is this. Political correctness, liberalism, and making sure that we are politically correct and don't use certain words to offend people is precisely why we're in the situation that we're in. For decades, we've had to literally tiptoe around saying certain things around certain people while the other group of people has been able to have impunity and be able to be as racist as they want to be, as violent as they want to be, without any type of consequence. And if you call it out, you're labeled a racist. The reality is this. Black people don't want to live around black people. I don't want to live around a bunch of black people. I moved to neighborhoods where it's majority.
Nigga, you're not even black. You're Arab, my nigga. What are you talking about? You're from Arab descent. Yo, Pierce, you need to have me on this fucking show, my nigga. I'm gonna be personally honest. With Myron. Like, nigga, you was talking about we. Nigga, you're not even white. What the fuck are you talking about? You talking about we, nigga. You talking French? You talking French or we talking politics, nigga? Yo, what's going on?
Majority white because I know I'm safe. Now, this is uncomfortable reality that no one wants to say, so I'll say it for them. Black people commit a lot of crimes. A majority of the violent crime committed in the United States is committed by a small percentage of people, and they tend to be black men. Look, the reality is the reality. People don't want to say it, but the political correctness and being nice and not wanting to tell the truth is precisely this problem. And the reason why you're seeing all the support for Metcalf and Shiloh, etc., is because white people have not been able to step up and say what they want to say for a very long time because of what I said before, systemic, organized, where they don't take accountability for their
All right,
decisions.
let me bring in Ricky to respond. Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say that I agree that virtue signaling went too far, that political correctness went too far, but we're going from virtue signaling being the norm and being praised to now vice signaling being the norm and being praised. It's not just a matter of does this woman have the right to use that word? I believe that she has the right. I disagree with it. But is she now being rewarded with $500,000? Why are we rewarding people for performing vice instead of virtue? This is not healthy. This is destructive to our society. This is destructive to our social fabric, to our culture, to our ability to live with other fellow Americans. It's gross to reward someone for bad behavior. It's one thing to tolerate it, to say that she has the right to do it, but she called an autistic 5-year-old the N-word. Like, I'm sorry, but I feel like we're kind of like missing the point in the actual context. You can say that it's part of this bigger meta story of black and white America, but it actually is just like a short little clip.
Yo, she's telling the truth. This little white woman telling the truth. Little Dixie white.
And you don't even know the context of it, and it's actually gross, and if we can't just say that it's gross and bad.
Probably got a black boyfriend. Like, yo, that nigga's probably dicking her down every night talking about, like, yo, tape this BBC. You better not call me no nigga. You better call me BBC. Or Bunny Killer. Yeah, she's fucking around with a bunny killer. If y'all know what a bunny killer is, oh yeah, she's getting piped down by a nigga with a BBC, nigga. A bunny killer is a nigga who has like 7 to 10 inches thick girth, and she's just getting piped down, my nigga. That's a bunny killer.
Then I don't really know where we are.
Well, I think it's interesting to me that Lily Gaddis, you retweeted Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist, by saying he said black people just raised $500,000 for a cold-blooded killer who stabbed a white teenager to death. So I don't want to hear one word about the Shiloh Hendricks fundraiser. Either everyone gets to be tribal or nobody does. Why would you retweet that?
because
Yeah,
I agree with it. Because we have to fight fire with fire. I mean, at some point, why are
nobody does?
Why are Jewish people allowed to be tribal? Why are Black people allowed to be tribal? But as soon as white people stand up for themselves, we're labeled a racist. And by the way, you call people racist when you want them to stop talking about things.
No, I called you a racist because you admitted you were racist. Hang on. I called, just to be clear, I called you a racist because you openly, proudly admitted you're a racist. So it wasn't a question of exposing you or pointing my finger or trying to get this out of you. You proudly sat there, bold as brass, and said, yeah, I use the N-word all the time against Black people. I'm a racist and I'm proud of it. That's what you did.
Racism is just having a preference. I prefer not to live around Black people. I prefer not to live in a country where white people in our country are disproportionately attacked by Black people. Where in my country, you can have an Austin Metcalf where he asks a guy to leave and he gets stabbed in the heart. I prefer.
This bitch did not just do that. Bitch, it was not that serious. That nigga, he didn't say it like that. And she knows that. She's being a fucking disingenuous cave bitch. So go on, meth head bitch. Do you
that? That's a preference. Now, what a real racist is, in my opinion, is seeing someone as less human. I'm a Christian. I believe everyone's created in God's image. So I don't see anyone as less human. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have a preference and say, I don't like what happens to be coming out of this community or that community. How is that a bad thing? How is that not just a preference?
Because you've literally made Black people sound lesser humans. You don't want to live around them. You want to use the N-word in relation to them, a word that you know causes that community unbelievable offense.
My fault? Is that my fault? If they have bad behavior, if they want to act in a certain way, if I have to cross the street and be afraid that maybe because of the crime statistics that are very real, by the way, is that my fault or is that their fault for having bad behavior?
It's your fault.
That's mind-boggling to me for multiple reasons. I mean, we're talking about bad behavior. You know, we've never lynched you, we've never enslaved you, we've never done any of the deep-seated structural forms of injustice to white people that white people have done to Black people, and yet to claim some kind of moral superiority in the midst of, and again, in the context of a conversation where a white woman is calling a 5-year-old autistic child the N-word, and we're talking about Black people's bad behavior. This is absurd. And the idea of fighting fire with fire, again, is a dishonest argument. Just to take us back to the point here, the people who are supporting Carmelo Anthony's campaign believe that he was wrong.
Hey, it's Tony Robbins. You know, I've had the privilege over the last 48 years to be obsessed by a question.
Wrongfully charged, and they're trying to get him legal defense. The people who are defending this woman are saying, yes, we know you called the 5-year-old autistic Black child the N-word, and we want more of it. We approve of it. We support it. These are not the same thing. And it's bonkers to me that we couldn't all stand and say, hey, it is wrong to call a 5-year-old autistic Black child the N-word. I mean, Myron, let me just ask you that question. I think this is a yes or no question. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think the woman was wrong to do what she did to that child in that park?
I don't approve of that, but what I will say is that it's very important to understand the entire context of what led us.
Nigga, one thing I learned when you say but, you just diluted your whole whatever you're gonna say. You're just being very disingenuous. Watch, let's listen.
Do you think the woman was wrong to do what she did to that child in that park?
I don't approve of that, but what I will say is that it's very important to understand the entire context of what led us to this position, because again, Metcalf and Hendricks is a microcosm of a much larger problem. Earlier, we were talking about tribalism when you were mentioning Nick Fuentes' tweet. Here's the thing. Black people could be as tribal as they want to be. You have people like Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson running around about Black power and marry Black women.
So he's running around talking about positivity, Black positivity, and this nigga's mad. Let's listen to this
Metcalf
nigga.
and Hendricks is a microcosm of a much larger problem. Earlier, we were talking about tribalism when you were mentioning Nick Fuentes' tweet. Here's the thing. Black people could be as tribal as they want to be. You have people like Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson running around about Black power and marry Black women and keep it in the hood and all this other stuff. But if white people assemble and say, you know what, white power, we need to keep our nation white, they're immediately ostracized and labeled as supremacists, and they get banned off every single platform. I find that interesting. And matter of fact, you went ahead.
Is it not the same thing?
No, actually, it is the same thing. Because here's the problem with Black people.
No,
you
it's
guys
not.
Hold on, let me finish this. Black people practice the very racism they cry about. You guys can gather together and say Black Lives Matter, Black Power, but if white people get together and say white power and gather together, they're considered white supremacists and they get banned off every single platform. Why is that Jared Taylor and Nick Fuentes are banned off every platform for practicing white nationalism, but black people are allowed to stand every single platform getting interviews on a Breakfast Club? Explain that to me. There's a two-tier situation here where black people are able to benefit off of being racist while whites are not. And what we're dealing with right now in America is literally a backlash to this black supremacy has been able to run around unchecked for a long time, and no one has the balls to call it out. Here's the other thing I want to say. Everyone's flipping out over Shiloh Hendricks is saying the N-word.
Can I respond to the point you just made, though?
No, hold on. Nobody flipped out like this when the United States was getting destroyed in 2020 because of black protests destroying every liberal city in America. So I don't want to hear it about, she made $100,000 because she said the N-word. Who cares? They destroyed billions of dollars of structure because someone got killed who was a criminal. That's the problem in America. You guys get a privilege that no one else gets to enjoy. You could be racist.
Okay.
And
all right, I have to hang on. I've got to hold it there. We've got another guest joining us. Mark, I'll come back to you to respond to that in a moment. But we've been joined now by Jacob Wells. He's the Christian founder of the Give, Send, Go donation site that both campaigns have been hosted on. Thank you very much indeed for joining me, Mr. Wells. First of all, your reaction to what seems to me to be a blatant hijacking of both of these fundraising host sites for different reasons, but definitely been hijacked by people for racist motivation.
No, I think that's completely correct, Pierce. I do think that there was an element here that did hijack, that came at this and really became a racist, tribalist element between the two campaigns. Independently of themselves, I think that they would have existed on our platform in a whole different manner, but because of the narratives around them and the proximity to each other, they created a life of their own. And it is unfortunate, it's sad to see, because as a Christian myself, what I respect about humanity and the image of God on us, I believe that we're all valuable. I believe that people have dignity and worth, and we want to see that upheld for people, even in difficult moments. That's why our platform exists, is to share hope with people. And it's been a difficult week, several weeks of just navigating the complexity of these situations as a platform.
Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio alone and is critical for maintaining muscle mass and bone density. RAC Pro, do it. You just press it up. I know distance. Then an adult who's filming her doesn't care, is blatantly racist. Why should someone like that be allowed to raise any money on your site if, as you say, you are driven by a Christian purpose?
Well, that's a fascinating question. I would almost flip it around. It's like if we tried to create litmus tests for everybody to come onto a platform to use it, I pretty much could guarantee nobody would pass the litmus test, because the reality of humanity is that we're broken. This was the whole principle of Jesus in the first place, is that we needed a savior, and that's what he came for.
So just to be clear, then,
start down the road.
Hang on, just to be clear. So that's interesting what you just said. So you would let anybody onto your platform to raise money for anything? Is that your position?
No, the position is that there are laws that define what is legal and what isn't legal. And we adhere to the laws as the framework for what is and isn't allowed.
But inciting racial hatred is a crime, right?
Inciting racial hatred is a crime?
Yeah.
Where?
You don't think it's a crime?
In the U.S.?
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen that as a law on the books, but
it is.
That was part of the reason.
I'm not even American, and I know it's a law on the books. You're not allowed to incite racial hatred or violence against ethnic groups based on their ethnicity. What could be a more glaring example than someone on camera calling black people the N-word?
Violence and words are two different things, and we do make a distinction of that in America. They are very clearly different things. I don't know of any law. I'd be happy for you to inform me with what that law is, because I don't know everything. I'm happy to admit that. But as has already been mentioned on the show earlier, there are needs that exist outside of the reality and the principles.
Then removing it when it doesn't.
You know, I think it's definitely tough to make the call here and there and where to censor. I err on the side of not censoring as much as possible, but I agree with you that the selectivity of having issues with abortion but not with these campaigns is certainly a problem. But I also want to go back to our point before, too, and make the point that I hate this argument that because some people were tribal, we should be tribal, too. And shouldn't we want to live in a society where we say tribalism is bad in general and negative in general, and so therefore we should be erring towards individualism and not fighting tribalism with more tribalism? I think that's a net negative.
I agree. Myron, your last words on this.
Okay. Because I never got to respond to Myron's other.
The thing with tribalism, it's a natural human instinct. Like, we are literally designed to want to be in communities and want to be a part of a set of community because it ensures our survival. It's been that way since the beginning of time. So the thing is that people are typically going to align with people that share similar features, and that's why we have the tribalism we have going on right now. So the problem is it's not going to go anywhere. I think the problem is that we've had this penting up for literally decades, and this has been a response to it. You have people that are coming out and supporting someone who you guys might deem as a terrible racist, but I think it's also very important to understand how we got here, because if we're going to look at the smaller problem, we can't look at the bigger problem, and it's what I said before, unchecked systemic.
All right, Mark Lamont Hill, your last words on this.
This repeated use of the word, I think, first of all, I want to just register that as offensive, particularly as someone who doesn't identify as a member of that community and who is not, right? I think that's incredibly
I'm the definition of African American. I'm the definition of African American.
And troublesome, and to as a Sudanese American or an outsider who's using African American, the very technical term, the same way that Elon Musk is an African American, I think it is a bit disingenuous.
Shit.
But the bigger African American, and
that y'all gotta get what this nigga said. This is why when you fuck with the Cointel Pro, he's gonna go lower. Watch this.
Someone who doesn't identify as a member of that community and who is not, right? I think that's incredibly.
I'm the definition of African American. I'm the definition of African American.
And troublesome, and to as a Sudanese American or an outsider who's using African American, the very technical term, the same way that Elon Musk is an African American, I think it is a bit disingenuous. But the bigger issue here, I think, is that this idea of equating of one side to the other side often loses track of this issue of power. To use his example, when Black people stand up and say, "Hey, let's build our own stuff. Hey, let's have a Black power movement," that is not the same as a white power. I'll let you speak uninterrupted. Let me finish, please, my Sudanese brother. So when a Black person says, "Hey, let's preserve our culture," I have no problem with Italians or Irish people or anyone else saying, "Let's preserve our culture." But when we don't talk about ethnicity, but actual race, and when white people say, "Let's preserve whiteness," it's an exclusionary practice. It's about preserving laws and practices and tactics that do harm to other people. A Black power movement was about opening stores and building businesses. A white power movement was a white power. That's the giga. A white power movement was about something very, 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 very different. A white power movement included lynchings and included Ku Klux Klan, etc. So let's not pretend that these are opposite sides of the same coin. When white people say, "Let's save our country," and even using the language of our country, when Black people built this thing, when you say that, you're talking about forcing people out of the country. You're talking about laws that discriminate. You're talking about doing harm to people. Let's not pretend these are the same thing, just like these GoFundMe campaigns are not the same thing. I'm okay if everybody gets out of the GoFundMe industrial complex. I'd love that. But let's not pretend that supporting someone for a fair trial is the same thing as supporting a grown white woman berating and calling the N-word to a 5-year-old autistic Black child. And the fact that everyone in here can't be unanimous in condemning that says exactly how they're not the same.
I totally agree. I'm going to go to Lily Gaddis and just ask you one more time. I mean, you've been so unashamedly proud of being a racist today, proud of using the N-word whenever you feel like it. You've had a bit of time to think about this. Is that how you want people to leave this panel debate, with thinking of you as a disgusting racist?
I don't really care what people think about me. As long as you care about what people think about you, you have no power and you lose your country. What I care about is freedom of speech. And if you're not allowed to say the most offensive things in this country, you do not have freedom of speech. I don't care what anybody says. So that's the main crux of this situation. That's what I care about with this situation. It is, we have lived for far too long in a country where you can have your life destroyed. And people say, "Oh, she doesn't need this money." Her life's destroyed, by the way. She'll never be able to get another job. She's got...
Here goes Kwame. Hey, yo, Kwame, get your girl Lily. Yo, Yo, Kwame. Yo, I'm gonna do this for Kwame. Yo, you know how that monkey shit started? That monkey noise shit started, right? I'm gonna show you where that shit started at.
Lose
Definitely.
Watch this.
Can't let you have people that are coming before.
This is where this shit started.
This repeated use of the word, I think, first of all, I want to just register that as offensive, particularly as someone who doesn't identify as a member of that community and who is not, right? I think that's incredibly...
Now listen to what Myron says. Listen to what your boy say. Watch this.
Someone who doesn't identify as a member of that community and who is not, right? I think that's incredibly
I'm the definition of African American.
He said he's the definition of African American. So that means he's blacker than Black Americans. He could do whatever he wants. But now listen what Mark Lamont said. And I'm gonna say this. Mark Lamont, I think he be doing petty shit, and this is one of the spots where he was being petty. Watch. Listen.
The definition of African American.
And troublesome, and to as a Sudanese American or an outsider who's using African American, the very technical term, the same way that Elon Musk is an African American, I think it is a bit disingenuous.
Look it
but
up.
The bigger issue here, I think, is that this idea.
He's a Cointel Pro. Yo, your boy Myron is a Cointel Pro. It has never, let me tell you something. Sometimes shit that has nothing to do with the ADL, the Jewish people, it's always about white supremacy. If everybody aligns with white supremacy, y'all can battle later. You're gonna take care of the big point, the big problem. People think the big problem is the foundational Black Americans. Because foundational Black Americans is bringing Black Americans together. Yes, but let me ask you a question. Do you actually think he left the FBI? He did Homeland Security, or did they just give him a new job? They gave him a new job. Deflecting, disrupting, making false narratives about the Black community. This is your brethren. Kwame, this is your brethren. I'm being personally honest. You got to look at it. He's your brethren. He don't like foundational Black Americans. He says any and everything's about foundational Black American. That is not true. But the thing about it, when he talks about white people, he says we. This is the shit that goes down, man. Yeah, but Officer Tatum is a coon. He's already retired. Myron, he said he has got fired. But doesn't mean that he hasn't got a new job. Cointel Pro is Cointel Pro has evolved. It is not the same Cointel Pro from the 1950s and up. We just watched Cointel Pro 101. So now you got to look at it as, okay, what are these niggas doing? What are these niggas up to? Now they're using your tribes, your tribalisms. They're having people like you, Kwame. They're using your talking points to deflect what Black Americans is doing. No, it does. And the reason why I say it does, because it's disrupting what Black Americans is trying to do. We had people like that before doing that. It's just shit just upgraded. He got banned from every platform, but you got to look at it. Ain't no way in hell that a fucking real estate can pay for everything that he's doing. He would have been banned from that shit too. Niggas would not be even fucking with him. But you got certain people fucking with Myron Gaines. This is why I say, is this nigga really, is he Cointel Pro? Is Nick Fuentes Cointel Pro? Yo, Nick Fuentes can't even get a fucking debit card. But this nigga's still living nice. This nigga still got suits and shit. Them niggas don't know how to farm. Have you ever seen a white South African community? You don't see nothing green over there. Them niggas don't know how to farm. Are you serious? Farmers of what, nigga? Of dirt? White people don't know how to farm, my nigga. Like, yo, come on, let's personally be honest. Like, yeah, black Americans taught them, but like, yo, let's personally them niggas don't know how to plant. Yes, he got a huge white following, but if you ain't got no debit card, how is he gonna get that money? This is what I'm trying to tell you. How is he supposed to get the money? Give me a second. No, I'm good. Yeah, how is he supposed to get that money? He can't even get a fucking debit card. No, we ain't teaching them shit, my nigga. That's what you for, man. Yo, you from Nigeria, man. Yo, you gotta teach your brethren. You gotta teach your brother from another mother. You know, it just we already know y'all sell us out, so y'all niggas will sell us out for some fucking, you know, Jollof fucking nuggets, nigga. So I'm just being personally. Yo, you crazy. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, yo, Kwame. That's why that he did that monkey noise and shit, man.
Idea of equating of one side to the other side often loses track of this issue of power.
Right now.
To use as example, when black people stand up and say, hey, let's build our own stuff. Hey, let's have a black power movement. That is not the same as a white power. I'll let you speak uninterrupted. Let me finish, please. My Sudanese brother. So when a black person says, hey, let's preserve our culture, I have no problem with Italians or Irish people or anyone else saying, let's preserve our culture. But when we don't talk about ethnicity, but actual race, and when white people say, let's preserve whiteness, it's an exclusionary practice. It's about preserving laws and practices and tactics that do harm to other people. A black power movement was about opening stores and building businesses. A white power movement was a white power. That's the giga. A white power movement was about something very, 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 very different.
Yo,
a white power movement was included lynchings and included Ku Klux Klan.
No, we didn't even vote, my nigga. What are you talking about? We didn't even vote. Nigga, y'all still had 80% of fucking people who voted for Kamala Harris. It's just not that many people voted that were black. I'm being personally honest. There's not that many black people that voted. We was like, yo, fuck it. Them niggas ain't doing shit for us, so we ain't gonna vote for anybody. Damn if we do, damn if we don't. You know, so we could be accountable for not voting, yes. I could say that. We can be accountable for not voting, but I don't think not that many black people voted. So it's just like, yo, you can't be just Kwame. Let's personally be honest, nigga. You can't complain that we didn't. Oh, we voted for Trump. Yeah, there was some people that voted for Trump, but there was not that many. There was only like 10% people that voted for. No, 20% of people voted for Trump that were black. Most black people didn't vote. You know, your aunties and your uncles, they voted for Kamala. You know, she was gonna help everybody's cousins and uncles come to this country. You know, and give them $5,000 a month for groceries and shit. You know,
Klan, etc. So let's not pretend that these are opposite sides of the same coin. When white people say, let's save our country, and even using language of our country, when black people built this thing, when you say that, you're talking about forcing people out of the country. You're talking about laws that discriminate. You're talking about doing harm to people. Let's not pretend these are the same thing, just like these GoFundMe campaigns are not the same thing. I'm okay if everybody gets out of the GoFundMe industrial complex. I'd love that. But let's not pretend that supporting someone for a fair trial is the same thing as supporting a grown white woman berating and calling the N-word to a 5-year-old autistic black child. And the fact that everyone in here can't be unanimous in condemning that says exactly how they're not the same.
I totally agree. I'm going to go to Lily Gaddis and just ask you one more time. I mean, you've been so unashamedly proud of being a racist today, proud of using the N-word whenever you feel like it. You've had a bit of time to think about this. Is that how you want people to leave this panel debate, with thinking of you as a disgusting racist?
I don't really care what people think about me as long as you care about what.
We ain't gonna do that because we ain't gonna hear that the monkey noises and shit that your cousin Myron does, Kwame. So we're gonna watch one more. Actually, we're gonna watch a Nick Fuentes video. You know, and I'm gonna talk a little bit. We find out hold on. The child was a tether. This isn't even. So what? It doesn't matter. Right and wrong is wrong, my nigga. You know, like yo, Kwame. Let me bust it to you, my nigga. If you're a 5-year-old child, I don't give a fuck if you're from Jamaica or Nigeria or Haiti, my nigga. Right and wrong, and they should not do that for a little kid. First of all, the kid was fucking artistic. The kid is fucking artistic. So at the end of the day, he's gonna get into some shit. Nigga, my kid is artistic. He be living life. Yo, let me tell you what my son did. Yo, it was a few days ago. This nigga was ripping my tints off my fucking Camaro. And I'm like, yo, nigga, what are you doing? And he's like, smiling at me. I was like, oh, no, this nigga did it. Nigga, you got to get the fuck out of my car. We're going to walk the rest of the way. And he looked at me like, what? That's the type of shit you want? Over some fucking tents, nigga? Nigga ripping the tints off my car, man. Yo, real talk. Like, yo, my kid my son be living the best life right now. And let me tell you something, niggas be feeling bad because the niggas got artistic or have autism. Nah, them niggas be having the best life, my nigga. Yo, sometimes I be like, yo, damn, I wonder how I would be if I was artistic with the mindset that I have. Yo, nigga, I would be lit, nigga. Real talk. I'm being versatily honest. I'll be lit if I was artistic. So, yo, and the thing about it, it's like them niggas who be dyslexic. Most people who do DJing and stuff like that, they're dyslexic. Like, yo, one of my favorite DJs, drum and bass music, his name is Goldie. He did a few movies and stuff like that. Everybody Loves Sunshine, Golden Finger, I think. I think it's Gold Member. Like, yo, his name is Goldie. His real name is Cliff Price. Drum and bass. Godfather of drum and bass. The group he's with is called Metalheads from England. So, actually, you want to hear something crazy, Kwame? The nigga has a Jamaican background, too. Yeah. Nigga's lit. It doesn't matter if the nigga's a tether, if he's Somalian and whatnot. It's just, nigga, it's wrong. This is the thing about, this is what y'all don't understand about foundational black Americans. We defend everybody. We defend right and wrong and wrong. That white meth head cave bitch could have been doing that to an Asian people. We're still gonna say something like, yo, that white cave bitch deserved to get fucked up. We will be on some shit like that. It doesn't matter. It's just the niggas who will be undermining us. Like you, Kwame, you undermine black Americans. But it's straight because at the end of the day, if some shit happened, we're not gonna be like, oh yeah, Kwame deserved to die. Nah, nigga, it would be like, yo, this nigga don't deserve to die, my nigga. We ain't Hitler or anything, my nigga. We ain't like Leopold III or anything. We'll just say, yo, that shit's fucked up. He should have never done that shit. I mean, them niggas should have never done that shit to Kwame. You know? You making us seem like, and this is why I always tell people all the time, and this is why I said, some of y'all people who are part of that tether community, y'all are probably on Cointel Pro too. I'm starting to think some of y'all are Cointel Pro or are funded by the Democrats or the FBI. You have to think that because at the end of the day, I agree with that. In the words of Africans have no friends. Africans don't have no friends because they're tribalistic. That's why. Africans are tribalistic. I've been told you that. Let me tell you something. Africans don't even like Africans. They only like their people of their tribes. This is why I was telling you last time on the podcast that Africans, they and you can quote me on this. Africans don't give a fuck about their country. They give a fuck about their tribe. So you could be from like fucking Nigeria, but if you're from Yoruba and you're not in your Igbo, them niggas ain't gonna fuck with you. Them niggas is gonna wish the worst on you or probably try to manipulate everything that you do. Nigga, Africans be arguing at my job all the time because they're from different tribes. You know, it's just it is what it is. You know, so I just let them niggas argue. I'm like, and I just tell them, I was like, yo, that shit don't make no fucking sense what y'all arguing over because y'all arguing over something fucking stupid. I tell them that shit all the time. You know? Was actually talking about... But we're not African, my nigga. Stop saying that. We're not African. We got African DNA, yes. Everybody got African DNA, but genetically wise, we had an ethnogenesis. Kwame, you're more African than I am. I'm being personally honest. Kwame, you're more African than I am. Because you know you came from the slave trade. Me, we don't know because at the end of the day, only 400,000 Africans came from the slave trade to America. Then let me tell you what else there was a lie, because we was just watching the Cointel Pro 101. When they said that they sent Native Americans, Native Indians to the West Indian countries. But at the end of the day, most of y'all niggas don't have a ethnogenesis. Y'all are African or y'all are y'all are white. So no, that's not US law. They're just trying to make us a generic African. Cause we were here before white people. And we was here before the red natives. The red natives are like Asians. You know? Like you will, and you gotta understand too, you gotta look at it. Africans migrated everywhere. That's why when you go to Asia, you have those dark-skinned Asian people with coil hair. Y'all call it nappy, I call it coil. You go to England. The people who built England was Moors. They were the Moors. They were fair-skinned people. That's why it was the white Europeans, they were pimping out their daughters to the Moors because at the end of the day, they were considered royal family. Yeah, but that's American laws, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make it facts. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Kwame. That shit doesn't make it facts. You can say I'm African American all you want, but Myron Gaines and Elon Musk is more African American than I am. It's just it is what it is. Those are facts. That's what facts is saying. It's not what America thinks. This is facts. You could try to hide that shit all you want, but this is what facts is telling America. With African ancestry who may also identify as white people. White people got African ancestries. Cause they got African DNA. That's why when white people take the DNA test, 9 out of 10 they should say that they're African because they come from Africans. I'm just being personally honest. They come from Africans. They didn't just fucking appear out of fucking thin air and say like, oh yeah, look at these white people. Where did they come from? Did they come from fucking Mars or Venus? No, they came from blacks. They would just consider a disease or some shit. Cause they didn't have no melanin. That's all white people is. It's just black people who has a melanin disease. Or a defect. I'm just being personally honest. It's just a white person. It's just a African who has a melanin defect. You know, or underdeveloped. Like technically, white people are underdeveloped. Black Americans Africans or the black diaspora been on this world for over 400 to 500,000 years. White people, Europeans, Anglo-Saxon, Neanderthals, they've been on this world less than 100,000 years. If not, they just touching 100,000 years. So, like I said, it's not a shot against them. It's just, this is the truth. You know? So it's just, was a African ancestor. On average, white people. Well, it's because they had an ethnogenesis. White Europeans or white Neanderthals or Anglo-Saxons, they had an ethnogenesis. You know, like I said, it's because they didn't have melanin. They had the less of fucking melanin. That's why they had to go into the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, because at the end of the day, they couldn't deal with the sun. The sun was killing them. That's why you live in houses. If you ever notice, why you think you live in a house? Those are little caves. Mind fucked you. See that? You just got mind fucked. Those are little caves. There's no sun. Got air conditioner. The sun blocks the... Yeah. Those are little fucking caves. This is what happened when you have savage take people who are uncivilized or brutes take over. You know? It's like, y'all niggas was, y'all, when you was in Africa, you was living in mud huts and shit because you was around fucking Anglo-Saxons and Neanderthals. Neanderthals is fucking people with all fur, hair, and stuff. Then look up this nigga named Cheddar Man. Cheddar Man, yeah. There's some bitches that be looking like Cheddar Man, you know? You know? All those white people just like, You know, I was telling people all the time, and this is why I was saying, I was like, when has white Americans ever been civilized? I don't remember. I don't remember one day that they have it. Like, they just, like, I'm going to be personally honest, within, like, the last 20, 30 years, they just started being civilized. Changing the laws, trying to fit it in. After, like, once the 90s hit, like, after the Rodney King, niggas started being civilized. Niggas was trying to start getting along and stuff like that and all that other cool shit, kumbaya. And these niggas just turned back. These niggas just can't turn back into some fuck shit. You know? I'm just being personally honest. Like, it's weird, man. I was gonna do a video on Nick Fuentes. I don't have the energy for him today. I don't have the energy for Nick Fuentes, and the reason why, because he's a nutsack. First of all, he's a fucking virgin. He's a Mexican. He's Cointel. I think he's Cointel Pro too. Nigga don't got a bank account, but the nigga got money to travel. Just doesn't make sense. I don't even know how the nigga got an ID if he can't even travel. So this is where I say, you know, it's weird. It's a weird situation. It's how y'all niggas listening to him. You got a Mexican, you got a half Mexican, father's a Mexican. So the mother was fucking the pool boy or the fucking gardener. So his father probably was a gardener. You know, and the mother was probably already married with some rich guy, and she was probably horny, and she forgot Latinos be having a whole bunch of babies. Hold on, white people seem like they gearing up for. They can't gear up for no race war because they're gonna call the military on them. Nigga, they didn't learn from Ashley Babbitt. Bitch got shot. Bitch caught 2 hot slugs in her. Now she's taking the dirt nap. The fuck? That's why I always tell y'all niggas, Kwame, this is why I tell all of y'all, even white people and y'all Caribbeans and y'all Africans, that y'all can't do shit without Black Americans. Black Americans get shit popping. I'm just being personally honest. I'll be personally honest. Half of y'all niggas would have never got deported if it wasn't for Black Americans. But y'all was so against us. Y'all calling us divisive and all these domestic terrorist names and shit. That now y'all gotta hold y'all own nuts and we gotta watch y'all crash and burn while we dance. White people are crashing and burning too. Why you think the alt-right has a problem? The alt-right has a problem because they're so used to Black Americans helping them. The left is having a problem because they're not used to not having a whole bunch of blacks on their side fighting for their cause. Foundational Black Americans are loving people. It's just like, yo, niggas is tired. Niggas is tired of, like, you know, y'all begging and shit. Y'all pushing for the deportation. We don't give a fuck. Yeah, fuck it. We could say, okay, let's play. I know you love hypotheticals, and I told niggas that you love hypotheticals. Let's play this hypotheticals. Let's say we are pushing for it. I think most of y'all would have got deported. We don't give a fuck. It's just like, yo, if y'all niggas get caught, well be it, my nigga. So be it. Y'all niggas got caught. No, they are. They're the biggest. Those are the biggest supporters, my nigga. What do you mean? Are you serious? White people are the biggest supporters of telling y'all need to go back to y'all country. Nigga, have you seen the fucking videos? If you came over here illegally, we're going to give you a chance to come back. If not, we're going to deport you and you'll never come back here. Who said that shit? The white bitch from fucking Donald Trump's campaign. Like, let's personally be honest. It's just, y'all so used to blaming Black Americans. That's your problem, Kwame. Y'all can't even hold y'all own nuts. Y'all need our help. White people want South Americans and Arabs deported. They want all y'all niggas deported. That's how white supremacy is work, my nigga. The fuck? They think they're gonna deport foundational Black Americans. Nigga, where you gonna deport us from? You can't deport us. We're free men. It's a constitution. Y'all fucked up on the constitution and also we're figuring out that you can't even deport us anyway because we're native to the land. The fuck? How you gonna deport somebody who's native to the land to somebody of a country? You know what type of shit that will start? I'm being personally, the United Nations will have to get involved in that. Everybody from the United Nations. And you know they're going to be like, yo, you're not sending these fucking Akatas to Africa. That's what they're going to say. You're not sending these Akatas from Africa to Africa because they're not African. You already see they were trying to scam us in Ghana. The fuck? That's why niggas is going back now. Niggas is coming back to America. Oh, yeah, I got dual citizenship in Ghana. What, Scam City, nigga? Congratulations. You're part of Scam City, nigga. The fuck? Yo, come on. Let's not think like the continent of Africa is not a scamming country, nigga. I mean, scamming continent. You know, so, Kwame, they can't send Black Americans back or foundational Black Americans back. They can't, Kwame. You're beating a dead horse, my nigga. They can't send us back. Where are they gonna send us to? Who? Where? Nigeria? Ain't nobody going to no motherfucking dirty ass Nigeria. The fuck? Already coming for the civil rights in 1960. What does that supposed to mean? It's a you're talking about civil rights, and I'm talking about constitutions. You can't change the constitutions, just as you can't change the amendments. So how the fuck they gonna send us back if you can't change the constitutions and amendments? This is what I'm trying to tell you, Kwame, man. You trying to do it, yo? You're a Democrat, right, Kwame? It's all right if you're a Democrat. I could just tell. You know? Yeah, my nigga. It's just... That's how New York. Yo, I was about to say New York, my nigga. Jesus Christ. That's how you know I'm tired. Nigga, I've been on here for almost 6 hours, so Kwame, I almost been on here for 6 hours, my nigga. So I've been doing back to back 6 hours. No, last time I did 8 hours. I did 8 hours on the birthday podcast. Nigga, we were lit that day. Yo, that night, Kwame, yo, we were lit. I am a Pan African. I'm not a Democrat. But the Pan African, but the Democrats support the Pan Africans though. That's the thing. They're helping y'all niggas stay in this country. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, they're helping y'all niggas stay in the country. You know, I will say this though, the they can't break those laws. Those laws is those laws, the constitutions and the amendments is what make America. So that's why I said like they can't deport us. They could yell that shit all day they didn't want. It's just this is what you gotta understand too, Kwame. Donald Trump be pump faking. That nigga is the biggest pump faker of all time as a president. You know, so you can't really take that nigga serious. Well, y'all have to take him serious, but you know. African Americans declared. Okay, but Kwame, you gotta understand, African American. The word African American was legit in the 1980s, my nigga. So we're not African American. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Kwame. African American is what Jesse Jackson made up. You know? And this African descent, everybody's African descent. You know? Well, no, let me not say that. You can't send us back, Kwame. It's just they can do all these hypotheticals, but they can't change the Constitution. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Kwame. It's illegal to change the Constitution. Cause it's like, put it this way. It's gonna be a world crime. What do they call it? A world crime or something? When it's a crime, it's a crime to the whole world, where the world have to basically might go to war with you. You know? And like Americans always been terrorists. You know, so and what I mean by terrorists, hold on, what did you just say? The decision of affirm also affirmed that the federal government had no power to ban slaves. Yo, what are you talking, Kwame? It's the 14th Amendment, my nigga. It's the 14th Amendment. And that shit was for the people who were already over here that were Africans that were enslaved here. I'm considered a freeman. But niggas who was already African who came over here on the slave boat, the 400,000 or the 380,000, that was for them. Us and the red natives, we are native to the land. I wouldn't consider the reds the native of the land, but we were here first. This is what we're trying to say, Kwame. So, like, I know you don't like to hear it because you don't like, foundational Black Americans to have anything. Like, I get that shit. It's just, like, my nigga, we're going by truths now. We're going by facts. And these are the facts, you know. Oh, I didn't show you my sneakers I'm wearing today, huh, Kwame? I'm wearing these today. I forgot which ones are these, but I'm wearing these today. You know, but yeah, man. Your boy's a Cointel Pro, man. There's a lot of those Cointel Pros. Nick Fuentes is a Cointel Pro. I think Sneeko might be low key Cointel Pro. Cause don't forget, Sneeko got demonetized like 5 times. How the fuck he still got money and still traveling? You know, you gotta ask these questions, and they're just disrupting. Why you say that African Americans is the greatest black people on the global right now? I wouldn't say African American. I would say Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, and the reason why is because our art controls everything. You know, our art, our culture, our lingo, our fashion. We're an enigma. We hate it that people hate us, but they love us at the same time. You can't do anything without Black America. Our 500,000 inventions and components. Yeah, like nigga, we're lit out here. We built America. The fuck? We built the greatest nation in the world. Like, come on. How's Africans the greatest, the greatest people globally? Nobody. Let me tell you something. Without Tariq Nasheed, niggas wouldn't even give a fuck about Africans, and I'm just being personally honest. Like, yeah, niggas was, oh yeah, Nelson Mandela, but my nigga, Tariq Nasheed, held y'all niggas down. Y'all dropped the ball after the 1960s. Not, nigga, what are you talking about? After the 1960s, nigga, we created hip hop. We created fucking house music. We created fucking, dance moves, choreography. Like, nigga, are you serious? The greatest TV shows, the greatest musics. Like, you can't say that, my nigga. You wildin', my nigga. You drinking tonight? I know it's Friday. You drinking, Kwame? It's all right, man. If you drinking, I'm drinking. I just finished this bottle, so. Yeah, it's just, you can't say that, Kwame. Niggas be lit out here. So I do want to say this, and I'm gonna actually land, Kwame. I'm gonna land. I'm gonna do something tomorrow morning, Kwame. Yeah, she the most popular black man is. No, not necessarily. He's not even, nigga. He's not even more popular than Jay-Z. Are you crazy? The fuck? Most popular black man? Come on, Kwame. You just giving Africa too much credit, my nigga. Them musty ass niggas ain't lit like that. He's lit, he's making noise. Don't get me wrong. Abraham's making noise, my nigga, but that nigga ain't lit like that. You making this nigga sound like he's like Martin Luther King or some shit, my nigga. Like, he's making some noise, but he ain't lit like that. He's not the most popular man. And like, let's put it this way. Let's say this. If he was the most popular man, let's say he was. Black Americans had like 15 other guys, 15 other popular and powerful people. From politics to fucking building stuff to like philosophy, like it's always us. It's no one else. No one else has the best philosophy as us. I'm just being personally honest. And you know what? Even though I'll say this, Malcolm X is black, but I'm going to say this. Let's say he was like Caribbean, because his mother was Caribbean, but his father was a freeman. We could name like 5 or 6 other people. Like, y'all have to talk about this nigga right now because he's the only one that's lit in Africa. Ain't nobody else lit in Africa. Who? Burna Boy? Burna Boy's trash, my nigga. Burna Boy only pops off in England now. And remember, I was telling somebody too. I was like, yo, Burna Boy is not going to pop off in Boston. I mean, not in Boston. In America. It's because he's not relatable in Massachusetts. Just like Tyler. Tyler's barely holding on because she's not lit. They're trying to put her with everybody. They put her with fucking Sean Paul. Sean Paul haven't did an album in like 15 years, nigga. It's just she's not lit. She's not relatable. You know, niggas. Oh yeah, niggas might be thirsty over her because to me she looked like a 14-year-old girl, my nigga. I can't even look at her like that, my nigga. I will feel weird looking at Tyler like that. It's just she's not lit, my nigga. She's doing all Beyonce moves and shit like that. Like, my nigga, she's not taking Beyonce's spot. You know? Like, let's personally be honest. You know? And let me tell you something. You talk about this guy. Yo, you got other people that can be powerful. You could have said... You should have said Rihanna. Rihanna's a billionaire. The fuck? But she got lit off of black culture. The fuck? R&B. Who was dancing and singing at the same time? New Edition. The Tops, the OJs, the Dramatics. That's black culture. The fuck? Whitney Houston. Well, Whitney Houston didn't dance though, you know. But I'm gonna land right here though. Cause I'm gonna do a show in the morning. I'm gonna say this. Myron, Nick Fuentes, yo, you gotta look at there's a money trail. I'm gonna say this. There's a money trail with Myron. And the reason why I say that there's a money trail with Myron because yo, my nigga, how's he lit? He's demonetized off of everything. Where's his money coming from? His money comes from disrupting. Afrobeats suck, man. I'm sorry. Afrobeats is trash. Where is it lit at? It's not lit in America. Yo, you gotta look at it. The biggest marketing spot is America. It's not England. It's not France. And like, yo, I tell people all the time, I don't fuck with English music. I don't fuck with grime music like that. Only people I fuck with grime music is probably Kane Robinson and a few other niggas. But most likely, I fuck with French hip hop. French rap is way better. It's 3 times better than English music. I'm just being personally honest. And the reason why I'm gonna say this, so I'm gonna get you tapped in. At least with these French rappers, they still use their tradition. Some use their tradition music, some use their tradition culture. Like, yo, there's this nigga named Naza. Naza, to me, he's like... He could sing, but like he be talking about some hood shit. But if you want to do some hood shit, this dude named Nesca. Yeah, because we created the shit. What the fuck? You don't want me not to get credit because I created it? Nigga, you can't give credit to people out of fucking emotions and out of, what you call it? Let me not say that. Like, we can't give credit for niggas trying. Let's be personally honest. We can't give niggas credit for just trying. I do want to say this. Like I say, we give y'all credit for contributing to hip hop, to making hip hop 3 times better, yes. But we can't give you credit for inventing anything, not inventing anything. Because we'll just be giving you credit for just watching, my nigga. What the fuck? I'm just being personally honest. Y'all niggas didn't create anything. Y'all talk about some toasting that nobody knows of. Yeah, out of the country. They don't sell out here. They sell out in like England and fucking France and all over Europe and shit. Yeah, they sell out. And that's good. I'm glad that they making money, but Burna Boy ain't gonna make no money in Boston. And I'm not, damn, y'all got me saying Boston. And in Massachusetts. They're not gonna make no money. You know, because their music is unrelatable in the United States. It's unrelatable. Nobody can't relate to that bullshit, that African shit. I'm just being personally honest. Influenced by New York. No, they're influenced by Chicago. Drill came from Chicago. I'm just being personally honest. The UK, they're influenced by Chicago. Their fashion is influenced by New York. Yes, I will say that. You know, all the skinny jeans and shit. That shit came from the Dipset era when niggas wanted to be rock stars out here. I'm just being personally honest. And I can't even say Dipset because at the end of the day, there was niggas party like a rock star. There was niggas already doing that before New York. It's just the shit got crazy more. The shit got worldwide because of New York. Because New York is the mecca of the United States. I'm just being personally honest. Hey yo, what's up with your girl Cleopatra? I had to tell her to tone down because niggas was about to pack her out on X, man, for saying, "Oh yeah, niggas can't dress down south," and she don't understand that people who taught her musty ass how to dress was Black Americans from the South. Dapper Dan's from South America, or like he's from somewhere down south. I think he's Geechee. You know, it's just like, yo, you gotta look at it. Black Americans don't just have one thing. We have multiple things. You know? Like, look at niggas was doing the tracksuits, going to the store and shit. Then the UK picked this shit up and they thought it was, oh, yo, this is the fashion. This is what niggas is doing. So they don't know that they basically wearing pajamas everywhere they go. We just doing that. We just wore the sweatsuits just to go to the store. Them niggas ain't hit to like American culture. Cause we can't even just say Black American culture. We got to say American culture. Cause Black Americans is Americans. You know, like there is some shit that Jamaicans, thought of, but they were influenced by Black Americans. But they created their own shit when they were in America. You know, there's some shit. You know, it's just they were influenced and inspired. Like, let me tell you something. Like in Boston, there's mad Cape Verdeans in Boston. There's some Cape Verdean singers from the 60s and the 70s, but they were influenced by Black Americans, like Black American music. You know, they don't use their cultural music. No, they don't. Like, they do have traditional music, and it's African traditional music because they're off the border of Africa, but they don't fuck with their own culture because it doesn't make them money in America. It's just that's how things is, you know. But I'm gonna land. I'm almost like at 6 hours, man. I didn't know I did it this long. I'm gonna say this, even to you, Kwame. Those niggas that you be getting all this work from, you gotta watch out, man. Cause at the end of the day, they might be leading you into a burning building. That's a New York thing. We think we invented everything and run everything. But you gotta understand that that New York culture came from the South. It came from like the South, yeah. The way how y'all used to dress, even the Italians, they were influenced by the South. They wasn't dressing all, with the suits and shit. Like, Black Americans was wearing zoot suits at the time. And niggas just made it smaller. It's like, yo, these shits is too big. Like, if we're going to be selling drugs or we're going to be doing business, we can't be wearing these big suits. So they toned down to how big the suits were. But niggas think it's Italian culture because, the Italian mobs and shit like that. No, they got that shit from Black Americans. At one time in America, Italians wasn't considered white. They were considered niggers. All jokes aside, they were considered niggers. Even Irish. Irish was considered niggers at the time. Oh, I'm gonna have to talk to you later a little bit. Yeah, so they were considered niggas. And this is why I always tell people all the time, with these Cointel Pro people, you got to be careful. And we have to call Myron out for what Myron Gaines is not even his real name. His real name is like a Muru. That's why I be calling him a Habibi, So back in the days, it was mostly a lot of Black Americans, but now in New York, it's mostly like foreigners. Yeah, see, yeah, you just read my mind. I just said that. Yeah, they're mostly foreigners out there now. But them niggas didn't really create anything. Like that's the thing. They're just using all our old shit, like that rock star shit. Niggas was doing that shit in the '80s. It's just y'all just reinventing shit. I'm this person, to be honest. Only person that really invented shit from the '80s until right now is probably Dapper Dan. And Dapper Dan is from the South, but he's a New Yorker. You know, like Dapper Dan is he's probably one of the greatest fucking fashion designers of all time. He designed for everybody. Mike Tyson, Rakim, what else? Eric B, fucking Mark B, was it Biz Markie, all them niggas. Like, it was so bad that Gucci and was it Gucci, Versace was stealing his ideas. And niggas had to call, and Black Americans had to call him out. Like, yo, Dapper Dan did that shit like probably 20 years ago. Like, why are you stealing it? And the reason why Dapper Dan is doing what he was doing, because at the end of the day, they wasn't respecting Black Americans. So Dapper Dan was like, yo, I'm gonna take their fabrics and make their shit better than what it is. So niggas was spending like $5,000, $6,000 on an outfit, probably a little bit more than that. That's probably just a coat, $5,000-$6,000 a coat. That's why y'all niggas is flashy with the fucking the fur and shit, is because of Dapper Dan. Dapper Dan is he's very important to New York. You know, even if y'all don't think so, Dapper Dan is very important to New York. And like, I hope he's watching, because like, yo, I personally think. Let me tell you something. When I was like probably in my 20s, I used to wear outlandish shit because of Dapper Dan. I used to I used to go to work with some slacks and shit because of Dapper Dan. And niggas was like, yo, what are you wearing? I was like, oh yeah, this is with this and that. I put this with this and that because, you know, the color and the coordination and just how this look. Yo, I used to be trying to try out shit. Yo, bitches be liking that shit, but some bitches thought that shit was weird, but I was like, yo, it's just how you present the shit. And that's why New York is so great, and this is why we need New York and America, because the shit that we think is outlandish, they're the ones who have like a whole bunch of confidence. So, salute to New York, you know. But let me finish what I was saying. Cause I gotta flex. It's almost 2. I don't know where y'all at, but I'm in Massachusetts right now. Yeah, you gotta even y'all tethers, y'all gotta be careful of these Cointel pros, because you gotta look at it. These niggas will be fighting for you, and next thing you be back. Next thing you gotta remember. Next thing you're gonna be in your country eating bushmeat, you know, peeing in the streets or pooping in the middle of the streets, my nigga. So. Myron Gaines, he's an anchor baby. And I've been saying, like, yo, we don't know about his background, his family background. Because we got to look at Arabs. Arabs be liking them young girls, man. They be liking them girls that they be passing, be selling their daughters off to, like, the highest bidder for some fucking goat, for some goat milk and a horse, nigga. So, you got to be careful with these Arabs and Africans. Yeah, you gotta be very careful, man. This is why Black America's like, yo, we can't fucking trust these niggas like Myron Gaines. This nigga has a lost faith. This nigga has a lost faith arguments with people and stuff. Like, that's why I had to put that interview on with Mark Lamont Hill, because it was a lost face question. Like, yo, why would you say some shit like that and you know that shit ain't true? Oh yeah, black people commit most of the crimes. No, we don't, my nigga. If you really check who's committing most of these crimes, it's these people who come to these countries that is like, yo, I need some money. yeah, I'm getting this welfare and this food stamps and shit like that. But yo, I'm seeing these niggas in the streets make money. I'm gonna rob these niggas. I'm gonna rob the old lady. And you find out this nigga got an accent. Like, yo, like remember those cops that beat the shit out of that man, that little kid? Some of those niggas was tethers. One nigga was from Jamaica. But niggas was like, oh yo, they're black. Nah, nigga, let's call them as what they are. Them niggas is Jamaica. When y'all win awards and shit like that, y'all have y'all Jamaican flags. Y'all have y'all tribal flags. And there's nothing wrong with it. Niggas don't even complain about it. Like, oh, okay, that's what type of time they on. But when it comes to, oh y'all being divisive because y'all trying to separate from us. Yeah, nigga, because we want to award. We want to promote our ancestors. Is that the same thing? No, okay, I don't need another one. Yeah, that's y'all. That's our ancestors. The fuck? You don't want to support our ancestors? Then when we fight for reparations and we get it, they're being divisive because a nigga got a little bit of money in our pocket. Like, my nigga, this is going to start a revolution in y'all countries where y'all go back to y'all countries and get y'all money. There's niggas in, there's bitches, y'all people in Haiti is calling y'all back, telling y'all come back to this country. Come back to this country in Haiti and let's build this country. This is what they're saying to y'all niggas right now. You know? And I hope y'all hear they're calling because at the end of the day, they're asking for y'all help. And if y'all gonna abandon them like that, y'all some just fucked up people, man. Y'all some fucked up people. They're asking for your help to come back and help build their country. You know, at least y'all owe them that because y'all ran from them. Shit, what the fuck? Fuck. You know, so I hope y'all had a good episode, man. Niggas is lit. I was gonna do something on Nick Fuentes, but that's gonna be another 2.5 hours. Nah, fuck that. Fuck Nick. Nick Fuentes, he's a fucking loser. He's a virgin. He got ran out. He got ran out and packed out of Boston, Massachusetts by some trannies and niggas in lace fronts with dicks. So we're not even gonna shed no light on that nigga. Myron Gaines, he wasn't getting no pussy in Boston. That's why these niggas is mad at these women, because they wasn't get these bitches wasn't throwing them pussy. So maybe your game needed to be on point and you gotta stop looking like fucking Jafar. Like that nigga looked like Jafar for Aladdin. He think he was gonna get some pussy. What the fuck? Nigga's wildin'. But y'all have a great time. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow morning. Y'all take care.